54848. Chindi by Jack McDevitt. Copyright 2002 by Cryptic Incorporated. Read by Roy Avers.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains a marker allowing direct access to the beginning of the book.
Library of Congress annotation. A tale of interstellar adventure involving Priscilla Hutchins from Deepsix, RC 51893, now a starship captain. She pilots a crew of oddly assorted amateurs in pursuit of a signal that may provide extraterrestrial contact. Some strong language. 2002. From the book jacket. On a routine survey mission studying a neutron star, an Academy starship receives a transmission in an unknown language. Before leaving the area, the starship launches a series of satellites to find the signal, and perhaps discover its origins. 5 years later, a satellite finally encounters the signal, which is believed to be of extraterrestrial origin by the Contact Society, a wealthy group of enthusiasts who fund research into the existence of alien life. Providing a starship for the Academy to be piloted by Captain Priscilla Hutchins, the Contact Society embarks on a mission to find the source of the transmission. Across a myriad of stars, from world to world, Hutch and her crew follow the signal, but find only puzzles and lethal surprises. Then, in a planetary system far beyond the bounds of previous exploration, they discover an object. It is immense, ominous, and mysterious, and it may hold the answer not only to the questions of the Contact Society, but to those of every person who has ever looked to the sky and wondered if we were alone. About the author. Jack McDevitt is a former naval officer, taxi driver, customs officer, and motivational trainer. A multiple Nebula Award finalist, he is the author of The Engines of God, Ancient Shores, Eternity Road, Moonfall, Infinity Beach, and Deepsix. He lives in Georgia with his wife Maureen. Do not use driftwood to make a fire, because it may have been cast on the waters by a Chindi, who will then track you by its light. Navajo Taboo. In the forests of the night, at the edge of the world, the trees run on forever. Ivy Haymon, Collected Poems, 2114. We are, in a sense, still gathered around our campfires, telling each other stories, wondering what's out there in the dark. And we still do not know. We still cannot see beyond the pale cast of the flickering light. Spencer Abbott, Bending the Symmetries, 2201. Live from Babylon and Ur, from Athens and Alexandria and Rome, the voices of 1,000 generations. Press us. Urge us on. Tia Kosana, The Long View, 2044. Acknowledgements. I'm indebted to David L. Dawson, M.D., NASA Johnson Space Center, and to Walter Curley of Villanova for technical assistance, to Holly McClure for the Chindi, to Christopher Schelling for his staying power with titles, to Ralph Vincenanza for always being there when needed, to Sarah and Bob Schwager for their work with the manuscript, to Susan Allison and Ginger Buchanan, who kept a candle burning in the window, and, as always, to Maureen. Dedication for Susan and Harlan. Prologue, June 2220. I do not know what I may appear to the world, but to myself I seem to have been only like a boy playing on the seashore, and diverting myself in now and then finding a smoother pebble or a prettier shell than ordinary, whilst the great ocean of truth lay all undiscovered before me. Isaac Newton, circa 1725. The Benjamin L. Martin, the Benny to its captain and passengers, was at the extreme limit of its survey territory, orbiting a neutron star, catalog number VV651107, when it cruised into the history books. Its captain was Michael Langley, married 6 times, father of 3, reformed drug addict, one-time theology student, amateur actor, amateur musician, disbarred lawyer. Langley seemed to have led at least a half-dozen separate lives, but it was, of course, not too difficult to do that when vitality into a 2nd century, and even sometimes into a 3rd, was not uncommon. The on-board survey team consisted of 11 specialists of one kind and another: physicists, geologists, planetologists, climatologists, and masters of a few more arcane fields. Like all the Academy people, they treated their work very seriously, measuring, poking, and taking the temperature of every available world, satellite, star, and dust cloud. And, of course, they loved anomalies, when they could find one. It was a fool's game, Langley knew, and if any of them had spent as much time on the frontier as he had, she'd be aware that everything they thought to be odd, remarkable, or worth noting was repeated 1,000 times within a few dozen light-years. The universe was endlessly repetitive. There were no anomalies. Take, for example, this neutron star. It resembled a gray billiard ball, or would have if they'd been able to light it up. It was only a few kilometers across, barely the size of Manhattan, but it was several times more massive than the sun. An enormous deadweight, so dense that it was twisting time and space, diverting light from surrounding stars into a halo, playing havoc with the Benny's clocks and systems, even occasionally running them backward. Its surface gravity was so high that Langley, could he have reached the ground, would have weighed 8 billion tons. "With or without my shoes?" he'd asked the astrophysicist who'd presented him with the calculation. Despite the outrageous characteristics of the object, there were at least a half-dozen in the immediate neighborhood. The reality was that there were simply a lot of dead stars floating about. Nobody noticed them because they didn't make any noise, and they were all but invisible. "What makes it interesting," Ava explained to him, "is that it's going to bump into that star over there." She tapped her finger on the display, but Langley wasn't sure which star she meant. "It has 14 planets. It's 9 billion years old, but this monster is going to scatter everything, and probably disrupt the sun." Langley had heard that a few days before, but he knew it wouldn't happen during his lifetime. Ava Eckert was one of the few on board who seemed to have a life outside her specialty. She was a black woman, attractive, methodical, congenial, organized the shipboard parties, liked to dance, enjoyed talking about her work, but had the rare ability to put it in layman's terms. "When?" Langley asked. "When's all this going to happen?" "In about 17,000 years. "Well, there you go. You just need a little patience." "And you can't wait." Her dark eyes sparkled. "You got it," she said, and then her internal lights faded. "That's the problem with being out here. Everything interesting happens on an inconvenient time scale." She picked up a couple of coffee mugs. Did he want one? "No," he said. "Thanks, but it keeps me awake all day." She smiled, poured herself one, and eased into a chair. "But yes," she said, "I'd love to be here when it happens. To be able to see something like that." 17,000 years. Better eat right. "I guess." She remained pensive. "Even if you lived long enough to make it, you'd need a few thousand more years to watch the process. At least." "That's why we have simulations." "Not the same," she said. "It's not like being there." She shook her head. "Even when you are, you're pretty much locked out. Take the star, for example." She meant 1107, the neutron star they were orbiting. "We're out here, but we can't get close enough to see it. Langley pointed to its image on the displays. "I mean really see it," she continued. "Cruise over its surface, bounce some lights off it." "Go for a walk on it." "Yes." Ava's enthusiasm bubbled to the surface. She was wearing green shorts and a white pullover that read University of Ohio. "We've got anti-gravity. All we need's a better generator." "A lot better." The Ahab image customarily used by the ship's artificial intelligence appeared on screen. Like all AIs in Academy vessels, he answered to Bill. The grim, steely eyes and the mutton-chop whiskers and the wind-blown black corduroy pullover were too familiar to elicit notice from Langley, but his passengers always went to alert when he appeared. Had Bill been a self-aware entity, which his creators claimed he was not, Langley would have thought he was enjoying himself at their expense. "Captain," he said, "we are encountering a curious phenomenon." That was an unusual comment. Usually Bill just dumped information without editorializing. "What is it, Bill?" "It's gone now, but there was an artificial radio transmission." "A transmission?" "Yes, at 8.4 gigahertz. "What did it say? Who's it from?" The sea-swept eyes drew together. "I can't answer either question, Captain. It's not any language or system with which I am familiar." Langley and Ava exchanged glances. They were a long way from home. Nobody else was out here. "The signal was directed," Bill added. "Not broadcast?" "No. We passed through it several moments ago." "Were you able to make out anything at all, Bill?" "No. The pattern is clearly artificial. Any assertion beyond that is speculation." Ava had been peering at the starfield images on the screens as if something might show itself. "What's your level of confidence, Bill?" she asked. 99.8 at a conservative estimate. Lines of characters began rolling down one of the status screens. "This is what it looks like. I've substituted symbols for pulse patterns." The captain did not see a pattern, but he accepted Bill's judgment without question. "You're saying there's another ship out here, Bill?" "I'm saying only that there's a signal." "Where'd it come from?" asked Ava. "Which way?" "I can't be sure, but it seemed to originate in the general direction of 1107. The neutron star. Something in orbit, I assume. We passed through the signal too quickly to get a lock on it." Langley frowned at the symbols scrolling down the display. He watched until they stopped. "That's it," said Bill. "Do you want me to repeat the record?" He looked at Ava. She shook her head no. Langley glanced up at the AI's image. The face was thin and worn, the gray eminence persona, which Bill usually adopted when things were happening. "Bill, can we find it again?" The AI hesitated. "A directed signal, if we assume it's coming from a tighter orbit than ours, we would have to wait until it caught up with us again." "How long would that take?" "Insufficient data." "Guess." "Probably several months." Langley simply didn't believe it had happened. Not out here. It was more likely to be a glitch somewhere. "Can you make any kind of estimate on the location of the source, Bill?" "No, Captain. I would need to find it a second time to do that." He gazed at Ava. "It's just a screw-up somewhere. Stuff like this happens sometimes. It's a glitch in the system." "Maybe," she said. "Bill, run a diagnostic. See if you can find any kind of internal problem that might account for the intercept." "I've already done that, Captain. Everything seems to be in order." Ava's lids had gone to half-staff. She was peering inside somewhere. "Let's run it by Pete." That was Pete Damon, the project director. Pete was the best-known physicist in the world, largely because of his tenure as host of Universe, an extraordinarily popular science series that had done much to win public support for organizations like the Academy, but which had also spurred the jealousy of many of his colleagues. Langley could hear voices in back, where his passengers were conducting temporal experiments. Though 1107 was only 200 million years old, it had actually been here well over 2 billion years. When Ava had tried to explain how that happened, how time moved at a far slower rate at the bottom of the object's gravity well than it did out here in a less constrained part of the universe, his mind had refused to close around the idea. He knew it was correct, of course, but it gave him a headache to think about it. Ava brought Pete up on one of the auxiliary screens and conducted a hurried conversation. Pete frowned and shook his head and looked at his own displays. "Can't be," he said. "You want to ignore it?" asked Ava. More glances at displays, whispered conversations with shadowy figures off to one side, fingers tapping on a console. "No," he said. "I'm on my way up." Hatches opened and closed. Langley heard footsteps and excited voices. "Sounds as if you stirred up the natives, Ava," he said. She looked happy. "I'm not surprised." Several of them spilled out onto the bridge. Pete, Rick Stockard, the Canadian, Hal Packwood, who was on his first long flight, and who drove everybody else crazy, talking endlessly about the wonder of it all, Miriam Capp, who was running the chrono experiments, and 2 or 3 more. Everybody was breathing hard. "Where'd it come from?" The question came from every side. "Did we really hear something?" "Are we still picking it up?" "For God's sake, Mike," said Tora Kavala, an astrophysicist with a substantial appetite for sex. "Are we scanning for the source? You realize somebody might be out there?" "We are," said Langley. He didn't care for Tora very much. Her behavior disrupted the ship, and she seemed to think everyone around her was an idiot. It was an attitude that might have passed unnoticed at, say, Caltech, but in the intimate environment of a superluminal, where people had to live together for months at a time, she created claustrophobia and jealousy. "Of course we're looking, but don't expect much. We've no idea where the source might have been, and any kind of scan near that pile of iron is suspect. The gravity well distorts everything." "Keep looking," said Packwood, speaking as if he were in charge. "Is there any other likely explanation?" Tora asked. Her wide, white brow was furrowed. She was really intrigued by the event. "There's always the possibility of an equipment malfunction, but Bill says no." She glanced over at Pete, her gray eyes pleading for him to turn the mission into a hunt for the signal. "This isn't something," Pete said, "that we want to write off until we have an idea what caused the transmission." He was tall, long-legged, solemn. His eyes were furtive, always suggesting he was hiding something. Langley thought he looked like a pickpocket who had made good. But he kept his word. You could believe what he said. "What have you actually got, Mike?" he asked. "It was a one-shot intercept, but Bill can't give us any more than that." "Can we hear it?" asked Packwood. "Bill," Langley said, "run the record. Audio this time." It was about 2 seconds long, a series of high-pitched blips and squiggles. "We can't read any of it?" asked Pete. "No," said Langley. "Zero." The team members looked at one another solemnly. A couple more pushed in. "It has to mean there's another ship here somewhere," Pete said. "Or an orbiter." "Nothing of ours out here," said a quiet, very young female technician who had just come in. Her name was Wanda. "I double-checked." Pete nodded. "What would anybody be doing here?" asked Tora. "We're here," said Langley. Tora shook her head. "Sensors aren't picking up anything?" Langley had already checked the stat board, but he looked again. It was still quiet. "If there were something out there," said Stockard, "I'd think we'd be able to see it." He was gruff, aggressive, a man who, in another age, would have been career military. "Well," said Packwood, "conditions tend to be strange in a place like this. Space folded over on itself, time warps blinking in and out. Still—" "Why don't we turn around and go back?" said Pete. "Search the same area." "Can't. We can't spare the fuel for a U-turn. If you want to get back to the same spot, you'll have to wait until we go around again." "How long?" "Several months." They all looked at him. but there wasn't anything he could do. Langley didn't think anything out of the ordinary was happening anyhow. He'd been carrying Academy teams into deep space for almost 40 years, and he knew if there was one thing about neutron stars a man could be sure of, it was that nobody else was hanging around. In all the time since the superluminals had left Earth, they'd found only one other living civilization, if you could call it that. The inhabitants of Nock went back about 14,000 years, but they were just now coming out of their industrial revolution. They were strong believers in various causes, and they were constantly at war with one another. There had been ruins in a few other places, but that was it. Langley had personally seen upward of 1,000 terrestrial worlds, and there weren't 30 that supported any kind of life whatever, and 2/3 of those were single-celled. Now, whatever Bill had intercepted, or thought he'd intercepted, the explanation would not include a vessel crewed by something from another world. But it was easy enough to understand the excitement of his passengers. "What do you suggest, Captain?" asked Pete after a long hesitation. "Can you run a diagnostic to determine whether the intercept is valid?" "We've done that. Bill doesn't see a problem anywhere. But, of course, if Bill himself were the problem—" "All right. What else can we try?" "We could reconfigure the satellites and launch them to look for it. Then we go back to our routine mission. And when it's over, we go home." Pete didn't look very happy with the strategy. "What about the satellites? If they find something, they'll forward the results." "You still think it'll take that long?" "I'm sorry, Pete, but there's really no easy way to do it." "How many satellites?" There were only 7 left. He was going to have to sacrifice parts of the program. "The more we put out there, the better the chance." "Do it," said Pete. "Put them all out. Well, maybe save 1 or 2. Chapter 1. June 22-24. People tend to believe that good fortune consists of equal parts talent, hard work, and sheer luck. It's hard to deny the roles of the latter two. As to talent, I would only say it consists primarily in finding the right moment to step in. Harun al-Monadi's Reflections, 2116. Priscilla Hutchins was not a woman to be swept easily off her feet, but she came very close to developing a terminal passion for Preacher Brawley during the Proteus fiasco. Not because of his good looks, though God knew he was a charmer, and not because of his congeniality. She'd always liked him for both those reasons. If pressed, though, she would probably have told you it had to do with his timing. He wasn't really a preacher, of course, but was, according to legend, descended from a long line of Baptist fire-breathers. Hutch knew him as an occasional dinner companion, a person she saw occasionally coming in or going out of the academy, and perhaps most significantly as a voice from the void on those interminable flights to Serenity and Glory Point and far away. He was one of those rare individuals with whom one could be silent and still feel in good company. The important thing was that he had been there when she desperately needed him. Not to save her life, mind you. She was never in real danger herself, but he took a terrible decision out of her hands. The way it happened was this. Hutch was aboard the Academy ship Wildside, en route to Renaissance Station, which orbited Proteus, a vast hydrogen cloud that had been contracting for millions of years and would eventually become a star. Its core was burning furiously under the pressures generated by that contraction, but nuclear ignition had not yet taken place. That was why the station was there. To watch, as Lawrence de Mena liked to say, the process. But there were those who felt Renaissance was vulnerable, that the process was unpredictable, and who'd attempted to close it down and withdraw its personnel. It was not a place Hutch was anxious to visit. The wind blew all the time inside the cloud. She was about a day away, listening to it howl and claw at her ship. She was trying to concentrate on a light breakfast of toast and fruit when she saw the first sign of what was to come. "It's thrown off a big flare," said Bill. "Gigantic," he added. "Off the scale." Unlike his sibling AI on the Benjamin Martin, Hutch's bill adopted a wide range of appearances, using whatever he felt most likely to please, annoy, or intimidate, as the mood struck him. Theoretically, he was programmed to do so, to provide the captain with a true companion on long flights. She was otherwise alone on the ship. At the moment he looked like the uncle that everybody likes, but who has a tendency to drink a bit too much, and who has an all-too-obvious eye for women. "You think we're actually going to have to do an evacuation?" she asked. "I don't have sufficient data to make a decent estimate," he said, "but I'd think not. I mean, the place has been here a long time. Surely it won't blow up just as we arrive." It was an epitaph if she'd ever heard one. They couldn't see the eruption without sensors, of course, couldn't see anything without sensors. The glowing mist through which the wild side moved prevented any visuals much beyond 30 kilometers. It was hydrogen, illuminated by the fire at the core. On her screens, Proteus was not easily distinguishable from a true star, save for the twin jets that rose out of its poles. Hutch looked at the display images, at the vast bursts of flame roiling through the clouds, at the inferno rendered somehow more disquieting than that of a true star, perhaps because it had not even the illusion of a definable edge, but rather seemed to fill the universe. When seen from outside the cloud, the jets formed an elegant vision that would have been worthy of a Sorbonne. Beams composed of charged particles, not entirely stable, flashed from a cosmic lighthouse that occasionally changed its position on the rocks. Renaissance Station had been placed in an equatorial orbit to lessen the possibility that a stray blast would take out its electronics. "When do they expect the nuclear engine to cut in?" she asked. "Probably not for another 1,000 years, said Bill. "These people must be crazy, sitting out here in this soup." "Apparently conditions have worsened considerably during the past 48 hours. Bill gazed down at her in his smugly superior mode and produced a noteboard. "It says here they have a comfortable arrangement, pools, tennis courts, parks, even a seaside retreat." Had Proteus been at the heart of the solar system, the thin haze of its outer extremities would have engulfed Venus. Well, maybe engulfed wasn't quite the right word. Enshrouded, maybe. Eventually, when the pressure reached critical mass, nuclear ignition would occur. The outer veil of hydrogen would be blown away, and Proteus would become a Class G, possibly a bit more massive than the Sun. Doesn't really matter how many parks they have, if that thing has gone unstable. The AI let her see that he disapproved. "There is no known case of a Class G protostar going unstable. It is subject to occasional storms, and that is what we are seeing now. I think you are unduly worried." "Maybe. But if this is normal weather, I wouldn't want to be here when things get rough." "Nor would I. But if a problem develops while we're there, we should be able to outrun it easily enough." "Let's hope." It was unlikely, the dispatching officer had assured her, that an event would occur. He had clearly capitalized the word. Proteus was just going through a hiccup period. Happens all the time. No reason to worry, Hutchins. You're there simply as a safety factor. She'd been at Serenity, getting refitted when the call had come. Lawrence DeMena, the director of Renaissance Station, the same DeMena who'd insisted just 2 months ago that Proteus was perfectly safe, as dependable as the sun, who'd argued to keep the place going against the advice of some of the top people at the Academy, was now asking for insurance. So let's send old Hutchins over to sit on the volcano. And here she was, with instructions to stand by and hold DeMena's hand, and if there's a problem, see that everyone gets off. But there shouldn't be a problem. I mean, they're the experts on protostars, and they say everything's fine. Just taking a precaution. She'd checked the roster. There were 33 crew, staff, and working researchers, including 3 graduate students. Accommodations on the wild side would be a bit tight if they had to run. The ship was designed for 31 plus the pilot, but they could double up in a couple of the compartments, and there were extra couches around that could be pressed into service during acceleration and jump phases. It was a temporary assignment, until the Academy could get the Lochran out from Earth. The Lochran was being overhauled. armored, really, to better withstand conditions here, and would replace her as the permanent escape vessel within a few weeks. "Hutch," said Bill, "we have incoming from Renaissance." She was on the bridge, which was where she spent most of her time when riding an otherwise empty ship. "Patch them through," she said. "About time we got acquainted." It was a pleasant surprise. She found herself looking at a gorgeous young technician with chestnut hair, luminous eyes, and a smile that lit up when there'd been time for the signal to pass back and forth, and he got a look at her. He wore a white form-fitting shirt, and Hutch had to smother a sigh. Damn. She'd been alone too long. "Hello, Wildside," he said. "Welcome to Proteus." "Hello, Renaissance." She restrained a smile. The exchange of signals required slightly more than a minute. "Dr. Harper wants to talk to you." He gave way to a tall, dark woman who looked accustomed to giving people directions. Hutch recognized Mary Harper from the media reports. She owned a clipped voice and looked at Hutch the way Hutch might have glanced at a kid bringing the lunch in late. Harper had stood shoulder to shoulder with Demena during the long battle to prevent the closing of the station. "Captain Hutchins, we're glad you're here. It'll make everyone feel a bit more secure to know there's a ship standing by, just in case." "Glad to be of service," Hutch said. She softened a bit. "I understand you were headed home before this came up, and I just wanted you to know that we appreciate your coming out here on short notice. There's probably no need, but we thought it best to be cautious." "Of course." Harper started to say something else, but the transmission was blown away by the storm. Bill tried a few alternate channels and found one that worked. "When can we expect you?" she asked. "Tomorrow morning at about 6 looks good." Harper was worried, but she tried to hide it behind that cool smile while she waited for Hutch's response to reach her. When it did, she nodded, and Hutch got the distinct impression that back behind her eyes the woman was counting. "Good," she said with bureaucratic cheerfulness. "We'll see you then." We don't get many visitors out this way, Hutch thought. The station made periodic reports to Serenity, recording temperature readings at various levels of the atmosphere, gravity fluctuations, contraction rate estimates, cloud density, and a myriad other details. The Wildside had drifted into the hypercom data stream between Renaissance and Serenity, and was consequently able, for a few minutes, to pick up the transmissions. Hutch watched the numbers rippling across a half-dozen screens, mixed with occasional analysis by the Renaissance AI. None of it was intelligible to her. Core temperatures and wind velocities were just weather reports. But there were occasional images of the protostar, embedded at the heart of the cloud. "How sure are they," she asked Bill, "that ignition won't happen for 1,000 years?" "They're not giving opinions at the moment," he said. "But as I understand it, there's a possibility the nuclear engine could already have started. In fact, it could have started as much as 200 years ago. "And they wouldn't know it?" "No." "I'd assumed when that happened, the protostar would more or less explode." "What would happen is that over a period of several centuries after its birth, the star would shrink, its color would change to yellow or white, and it would get considerably smaller. It's not a process that just goes boom." "Well, that's good to know. So these people aren't really sitting on top of a powder keg." Bill's Uncle Image smiled. He was wearing a yellow shirt, open at the neck, navy blue slacks, and slippers. "Not that kind of powder keg, anyhow." They passed out of the data stream, and the signal vanished. Hutch was bored. It had been 6 days since she'd left Serenity, and she ached for human company. She rarely rode without passengers, didn't like it, and found herself reassuring Bill, who always knew when she was getting like this, that he shouldn't take it personally. "It's not that you aren't an adequate companion," she said. His image blinked off to be replaced by the Wildside logo, an eagle soaring past a full moon. "I know." He sounded hurt. "I understand." It was an act, meant to help. But she sighed and looked out into the mist. She heard the gentle click by which he routinely signaled his departure. Usually it was simply a concession to her privacy. This time it was something else. She tried reading for an hour, watched an old comedy, listening to the recorded audience laughter and applause echo through the ship, made herself a drink, went back to the gym, worked out, showered, and returned to the bridge. She asked Bill to come back, and they played a couple of games of chess. "Do you know anyone at Renaissance?" he asked. "Not that I'm aware of." A few of the names on the roster were vaguely familiar, probably passengers on other flights. They were astrophysicists, for the most part, a few mathematicians, a couple of data technicians, some maintenance people. A chef. She wondered which was the young man with the luminous eyes. They live pretty well, she thought. A chef, a physician, a teacher. She stopped. A teacher? Bill, what possible use would they have for a teacher? I don't know, Hutch. It does seem strange. A chill worked its way down her spine. Get Renaissance on the circuit. A minute later, the technician with the eyes reappeared. He turned the charm on again, but this time she wasn't having any. "You have a Monte de Grazio at the station. He's listed as a teacher. Would you tell me what he teaches?" He was gazing wistfully at her while he waited for her transmission to arrive. "What are you thinking?" asked Bill. He was seated in a leather armchair in a book-lined study. In the background, she could hear a fire crackling. She started to answer, but let it trail off. The technician heard her question and looked puzzled. "He teaches math and science. Why do you care?" Hutch grumbled at her stupidity. "Ask the question right, dummy. Do you have dependents on board? How many people are there altogether?" "I think you may be right," said Bill cautiously. She folded her arms and squeezed down as if to make herself a smaller target. The technician was looking at her with crinkled eyebrows. "Yes, we have 23 dependents. 56 people in all. Monty has 15 students." "Thank you," said Hutch. "Wild side out." Bill's innocuously content features hardened. "So, if an evacuation does become necessary—" "We'd have to leave almost half of them behind." Hutch shook her head. "That's good planning." "Hutch, what do we do?" Damned if she knew. "Bill, get me a channel to Serenity." The eruptions coming from Proteus were growing more intense. Hutch watched one that appeared to stretch millions of kilometers, boiling out beyond the edge of the star cloud before running out of steam. "All set to Serenity," said Bill. She checked the operations roster and saw that Sarah Smith would be on duty when the transmission arrived, in 2.5 hours. Sarah was an aggressive, ambitious type on her way up to management. Not easy to get along with, but Sarah would understand the problem and take it seriously. It was Sarah's boss, Clay Barber, who'd assigned Hutch to the mission and instructed her to take the suddenly inadequate wild side. She composed herself. Blowing up would be unprofessional. The green lamp over the console imager blinked on. "Sarah," she said, gazing steadily into the lens, but keeping her voice level, "I'm supposed to be able to evacuate Renaissance if there's a problem. But apparently somebody forgot they have dependents. Wildside doesn't have space for everybody. Not close. Please advise Clay. We need a bigger ship here, tout de suite. I don't know whether this place is going to blow or not, but if it does, as things now stand, we are going to have to leave 20 or so people." "That was good, Hutch," said Bill. "I thought you struck exactly the right note." She skipped dinner. She felt washed out, worried, tired, uncomfortable, frightened. What was she supposed to say to Harper and Demena when she arrived at Renaissance? "Hope there's no problem, folks. Whom did you want to save?" It did nothing for her somber mood when a warning lamp began to flash. A couple of the stations went down, several screens switched off. The light went dim, the fans died, and for a few moments the bridge was very quiet. Then everything came back. "It's under control," said Bill. "Okay." "Conditions like these, we can expect that occasionally." Ship's systems occasionally shut down to protect themselves from external power surges. "I know." "And we have a response from Serenity." "On screen." It was Barber. Overweight, balding, Low irritability level, didn't like being disturbed when things went wrong. In a rare expansive mood, he'd once told her that he'd become a starship pilot to impress a woman, that it hadn't mattered, and that she'd walked out anyhow. Hutch understood why. He was in his office. "Hutch," he said, "I'm sorry about the problem. The Wildside was the biggest ship we had available. They've been sitting out there for years. Surely they'll be all right for a few more weeks. I understand the Lochran is ahead of schedule. We've got a couple people here who've spent time at Renaissance, and they tell me the place always looks scary to people going out there for the first time. It's because you're running through all those gases. Can't see very far. What I'd like you to do is just try to play things by ear when you get to Renaissance. Don't mention that the Wildside is under capacity. They won't know if you don't bring it up. I'd send a second ship, but that seems a bit like overkill. Just tough it out. I'll check on the Lochran situation, alert them that we're uncomfortable with the present arrangement. Maybe I can hurry them along." He ran a hand through his thinning hair and looked squarely out of the screen at her. "Meantime, I need you to just get us through, okay? I know you can handle it." Serenity Station's ring of stars replaced the solemn features. "That's it," she said. "That's all he's got to say?" "His attitude might be different if he were here looking out the window." "You goddamn know it would be." He paused and frowned, distracted by something. "More incoming," he said. "From Renaissance." Hutch felt her stomach lurch. This time it was the station director himself, Lawrence DeMena, AFD, GBY, two-time winner of the Brandstatler Award. He was handsome in an austere and distant sort of way. Like many accomplished centenarians, he looked relatively young, yet his eyes radiated the inflexibility and certainty that comes with age. She detected no amiability in the man. His hair was blond, his jaw set, and he was not happy. Nevertheless, he managed to smile. "Captain Hutchins, I'm glad you got here promptly." He was seated at a desk. Several plaques were arranged on the bulkhead behind him, positioned to reveal they were there. She wasn't close enough to make out details unless she increased magnification, an action that would have been perceived as less than polite. But one carried the United Kingdom coat of arms. Knight of the Realm, perhaps. He gathered himself, studied the broad expanse of his desk, then brought his eyes up to look into hers. He looked frightened. "We've had an eruption," he said. He used the sort of monotone that suggests the speaker is keeping his head amid serious trouble. "Proteus has thrown off a major flare." Her heart picked up. "I told them this could happen. There should have been a ship on station and ready to go." My God, was he saying what she thought he was saying? "I've given the order to evacuate. When you get here tomorrow, we'll have a couple of technicians standing by to refuel you." He paused. "I assume that'll be necessary." "Certainly advisable," she said, speaking out of a haze, "if we have time." "Okay, we'll take care of it. I don't suppose you can do anything to speed things up?" "You mean get there more quickly? No, we are locked into our present flight plan." "I understand. Well, it's all right. We don't expect the flare to arrive until about 0930. She let a few seconds pass. "Are we talking total loss of the station?" The return transmission took several minutes. "Yes," he said, stumbling a bit. He was having trouble maintaining his composure. "We see little possibility that Renaissance can survive. Well, let me be honest. This time tomorrow the station will have been blown away." His head sank forward, and he seemed to be looking up at her. "Thank God you're here, Captain. At least we'll get our people out. If you arrive on schedule, we think we can have your ship fueled and be on our way 3 hours before it arrives. Should be plenty of time. We'll have everyone ready to go. If you need anything else, let the ops officer know, or myself, and we'll see that you get it." He got up, and the imager followed him as he came around the desk. "Thanks, Captain. I don't know what we'd have done if you hadn't gotten here when you did." The reply lamp flashed. He was finished. Did she have anything to say? The engines were silent, and the only sound in the ship was the electronic burble of the instruments on the bridge and the steady hum of the air ducts. She wanted to tell him, to blurt out the truth, let him know there wasn't room for everybody, get it over with. But she didn't. She needed time to think. "Thank you, Professor," she said. "I'll see you in the morning." Then he was gone, and she was left staring desolately at the blank screen. "What are you going to do, Hutch?" Bill asked. She had to struggle to keep the rage out of her voice. "I don't know," she said. "Possibly we should start by notifying Barber. Hutch, this isn't your fault. Nobody can blame you." "Maybe you haven't noticed, Bill, but I'm the front woman out here. I'm the person who gets to tell Demena that the flare's a bigger problem than he realizes. God, when I get back, I'm going to throttle Barber. We need help. Who else is in the neighborhood?" "The Kobe is headed to Serenity for refitting." The Kobe was a contact vessel, funded by the Alien Research Council. It was out looking for somebody to talk to. In more than 40 years it had found nobody. But it did perform a service, training ship captains and other interested persons in how to behave if they actually happened to stumble across aliens. Hutch had been through the course. Make no threatening moves, blink lights in an inviting manner, record everything, transmit alert to nearest station, don't give away strategic information, like the location of the homeworld. If fired on, depart hastily. The Kobe skipper was Chapel Reese, finicky, nervous, easily startled. The last person in the world you'd want out saying hello to the civilization down the road. But he was a fanatic on the subject, and he had relatives in high places. "What's the Kobe's capacity?" "It's a yacht. Maximum is 8. 10 in an emergency." Bill shook his head. "He's got a full load on this flight." "Who else?" "The Condor is not far." Preacher Brawley's ship. That brought a surge of hope. Where is he? Brawley was already a near-legendary figure. He'd saved a science mission that had miscalculated its orbit and was getting sucked down into a neutron star. He'd brought back the disease-ridden survivors of the Antares II effort, without regard to his own safety, and he'd rescued a crew member on Beta Pac by using a wrench to club one of that world's voracious reptiles to death. Bill looked pleased. "Within range. If he's on schedule, the Condor could be here tonight. If he makes a good jump, he could be in by early morning." "He has room?" "Only a handful of passengers, plenty of space. But we should contact him without delay. There is no one else close enough to help." Star travel was as much art as science. Ships did not return to sublight space with precision. One could materialize quite far from a projected destination, and the degree of uncertainty tended to increase with the range of the jump. The risk normally lay in the possibility of materializing inside a target body. In this case, even materializing inside the cloud constituted a major hazard. Thin as it was, it nevertheless possessed enough density to explode an arriving ship. That meant Preach would have to follow her own procedure, make his jump well outside the envelope, then make a run for the station. On the way back out, he'd be racing the flare until he got enough acceleration to jump back into hyperspace. He had reckless red hair and blue eyes that seemed lit from within. He was not extraordinarily handsome in the classic sense, but there was an easy-going, sails-to-the-wind attitude about the man, and a willingness to laugh at himself that utterly charmed her. A year or so earlier, when they'd found themselves together at Serenity, he'd made her feel that she was the center of the world. Hutch wasn't inclined to give herself to men on short acquaintance, but she'd have been willing to make an exception for Brawley. Somehow, though, the evening had gotten diverted, and she thought better of casting the lure. Next time, she'd decided. There had been no next time. Bill was still talking about the Condor. The ship was engaged in biological research. Brawley has been collecting samples on Goldwood, and was returning them to Bioscan's central laboratory at Serenity. Goldwood was one of the worlds on which life had not progressed past the single-cell stage. "Let's talk to them," she said. Lamps blinked on. "Channel is open, Hutch. If the Condor is running on schedule, transmission time one way is 1 hour 17 minutes. I will also relay through Serenity in the event he's off course, because, if he was, the directed hypercom signal would not find him." Despite the seriousness of her situation, Hutch felt flustered, schoolgirl flustered, dumb. Mentally, she hitched up her socks, steadied her voice, and peered at the round black lens of the imager. "Preach," she said. "I've got—" The lights blinked again and went out. This time they did not come back. When Bill tried to talk to her, his voice sounded like a recording at reduced power. The pictures dropped off the displays, and the fan shut down, stuttered, and started up again. Bill tried unsuccessfully to deliver an epithet. The emergency lights came on. "What was that?" she asked. "What happened?" He needed about a minute to gather his voice, made several false starts, and tried again. "It was an EMP," he said. "An electromagnetic pulse. How much damage?" "It fused everything on the hull." "Sensors, transmitters and dishes, hypercom, optics." "Are you sure? Bill, we need to contact the Condor. Tell them what's happening." "It's all down, Hutch." She gazed out of the streaming mist. "Don't even think about it," said Bill. "What alternative do we have?" "You'll get cooked." Radiation levels were astronomical. Unless she went outside and replaced the transmitter, there was no hope of alerting Preach. "Too much wind out there at this velocity, even if you want to get yourself well done, Hutch. Keep in mind, something happens to you, nobody gets rescued." "You could manage it." "At the moment, I'm blind. I couldn't even find the station. Renaissance will notify Serenity what's happening, and Barber can figure the rest out for himself."
"They'll be down, too, the same EMP."
"They're equipped for this environment. They've got heavy-duty suits. They can send somebody out without killing him."
"Yeah."
She wasn't thinking clearly. Good, she didn't want to go anyway. "After we get to the station, you can make all the repairs you want, if you still have a mind."
"It'll be too late by then to round up Preach."
Bill's fireplace went silent. "I know." They were navigating on dead reckoning. Course and speed had been laid in hours ago, predicated on exact knowledge. All that was required was to avoid gliding past the station without seeing it. But visibility was getting worse, and would probably be down to a couple of clicks by morning when they arrived. It should be enough, but God help them if they missed the target.
"Bill, what happens if we put them all in the wild side?"
"Everybody? 56 people? 57, counting you?" "How many adults? How many children? How old are they?"
"Say 40 adults. What happens?"
His image appeared to have grown older. "We'd be okay for the first few hours. Then it'd start to get a little close. We'd be aware of a growing sense of stale air. After about 13 hours, conditions would begin to deteriorate seriously."
"How long before people started sustaining damage?"
"I don't have enough information."
"Guess."
"I don't like to guess. Not on something like this."
"Do it anyway."
"At about 15 hours. Once it begins, things will go downhill quickly." His eyes found hers. "You can do it. Pick up the extra people. If Demena was smart enough to let Serenity know what's happening here, and if Serenity contacted the Condor, and if the Condor could find us soon enough to take the extra people off." The lights came back, along with full power. During the course of the evening she wandered restlessly through the ship, read, watched Sims, and carried on a long, rambling conversation with Bill. The AI pointed out that she'd eaten nothing since lunch, but she had no appetite. Later that evening he appeared on the bridge in a VR mode, seated on her right hand. He was wearing an elaborate purple jumpsuit with green trim. A wild-side patch adorned his breast pocket. Bill prided himself on the range and ingenuity implicit in the design of his uniforms. The patches always bore his name, but otherwise changed with each appearance. This one carried a silhouette of the ship crossing a galactic swirl. "Are you going to try to take everybody?" She had been putting off the decision. Wait till she got to Renaissance, then explain it to Demena.
"Not enough air for everybody, Professor." "Not my fault, I didn't know."
She sat entertaining murderous thoughts about Barber. Bill suggested she take a trank, but she had to be sure she was fully functional in the morning.
"I don't know yet, Bill," she said.
The interior lights dimmed as it grew late. The observation panels also darkened, creating the illusion that night had arrived outside. Gradually the mist faded until she could see only an occasional reflection of the cabin lights outside. Usually she was quite comfortable in the wild side, but tonight the vessel felt empty, gloomy, silent. There were echoes in the ship, and she listened to air currents and the murmur of the electronics. She sat down in front of her display every few minutes and checked the wild side's position. Meantime, Preacher was getting farther away. She could send a hypercom after him as soon as she reached Renaissance, but by then it would be far too late. She decided she would leave nobody, put them all on board, and run for it. But the wild side didn't have the raw power to climb directly out of the gravity well. She'd have to arc into orbit and then lift out. That would put the flare virtually on top of her before she could make the jump. But it was okay. That wasn't the problem. The air was the problem. Her only hope to save everyone was to rendezvous with the Condor. She couldn't do it in deep space. They'd have nothing to key on, so they wouldn't be able to find each other. Not in so short a time. She had to pick a nearby star, something within a few hours, inform Preach, go there, and hope for the best. The obvious candidate was an unnamed Class M, 5 light-years away, approximately 8 hours travel time. Add that to the couple of hours it would take her to get away from the flare, and she would have people succumbing to oxygen deprivation at about the time she arrived. Even assuming the Condor showed up promptly, it was unlikely Preach would be able to find her inside another 3 or 4 hours. It was possible. He could even jump out alongside her, but it wasn't very likely. "It's not your fault," Bill said again. "Bill," she snapped, "go away." He retired and left her to the clicks, burps, and whispers of the empty ship. She stayed on the bridge past midnight. The engines rumbled into life at about 1 and began the long process of slowing the wild side down for its rendezvous. She looked through the archives and found an old UNN program, during which Demena and Mary Harper and someone else she didn't know, Marvin Child, argued for the life of Renaissance Station before an Academy committee. "Do you think," demanded Harper, "we'd ask our colleagues to go out there, that we'd go out there ourselves, if we weren't sure it was safe?" Child was thin, gray, tired, but he exhibited a fair degree of contempt for anyone who disagreed with him. "Just listen to me," he suggested, "and everything will be okay." Demena wasn't much better. "Of course there's a hazard," he conceded at the conclusion of the hearing, "but we're willing to accept the risk." What had he said to her? "I told them this would happen." She listened to him and his partners assuring the world very emphatically that it would not. Hell, they'd brought their dependents out here. When the chairman thanked them for coming, Child nodded slightly, the way one does when the last person in the pot folds his cards. He knew they had won. Too much money had already been spent on Renaissance, and some high-powered reputations were involved. Right, they were willing to accept the risk. And now that the crunch had arrived, they were looking for old Hutch to come in and pick up their chips. "Come on, babe, get your rear end over here. Let's move." A little before 5, she climbed out of her chair, trudged back to her quarters, showered, brushed her teeth, and put on a fresh uniform. She checked the individual compartments to ensure they were ready. She'd need additional bedding to protect her extra passengers. That would come from the station. She directed Bill to be ready to adjust life support to maximum. When that was done, she went back to the bridge. Her failure to tell Demena the truth about their situation hung over her, and somehow, in her own mind, laid the guilt for the calamity at her door. She knew that was crazy, but she couldn't push it away. "We are where we are supposed to be," said Bill, interrupting her struggle. 27 minutes to rendezvous." He was wearing a gray blazer and matching slacks. "It would have been prudent to shut the place down a couple of years ago." "A lot of people have their careers tied into Renaissance," she said. "No one yet understands all the details of star formation. It's an important project, but they sent the wrong people out. They got unlucky, and it's probably inevitable that they'd stay until the roof fell in." The mist was becoming brighter. Hutch was watching it flicker across a half-dozen screens when Bill broke in. "I have a channel open to Renaissance." "Thank God. Get Demena for me, Bill." The comm screen flipped through a series of distorted images. "Welcome to Renaissance," said a strange voice before breaking up. The signal was weak. They'd had transmitter problems of their own. The picture cleared and went out a couple of times. When Bill finally locked it in, she was looking at Demena. "Good morning, Professor," said Hutch. He looked at her somberly. "We were worried about you. I'm glad to see that you survived, and that you're here." Hutch nodded. "We have a problem," she said. "Are we on a private channel?" The muscles in his jaw moved. "No, but it doesn't matter. Say what you have to say."
There was a communication breakdown somewhere. The wild side has limited space. I wasn't aware you had dependents.
What? For God's sake, woman, how could that happen?
Maybe because nobody thought you'd be dumb enough to bring dependents out here. But she let it go. The ship's designed to carry 31 passengers. Wait,
What's that?
his face reddened, and she thought he was going to scream at her.
What are we supposed to do with the rest of our people?
He wiped the back of his hand against his mouth and looked to one side and then the other. He was listening to someone. Then,
Is another ship coming?
maybe, she said.
Maybe.
She looked at him. Let me ask you a question. We got hit by an EMP.
It was a spillover from the jet. Happens once in a while. It wasn't an EMP, not strictly speaking.
He relaxed a bit, as if speaking about something else helped divert him from the choices he would have to make. It had the same effect. Fried everything on the hull.
Yes, a stream of high-energy particles will do that. It knocked us out, too. What's your question?
Did you get back up? Have you been in contact with Serenity?
No, it's too hot out there. We set up a transmitter inside so we could talk to you. It's all we have.
She swallowed and struggled to control her voice. Then they don't know the situation.
They certainly know we've gone dead. We were talking to them when it happened.
Do they know you need to evacuate?
We were advising them of that fact.
It was like pulling teeth. And did you make your point before you got blown off the circuit? He struggled to keep his temper.
Yes.
Okay. They know he needs to get out. And they know the wild side is too small. That should mean, has to mean, the Condor is on its way.
Anything else, Captain Hutchins?
There was. Send us everything you have on the flare.
It was still coming. It was big, and it was hot, and it was going to turn Renaissance into a memory.
Its range had closed to 6.6 million clicks, and it was approaching at 37,000 kilometers per minute. She'd need an hour running in orbit before she could gain enough momentum to lift away. She'd be able to get clear, but she was going to get her feet toasted. She thanked him and signed off. Moments later, she saw a flash of silver in the mist. The station. Renaissance Station was composed of 3 ancient superluminals. The Belize, a former Academy survey vessel, the Nakaguma, a ship that had once hauled supplies and people out to the terraformers at Karakwa, and the storied Harbinger, which had discovered the Nox, the only known living extraterrestrial civilization. There had been a long fight to have the Harbinger declared a global monument, but the effort had failed, and the legendary ship would end its days out here in this inferno. Their drives had been removed, hulls heavily reinforced, cooling systems beefed up. Thick connecting tubes joined them, and a vast array of sensors, antennas, particle detectors, transducers, and assorted other hardware covered the hulls. The proud legend, Academy of Science and Technology, was emblazoned across the Nakaguma's hull, and the after section of the Harbinger bore the Academy seal, a scroll and lamp framing the blue earth of the World Council. Ordinarily, she would have turned the ship over to Bill, who liked to dock, or claimed he did, but with the sensors down, she switched to manual. They'd hollowed out a substantial section of the Nakaguma, which was by far the largest of the 3 vessels, to create a service bay for incoming ships. She matched orbit and attitude and glided toward it. Several rows of utility lights blinked on to guide her, and a controller assisted. With systems down, it became fairly primitive. "A couple of degrees to port. Ease off a bit. That's good. Keep coming."
"You're doing quite well," said Bill.
AIs weren't supposed to display sarcasm, but there it was. "Thank you, Bill," she said quietly. She got smoothly through the doors into the interior of the Nakaguma and eased into the dock. "Switch to maintenance, Bill," she said. The AI acknowledged. Engines shut down and power went to minimum. An access tube spiraled out of the dock and connected with her airlock. She checked to make sure her uniform looked good, opened the hatch, and strode through into Renaissance Station. Demena was waiting. He looked past her as if she didn't exist.
"You don't have much time," he said.
She needed to replace the burned-out gear on the hull. Her passengers were already arriving, mostly women and children. They were carrying luggage. A few of the younger kids had toys, model starships, balls, dolls. Outside, 2 technicians in E-suits hurried along the docking skirt and inserted fuel lines. Hutch stood back to let her passengers board. Others, husbands, friends, fathers probably, a few other women, filed out into the observation gallery. One of the women pushed her child forward, a sandy-haired boy about 6. Tears were streaming down her eyes. She implored Hutch to take care of the child and turned to Demena. "I won't leave him," she said, referring to someone not present. "Put somebody else on in my place." "Mandy," said the director. "His name's Jay," Mandy told Hutch. She hugged the boy. The scene grew more tearful, and then she was gone, pushing back through those trying to get on board. "We decided not to crowd the ship," said Demena. "Some of us are staying." "That's not the way—" He held up a hand. It was decided. "Her husband is a department head." In that moment, Hutch conceived a hatred for Barbara that was stronger than any emotion she had felt in her life. She wanted him dead. "I'll get someone to replace her," Demena said coldly. "How exactly do we handle this? 25 of us have volunteered to stay. Is that the way we do it? Does that provide a reasonable number, or can you take a couple more without compromising safety?" It was the most terrible moment of her life. "We don't have to do it this way. We can load everybody up and—" "This is the way we have chosen." He was right, of course. If everyone boarded the wild side, they became extra mass, slowed acceleration, used up air, put the others at risk, and eventually, barring a miracle, would have to go out through the airlock. If they stayed, they were at least in a place where a rescuing vessel would know to come. Small enough chance, but maybe the best one there was. "Hutch," said Bill, "there are things you need to attend to if we're to get going." The world swam around her, and she looked from Demena to the people staggering through the airlock, to children asking why their fathers were not coming, to the desperate faces gathered inside the gallery. "Hutch," Bill was getting louder, "it's essential that we complete repairs on the hull. There is very little time." She scarcely heard him. Demena stood before her like a judge. And that was the moment Preacher Brawley chose to ride to the rescue. The signal from the Condor might have been picked up earlier had any of the technicians at the station been at their posts, but Bill caught it, recognized it immediately for what it was. "Hutch," he told her, "I have good news." Chapter 2. September 2224. There are names written in our immortal scroll at which fame blushes. William Hazlitt. Characteristics 22, 1823. When the Academy announced that Clay Barber would receive the Commissioner's Special Recognition Medal for his actions during the Renaissance Station incident, Hutch realized it was time to go. She had put in more than 20 years hauling people and cargo back and forth between Earth and its various outstations. The flights were long and dull. She spent weeks at a time inside her ship, usually with no crew, with a code that required her to minimize social relations with her passengers, with no clear skies or empty beaches or rainstorms or German restaurants, and without even recognition for services performed, for people's rear ends bailed out. Other women her age had families, had careers, at least had lovers. Unless something radical changed, Hutch had no prospect for marriage, no likelihood of advancement, and no serious chance for anything other than an occasional ricochet romance. She was never in one place long enough. Moreover, the Academy had now hung her out to dry twice during the last year, once at Deepsix and now at Renaissance Station. It was enough. Time to walk away. Find a nice, quiet job somewhere as a lifeguard or a forest ranger. Her retirement money would keep a roof over her head, so she could afford to do whatever she liked. She returned to Serenity for refueling and maintenance, then carried some of the Renaissance Station personnel back to Earth. It was a 5-week flight, and she spent most of it on the bridge making plans. Her passengers grumbled extensively about management and how their lives had been needlessly jeopardized, and they formed a community bond on the way home, a bond that might have been stronger than whatever had held them together at Renaissance, because they'd now come through a terrifying experience together. They played bridge and hung out in the common room and organized picnics on a virtual beach. Although Hutch was not excluded and was in fact quite popular with them, especially some of the younger males, she was nevertheless always an outsider, a woman who, in their view, was never at risk. 2 weeks out, she received an invitation to the clay barber ceremony, which would be conducted at the Academy's Brimson Hall in Arlington on Founder's Day, September 29th. She would pass on that, thank you very much. But then she noticed a preacher's name on the guest list. Well, that put a different light on the occasion. Not that she was going to chase him around or anything, but what the hell? Meantime, she composed a request for retirement. She had 30 days' leave coming up, and she'd take her option to get paid for the time and just walk out the door when she got home. "Are you really not coming back?" asked Bill. His image had become young, virile, handsome. He flashed a sly smile, filled with promise. "You don't have enough software, Bill, to make it work." He laughed, but there was a solemn ring to the sound. "I will miss you, Hutch." "I'll miss you too, partner." The scientific community was heavily represented at the banquet. In addition, several major and a number of minor politicians attended and got their pictures taken, and members of several philanthropic groups who had actively supported the Academy since its inception sat with the commissioner at the head table. Estill Triplett, who had played Ginny Hazeltine in the previous year's mega-hit, FTL, opened the festivities with a soulful rendering of Lost in the Stars. They served chicken and rice with green beans and an array of fruit and desserts. As banquets usually went, the food wasn't bad. Sylvia Virgil, the Academy's Director of Operations, emceed the program, introduced the guests, and gave special recognition to Matthew Brawley, who, alerted by Barber, had arrived at the critical moment to rescue Dr. Demena, his team, and their dependents. Preach came forward, received a plaque, and got a round of applause. He looked like a hero. He was only a bit over average height, but he walked like a man who would not hesitate to tangle with a tiger. Somehow he also managed a self-deprecating aw-shucks smile that suggested we are all heroes, that he just happened to be in the right place. Hutch watched him and became conscious of her heartbeat. Well, why not? She was entitled. Virgil next asked all the persons to stand who had been at Renaissance Station when the catastrophe developed. They were seated more or less together in the front of the banquet hall on the left. They got up and smiled back at the audience while imagers homed in and applause rolled through the room. One of the smaller children looked around, bewildered. The director next summoned Senator Alan Nazarian to present the award to Barber. Nazarian sat on the Science and Research Committee, where he functioned as a champion of Academy funding. He was one of the widest human beings Hutch had ever seen, but despite his girth he rose with grace, acknowledged the applause, strode to the lectern, and looked out across the tables. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said in his Boston Brahmin tones, "it's an honor to be with you tonight on this auspicious occasion." He went on in a high-flown manner for several minutes, talking about the dangers and rigors of doing research in the hostile environment beyond Earth. "Our people constantly put their lives at risk, and one has only to stroll through these buildings to see plaques commemorating those who have made the ultimate sacrifice. Fortunately, tonight, there'll be no memorial, no monument, and we owe that happy fact to the judgment and swift response of one man. Everyone here knows the story, how Barber correctly interpreted the danger when communications were lost almost simultaneously with both Renaissance Station and with the Wild Side." Hutch's emotions must have been showing. A young man on her right asked if she were okay. "Clay recognized the fingerprint of an EMP event," Nazarian continued, "and he realized that the disruption meant conditions at Proteus had worsened. It was possible that both Renaissance Station and the ship were in danger. He could not know for certain what was happening, and there was only one vessel, the Condor, that could be sent to the rescue. But the distance between the Condor and the people at Proteus was increasing every minute he delayed. In the best traditions of the Academy, he assumed the worst and diverted the Condor, and to that happy judgment we owe the lives of the men, women, and children who had been living and working at Proteus." He turned and looked to his left. "Dr. Barber." Barber, who had been seated at a front table, rose with all due modesty, smiled at the audience, started forward. Nazarian bent down behind a lectern, retrieved an object wrapped in green cloth. It was a medallion. "It gives me great pleasure." Barber beamed. Nazarian read from the inscription, "For exercising judgment and initiative, resulting in the rescue of the 56 persons at Renaissance Station, given in recognition by the Commissioner, September 29th, 2224. Demena, seated at a table away from Hutch, glanced over his shoulder at her, then leaned toward her. "Bet you're glad he was there to pull your chestnuts out of the fire, Hutchins." Barber held the award high for everyone to see, shook Nazarian's hand, and turned to the audience. He confessed he had done nothing that any other operations chief, under the circumstances, wouldn't have done. The inference to be drawn from the evidence had been clear enough. He thanked Sarah Smith, a watch officer who'd called his attention to the anomaly, and Preacher— Barber dropped the Matthew and used the name by which the man was really known— Brawley, who, when alerted to the danger, had not hesitated to go to the rescue. At his insistence, Matt stood for a second round of cheers. Oh, and Priscilla Hutchins, who helped get some of the staff out on the wild side, was here also. Hutch rose to scattered applause. When it was over, she noticed that Preach began to head her way. She idled out through a rear door, giving him time. She was talking to a couple of the Academy's administrative people when he caught up, beamed a smile at her, bent down and kissed her chastely on one cheek. "Good to see you again, Hutch," he said. There'd been no chance to talk during the rescue. She'd had to replace her damaged electronics while the Condor waited to dock, and while she scrambled across the hull, locking in the new gear, Preach had fidgeted. "I don't want to rush you, babe," he said, "and it's not getting any earlier out here." She'd wrapped the job in 17 minutes flat, and 3 minutes later wished him luck and cleared the area. She was well ahead of the flare, and knew the wild side would have no problem. The Condor, though, was going to need a quick getaway and lots of acceleration. It would be a bumpy ride, accompanied by a serious scare. But the Preacher brought them through and delivered everyone several days later to Serenity Station. By then Hutch was gone on her way home. "I didn't know you were going to be here," he said. "They told me you were on assignment." Hutch nodded. "I'm not surprised. They think everybody's always on assignment." "Does the Academy really give awards when people are smart enough to overcome a screw-up that shouldn't have happened in the first place?" She laughed and waved the question away. "I was never so glad to see anybody in my life, Preach." She'd told him from the wild side how grateful she was for his timely appearance, and he'd smiled and shrugged and allowed as how he was glad to have been in a position to help. "I'll say this for him, though," said Preach. "I have to like anybody who gives me the chance to win the gratitude of a beautiful woman." He looked around the banquet hall. "How about joining me," he said, "for a drink at the Skyway?" "If you'll show me your plaque." He nodded and unwrapped it for her. It carried an image of the Condor, and the legend, Salvation Express. It was made of burnished oak, and she felt mildly jealous. "Salvation Express," she said. He let his amusement show. "Better than The Preacher Rides Again," which they tell me was their first choice. They were starting for the door when Virgil spotted them, signaled that they should wait, and came over. "Well," she said, glancing from one to the other, "imagine finding you two together." Hutch introduced the director. "We're indebted to you both," she said, shaking Preach's hand. She moved them off to one side. "That could have been a disaster out there. If you two hadn't gotten everybody out, we'd have been looking at a public relations debacle that might have shut us down altogether. And people would have been dead, too. But never mind." She had good reason to be grateful. The director had had a role in approving the decision to keep Renaissance open. "You were lucky," rumbled Preach, looking solemnly at her. He was extraordinarily handsome, Hutch decided, in evening clothes. Blue jacket, white shirt, blue cravat, an eagle ring on the fourth finger of his left hand. It was silver, and had been awarded to him by the World Humanitarian Commission for taking emergency medical supplies to Caraqua at his own expense. All in all, he was quite dashing. He caught her in the act of appraising him. Something changed subtly in his expression, softening it, and his gaze swept briefly across her bare shoulders. Yes, indeed, she thought. If Virgil caught any of the counterplay, she kept it to herself. She had a reputation for ruthlessness, and the rumor was that she had paid her way through school by performing as a stripper. Any means to an end. She would have been a beautiful woman, save that everything about her had a hard edge. She always spoke with a voice of command. Her eyes were too penetrating, her manner a bit too confident. She had been married 3 times. Nobody had renewed. "Hutch," she said, "may I speak with you a moment about your transmission?" "The retirement." "Certainly, Sylvia, but I wish you wouldn't. I wanted you to know I'm distressed to see that you're thinking about leaving us." "It's time," Hutch said. "Well, I can't argue with you about your feelings." She looked at Preach. "We're losing a superb officer, Preacher." Preach duly nodded, as if he knew as well as anybody. "Hutch, I've a favor to ask. I'd like to persuade you to undertake one more mission for us. It's important. You've been specifically requested." "Really? By whom?" "Moreover," she said, as if Hutch hadn't spoken, "we'd like very much to keep you with the Academy. I believe that I'll be able to offer you a challenging position, groundside, in a few weeks, and I'd be grateful if you kept that to yourself, because technically we have to post the job. Pretend that all applicants would receive serious consideration. We'd keep you here in Arlington," she added. Hutch hadn't been prepared for this. She'd expected to be processed out. "No glitches, thank you very much. Have a good life, right when you get work." "What's the mission?" she asked. Virgil had taken over the Academy less than a year earlier, and had wasted no time in clearing out, as the phrase went, the deadwood. That involved most of the administrative force. It sounded as if someone else had lost favor. "I wonder," she said, "if we could go by my office for the rest of this?" Hutch hesitated. She didn't want to walk away from Preach. "Both of you," Virgil added, smiling pleasantly at his surprise. Whatever else you could say about her, Hutch thought, the woman is no dummy. Hutch got her wrap. The preacher shrugged into a coat, and Virgil led the way out into the park. They crossed the bridge over the moon pool. The night was cloudy, brisk, threatening rain. The lights from the District of Columbia created a glare in the northern sky. A few taxis drifted down to pick up departing guests. "Lovely event," said Hutch. "Yes, it was an emotional evening." Virgil slipped a pill from an engraved box and swallowed it. "There was talk of medical problems. When everything has run its course, I'll be encouraging him to resign." Hutch had to run the comment through a second time before she realized she was talking about Barber. They stopped in the middle of the bridge. "I'm telling you this, Hutch, because I want you to understand I appreciate your discretion. I know you could have blown the whistle on us all." Hutch did not reply. "You were smart enough to realize it would have done no good, and it could have caused a great deal of harm. The Academy has political enemies who would love to use an incident like this to argue that we're not very competent, to put us out of business if they can." Something splashed in the pool. Preach inserted himself into Virgil's line of vision. "How incompetent is the Academy? Barber could have gotten a lot of people killed out there. For that matter, so could Demena." Virgil looked cold. It had been warm at the beginning of the evening, and she wore only a light jacket over her gown. "I know." "Is this why you wanted to talk to me?" asked Preach, still obviously wondering why he was present. "No. I wanted to commend you on your good sense, and I wanted to assure you I'm taking care of the problem. He won't be going back to Serenity." She shivered. "And I have an offer to make to you, too. Let's go where it's warm." Minutes later they hurried inside the administration building and up to the second floor. Lights blinked on for them, doors swung open, and they entered the director's office. Virgil took a sweater from a closet and pulled it around her shoulders. Was Hutch cold? No? Very good. "Can I get you something to drink?" She rattled off what was available and gestured to a couple of padded chairs. It was spacious, luxurious in a government-issue sort of way. Fake leather, dark-stained walls, lots of plaques, Montrose Award for Achievement in the Field of Linear Mathematics, Commissioner's Medal for Advancement of Science, State of Maryland's Citizen of the Year, Canadian Mother of the Year, pictures of a former husband and twin daughters on the desk. There were photos of the director with Obereit, with Simpson and Dawes, with Sim star Dashiell Banner, with the president. On the whole, a substantial amount of intimidation hung on those walls. Preach asked for a glass of Bordeaux. Hutch opted for an almond liqueur. The director filled a third glass with brandy and sat down behind an enormous walnut desk. She sipped her drink and looked from one to the other, evidently enjoying their confusion. "I assume," she said, "you've heard about the Benjamin mission?" Hutch knew of it, of course, but Preach shook his head. No, he had no idea what the director was referring to. "It was a research operation out to a neutron star," Hutch said. "Several years ago. There was a rumor they heard something. A radio transmission of some sort. 1107, wasn't it? But they were never able to confirm anything." "It wasn't a rumor," said Virgil. "They picked up a radio signal that appeared to be artificial." "Who else was out there?" asked Preach. "Well, that's the point, isn't it? There was nobody even remotely close." She put the glass down. "Langley stayed out there for 6 months. The captain. They never heard it again. Not a whisper." Preach shrugged. "That's not a unique story. People hear things all the time." "Preacher, they used a satellite array during the search. When they came back, they left the satellites in place." "And one of them," guessed Hutch, "picked it up again." Virgil swung around and gazed out through her window at the quad. "That's right. There's been a second intercept. We got the report 3 weeks ago." "And?" "The source is in orbit around the neutron star." "Probably a local anomaly," said Preach. "Anything's possible close to that kind of beast. Has anybody been able to read it yet?" "No. We haven't had any success at translation." Preach didn't look satisfied. "How much of an intercept?" "Not much, like the first, just over a second. The wave's narrow, the satellite just passed through it. It's a directed beam." "Directed where?" She threw up her hands. "The direction is compatible with the first intercept, but we're not aware of a target." "That's not very helpful." She shrugged. "The beam doesn't seem to be aimed at anything. There's no planetary system, of course, and we didn't see any anomalous objects drifting around." "Which means nothing," said Preach. Virgil's eyes locked on him, but they were strictly business. "We just don't know for certain what's happening. Probably nothing. Some of our people think it might even be a temporal reflection, a signal from a future mission, something bounced out of a time warp." Hutch understood that time warps only operated over a few seconds, even under the most extreme conditions, but she didn't comment. She could, however, see where this was headed, and it seemed simple enough. They'd ask her to take some investigators out, hang around while they listened, and bring them back. Preach studied his Bordeaux in the light of a table lamp. "You want someone to go out and take a look?" "Not exactly." Virgil finished her drink, put down the glass, and inspected Hutch. Humans had been wandering around their local environs now for more than a half-century. They'd found a handful of living worlds, a few sets of ruins, and the Nox. "Hutch, are you familiar with the Contact Society?" "Sure. They're a group of wackos who want to find extraterrestrial civilizations." "Not quite," she said. "And I'm not sure they're, wackos. They maintain that we aren't doing enough to school ourselves for an encounter with another intelligence. They say it's just a matter of time, and we're behaving as if we have the galaxy to ourselves. I'm not entirely sure I'd be prepared to argue with that." "What's it matter? We've been out there a long time, and the place does look pretty empty." "Well," said Virgil, "that's really neither here nor there. The point is that they've raised an enormous amount of money for the Academy. It's true they believe that insufficient effort is being made to see who else is in the neighborhood. That's their holy grail, and they think of it as the prime purpose for the Academy's existence. And that's fine. We have no reason to disabuse them of that notion." "And," said Preacher, "they're interested in the intercept at 1107. "Yes, they are. They've been pressuring us to look into it for a long time. With this latest piece of information stirring things up, it wouldn't be prudent to just wait for it to go away." She sat back in her chair, tapped her fingertips on the desktop. "I don't think there's anything to it. I mean, how could there be? Even had the Benny actually intercepted an ET communication, why would they still be hanging around out there 4 years later? Okay? You understand what I'm saying? I don't know what the explanation is, but I know it's not Martians. Virgil was looking directly at her. Hutch, do you know who George Hockelman is? She had no idea. He's the CEO for Miranda's Restaurants. Oh, the guy with the secret recipe for tortillas. Something like that. He's also a major supporter of Academy initiatives. In fact, at the end of the year, he'll be contributing a ship. A superluminal? Yes, the city of Memphis. It's just been launched. It's named for his hometown, said Hutch. That's correct. We get it after the end of the year. Why the delay? It has something to do with taxes, but that's not the point. She was hesitating. Something she doesn't want to tell us. The Memphis is going out to take a look at 1107. Next year. Next week. But you said it's on loan. Okay. I'd like you to run the mission, Hutch. Why me? She asked. Hockelman wants you. She beamed at Hutch. It's the fallout from the Deepsix business. He thinks you're the best we have. She caught herself. Not that you aren't. We'll pay well for this one. And when you get back, I'll see that there's something waiting for you. 1107 was a long way out. That's a haul. Hutch, we want very much to keep this guy happy. I take it as a personal favor. Who'll be leading the science team? Well, that's where it gets a little unusual. There won't be a science team. She stood, rotated her palms against one another, and tried to look as if everything were in perfect order. Hutch, this would be basically a PR mission. You'll be carrying some members of the Contact Society, including Hockelman. Show them what they want to see, which will be a very heavy dead star that just sits there. Cruise around listening for radio transmissions until they get bored. Then come home. She canted her head. Will you do it? It sounded harmless enough. Which academy job is coming open? Personnel director. Godwin? Yes, she smiled. He's going to resign. But he probably doesn't know it yet. She didn't think she'd want the job, but Brawley's presence was having an effect. She felt uncomfortable turning down a request like this with him standing there. Not that his opinion really mattered. I'll think it over, she said. Hutch, we only have a few days. I'm afraid I have to know tonight. She got up, came around the desk, and leaned against it. I'd really like to have you do this. Brawley was looking carefully off in another direction. Okay, Hutch said. Good. She picked up a pen and scribbled something on a notepad. If you can arrange to stop by the ops desk tomorrow, they'll have all the details for you. She refilled Hutch's glass and turned her attention to the preacher. I'd like to offer you a commission, Captain Brawley. Preacher's eyebrows went up. You want me to go along? No. Pity, thought Hutch. Virgil touched the desk, and the lights went out. A star field appeared in the center of the room. Sirian cluster, she said. The neutron star is here. She moved a pointer to indicate the spot. And the transmission. A cursor blinked on and became a line. The line moved among the stars until it touched one which turned a bright blue. The Society had suggested the target might be located beyond the immediate area of 1107, that the signal is in fact interstellar. She shrugged. I think it's crazy. But who am I to comment on these things? She pointed at the blue star and began looking through papers on her desk. The catalog number is here somewhere. Preach watched with rapt attention. You'll note that the neutron star, the entire length of the transmission line, and point B, the target star, are all well outside the bubble. Beyond the 120 light-year sphere of explored space that centered more or less on Arlington. The Benjamin Martin mission was our first penetration into that area. The Society wants to send a second mission to Point B. They're willing to pay for it, but they want us to set it up. Why me? Preach asked. Why not use one of your own ships? These people like comfort. The Condor is a bit more luxurious than anything we have." She glanced at Hutch. "You'll notice that the Memphis is somewhat more than you're accustomed to as well." She held a contract out to Preach. "We'd like to lease you and your ship for approximately 4 months. He looked at the document. "Let me understand this. You want me to take these people out to Point B to do what? See what's there. How far is it?" "From the neutron star." She flicked on a lamp and gazed at her notes. 16 light years. He looked down at the contract. "I have to check on other commitments," he said. "I'll let you know in the morning." "What did you think of the chicken?" Preach asked as they recrossed the bridge. "It was okay," she said. The sky had clouded over, and there was a sprinkle of rain on the wind. He looked down at her with those large blue eyes. "How about a sandwich before we call it a night? Some real food." They took a taxi across the Potomac to the Crystal Tower. Pricey, she thought, but if Brawley wanted to show off a bit, she was willing to cooperate. They came down on the rooftop, descended 1 floor to Maxey's, and settled into a booth with a view of the Lincoln Memorial and the White House Museum, resplendent behind its dikes. Constitution Island was a smear of lights in the rain, which was growing more intense. The fireplace was crackling happily, and whispery music drifted out of the sound system. Hutch slipped out of a wrap. "What do you think?" Preach asked. "Should I go?" He looked gorgeous in the shifting light. She smiled. "Why would you ask me? Did you mean what you said? Are you booked?" "I can subcontract the other assignments." "So you are going to do it?" "Yes, I think so. The money'll be decent." A robot appeared, lit the candles, and took their orders: cheese and bacon for Hutch, beef stew for Preach, and 2 cold beers. "You have any experience with these people?" "The What's-a Society?" "Contact. I've met a couple of them. They're okay, as long as you don't get them started on aliens." The beers came. They touched glasses. "To the loveliest woman in the room," he said, affecting to gaze about and confirm his judgment. "Yes," he said, "no question about it." "You're a sweetheart, Preach." She put some brandy into her voice, and then, "Who knows, maybe you'll strike gold out there." He looked at her over the rim of his glass. "And what would the gold be?" "The neighbors. At last, after all these years and all the ruins and the hints, we actually find them. Peach Brawley finds them. And suddenly we have somebody to talk to." "Here's to the neighbors," he said. Their meals came. While the robot set them down, Hutch glanced about her, scanned the several dozen couples in the room, and decided Preach was right. She was the most attractive woman in the place. He tried his stew, gave it his approval, and inquired about her sandwich. "It is," she said, "delicious. Not unlike the company." The whispery music faded, and virtual entertainers appeared. They were dressed in flowing caftans and armed with a variety of stringed instruments and horns. Their leader, lanky, seductive, dark of eye and mean, signaled, and they rolled into their first number. "Oh, my baby has a ticket on the Babylon Express. She'll be riding through the Chaldees, she'll be gliding past the Sphinx, 'cause she loves me truly on the Babylon Express." "Another express," said Hutch. Preach frowned. "Who are these guys?" She shouldn't have been surprised. Even if he knew who they were, she suspected he'd have pleaded ignorance. Preach didn't strike her as someone who'd admit to a taste for pop culture. So she put on a tolerant face. "That's Hammurabi Smith and his Hanging Gardeners," she said. "The Babylon Express is their signature number." "I can see why it would be." She reduced the volume, and they made small talk for a few minutes, whether it might rain all night, where she was from, how Preach had gotten started as a superluminal contractor. Midway through the meal he laid his fork down, leaned forward, and lowered his voice. "Do you think there might Really be something out there? Somewhere, she said, sure. But hanging around a neutron star? I don't think so. They finished up and strolled onto the overlook. More coffee was available, and the music from Maxie's was piped in. But they'd been there only a few minutes when someone shut it off, and a commotion developed in a far corner. "Not now, David," said a woman in tones that suggested now would be a very good moment. Her eyes glittered, her lush black hair fell to her waist, and she appeared to have had a little too much to drink. She wore red and black and was exposed to the navel. She and David were standing on a small stage. Professionals, she realized. David was an immense young male, probably a head taller than the preacher. His hair was gold, and it fell into his eyes. "Beth," he said, "I'm sure the folks would enjoy it." Several people applauded. She gave up, and David opened a cabinet, pulled out a pocket, and turned it on. Its strings hummed with energy. Beth looked resigned, said, "Okay, if you must," and moved to the edge of the stage. David rippled lightly through a few chords. The crowd expanded. "What would you folks like to hear?" Beth asked. "How about Randy Andy?" said a female voice. David tried a few chords, producing a burst of light and sound, and then he cut it off. "Too loud. I feel moody tonight." "The Macon City Bar," suggested a baritone. Beth laughed. "This is a desperate bunch, David," she said. They cheered. "She stood her ground at the Macon City Bar, took my heart, and I never been the same since she stood her ground at the Macon City Bar." Pretty soon everybody was singing and dancing. Hutch and Preach joined in. He sang off-key a lot, but he knew it, may have exaggerated it for effect, and grinned when she laughed. "I get better after I've had a few," he said. She luxuriated in his presence and in his embrace. It had been a long time since she'd been close to somebody who could generate this kind of electricity. Beth played, and the crowd roared. They sang Rocky Mountain Lollipop and Highballer, a rousing number about the glide trains, and Deep Down in the Culver City Mine, and Last Man Out, and Climbing on the Ark. Beth was sitting atop a dais by then, doing requests, sometimes performing one of her own choices. In the middle of the Peacemaker hymn, she spotted Preach and signaled him to join her. He glanced down at Hutch, looking for her reaction. "Go," she said, faking nonchalance. Maybe Hutch wasn't the loveliest woman in the room. They performed Providence Jack, who was faithful as long as I could see him. When they finished, she let him go, but she ended the evening with Azteca, looking at him the whole time and leaving no doubt about her inclinations. During intermission, they broke away. He escorted Hutch back out to the taxi-pad, and looked innocent when she suggested he'd made a conquest. It was raining heavily. They rose through the storm, and he seemed pensive. "Hutch," he said finally, "are you by any chance free tomorrow?" "I'm headed for Princeton, Preach," she said, "to see my mom." "Oh." "Why did you ask?" "I was going to suggest dinner." He shrugged the whole thing off. "Bad idea. Should have known you'd be busy." "She's expecting me, Preach. Hasn't seen me in a year. I can't really beg off." Her instincts were telling her just as well. Don't rush things, not if she was seriously interested in him. "Tell you what, though, I'll be back Friday. How about we get together then?" "Okay," he said. "Call me when you get in." The taxi landed on the rooftop of her hotel. He told it to wait, got out, and went with her to her apartment door. She opened up and turned back toward him, debating whether to invite him inside. She'd been drinking a bit too much, as had he. "Thanks, Preach," she said. "It was a lovely evening." "Me too." He leaned toward her, planted a chaste kiss on her forehead, opening his lips and letting them linger just long enough to stoke her fire a bit. Knows what he's doing, this lad. Then he took all decisions out of her hands by backing away. "You're one of a kind, Hutch," he said, and he wheeled and strode off. She watched him disappear into the lift and had to fight off the sense that she was being an idiot. She closed the door softly and went to the window. Moments later she saw a taxi rise into the night and arc off in the general direction of the Crystal Tower. Chapter 3. Decadence has been given a bad name throughout history. The truth is, there is never a better era in which to be alive than a decadent one. The food is good, the liquor flows, women are usually willing, and somebody else is fighting the wars. It's invariably the next generation that has to pick up the bill. Gregory McAllister, Strolling Through Gomorrah, 2214. Hutch checked in at the operations desk at mid-morning and got her instructions. She was told to expect between 6 and 8 passengers. Details weren't finalized. There'd be a briefing at the Academy conference room on the wheel on the 6th, and departure would be October 7th. She was also given a virtual tour of the city of Memphis. It was smaller by half than most of the Academy carriers, but her size was largely a function of reductions in space given over to propulsion systems, made possible by technological advances in both the Hazeltines and the fusion engines, whose specs indicated a level of efficiency beyond anything she'd seen before. Sensor arrays and communications systems were state-of-the-art, as were command and control functions. The interior was reasonably spacious and eminently luxurious. The metal and plastic to which she was accustomed had been replaced with soft pseudo-leather, stained paneling, and lushly carpeted decks. Curtains and wainscoting were everywhere. The common room was attractively fitted out with the kind of furniture one might, almost, find at an expensive club. It also possessed an operations center with all the push-buttons and displays one might wish to survey a new world. It would be rather like living in one of those grand 21st-century homes at the tip of Provincetown. The bridge had soft lighting and a series of scents that could be piped in, lemon and cedar and a dozen other fragrances. Give me a little time, and I believe I can get used to this. What about Bill? The operations officer said that an AI package was available with the ship. Since Memphis was not an Academy vessel, the House intelligence had not been installed. What was her preference? She opted for Bill. She'd hoped Preach might turn up, but a discreet inquiry produced the information that he'd come in at 9, right after they'd opened, got his information, and left. She felt deflated and thought about rescheduling her flight home into the late afternoon. That would allow her to call him and suggest they meet for lunch. Should have arranged that last night when the opportunity had been there. But she shrugged the idea away as ill-advised. Let's not look anxious. She treated herself to some new clothes, went back to her apartment, packed, and took a taxi out to National. She was at her mother's by 7. Hutch's mother, Teresa Margaret Hutchins, lived in Farleyville, a northern suburb of Princeton. She was waiting outside the house at the foot of the pad with a half-dozen friends when the taxi descended. There were some ribbons in the trees, and a few of the neighborhood children had shown up to see what the fuss was about. The occasion lacked only the high school band. Everyone was anxious to meet Teresa's celebrated daughter. It was a ritual she went through every time she came back. My daughter, the star pilot. Hutch's taxi descended onto the landing pad. She paid up, climbed out, hugged her mother, hugged and shook hands with everybody else. And Mom started. Priscilla was with the people who discovered the Omega clouds, she told a middle-aged woman whose name seemed to be Weepy. And they responded, as people always did at these homecomings. You must tell us how it was on Deepsix last year, dear. Do you know my cousin Jamie? He works on the space station out at Caraqua. It must be beautiful out there, traveling among the stars. In fact, it was impossibly dull. Now that she'd faced the reality, she was willing to admit to herself that she'd been living a kind of virtual life. Most of the beaches she'd visited in her lifetime had been electronic, as had the majority of her evenings looking out from mountain-tops, strolling through idyllic forests, or wandering along the walkways of the world's great cities. It occurred to her that the same was true of almost everyone's life. But she dismissed the notion. Hutch understood her mother's pride in her daughter, but it made her uncomfortable. Hutch herself wasn't good at pretending humility when she knew damned well she'd racked up some major accomplishments. Still, there it was, so she bowed her head and tried to come up with the correct reactions as they trooped back to the house. She allowed as how it wasn't very much. She'd been fortunate and had a lot of help. Certainly that was so. Teresa broke out an assortment of goodies and soft drinks, and Hutch answered as best she could questions about why she had pursued so unusual a career, and did she plan to settle down any time soon? She didn't mention her retirement plans. And was it true that people usually got sick when the ships made that transition into the other kind of space? What did you call it? Jump space? Hyperspace, she said. One of the visitors was a teacher, and he asked whether Hutch could come by the school while she was home and talk to an assembly. "We have a lot of students," he said, "who would love to hear some of your experiences." She agreed, and a date and time were set. 2 single males, a history professor from Princeton and a freelance financial advisor, made efforts to get close to her. Both were handsome in a superficial, ground-based sort of way. Clean-cut features, clear skin, hair brushed back, good teeth. "Stand back," she told herself. "This is Mom at work." The professor seemed overwhelmed by her celebrity, and compensated by smiling too much. He was at a loss to manage his end of the conversation. He'd like very much to get to know her better. Was lunch a possibility? He was so nervous she felt sorry for him. "Love to, Harry," she said, "but I'm only here for a few days." The financial advisor's name was Rick, or Mick. She never did get it quite straight. He was an impossible straight arrow, given to the notion that the North American Union was nearing moral collapse, apparently signified by the increasing number of people opting out of marriages at their first opportunity. He was fond of reminding everyone of Rome during her final days, and he implied that he himself would be a durable and highly rewarding partner. He invited her to supply her number, but again she found she would be off-world quite extensively. Would that it were otherwise. Perhaps another time would work better. Hutch wondered what Preach was doing, and the evening dragged on. When it finally ended, and she discovered it was barely 9 o'clock, her mother asked hopefully how it had gone, whether she'd enjoyed herself. What did she think of the 2 males? Hutch was an only child, and her mother's sole chance for grandchildren. It all laid a dark sense of guilt on her shoulders. But what was she supposed to do? "Yes, Mom," she said. "They were nice guys, both of them." Teresa caught the tone in the past tense and sighed. "I guess I should just leave it alone," she said. Hutch had intended to tell her mother that this would be the last flight. But something held her back. Instead, she said only that she didn't plan to go on piloting indefinitely. "Hang in there, Mom," she added. There were obligatory appearances by relatives over the next few days. Between visits, Hutch and Teresa toured the area, ate in restaurants that Hutch hadn't been into in years, stopped by the Hudson Church Repertory Theater for a performance of Downhill All the Way, did plenty of shopping, and attended a sunrise concert. As was her custom, Hutch didn't wear a link when she was attending purely social events. On her last full day she went to the Margaret Ingersoll School, named for the first president of the North American Union, and talked to an auditorium full of teenagers about starflight. They were an enthusiastic audience. Hutch described how it felt to go into close orbit around a gas giant, or to step onto a world, an entire world, bigger than the Earth, on which nothing had ever lived. She flashed images of rings and moons and nebulas and listened delightedly to their reactions, and she saved the black hole for last. "The long string of lights," she explained, "the diamond necklace effect, is a star that's being torn up and is going down the gullet." They looked at the luminous halo that surrounded the hole, at the black center, at the star fragments. "Where does it go?" asked a girl in the rear of the auditorium. "We don't know whether it goes anywhere," she said, "but some people think it's a doorway to another universe." "What do you think?" asked a boy. "Don't know," she said. "Maybe it lets out somewhere," and she lowered her voice. into a world where teens spend their spare time doing geometry. Afterward, on her way out, an 18-year-old boy asked whether she might be free that evening. As it happened, she had planned a double date with her mother. Teresa's escort was one of the actors from the show, polished and good-looking and charming. He'd played the role of Marathon, the bumbling political fanatic. Her own date was a close friend, the celebrated Gregory McAllister, with whom she'd shared the traumatic experience on Deepsix. McAllister had been guest lecturing at Princeton when she contacted him to say hello. One thing had led to another, and he'd come up for the evening. They got back after midnight. Teresa was delighted with Mac, and seemed to think Hutch had been hiding something from her. "Believe me, Mom," Hutch said, "he's an interesting guy, but you wouldn't want him underfoot. He was on his best behavior tonight." The remark left her puzzled, but did not dash her hopes. While they hung up their jackets, Hutch noticed that the comm link was blinking. "What have you got, Janet?" she asked the system. "Matthew Brawley called, Priscilla. Twice." She caught her breath, and when Teresa asked whimsically who Matthew Brawley was, she knew that her mother had seen the reaction. "Just a friend," she said. Teresa nodded and almost restrained a smile. "I'll make coffee," she said, and left. Hutch wondered whether she wanted to take the message in her bedroom, but decided against an action that would only rouse her mother's curiosity and invite further inquiry. "What have you got, Janet?" she asked. "The first call was at 7:15. He left a number and asked that you call back." "And the second?" "I'll put it on screen." The opposite wall faded to black, and Preach materialized. He wore floppy black gym pants and a bilious green pullover shirt open at the neck. He was leaning against something, a tabletop maybe, but the object hadn't been scanned, and so he stood in front of her at an impossible angle, defying gravity. "Hi, Hutch," he said. "I was looking forward to our night out, but Virgil's anxious to get the program up and running. I'm headed to Atlanta tonight, and up to the wheel tomorrow. By Friday we'll be on our way. I guess that puts us off until spring, but I have you on my calendar, and I'm holding you to it. Have a good flight out to 3011, or whatever it is. I'll be nearby. Say hello when you get time." He smiled and blinked off. She stood looking at the screen. Damn. Chapter 4. Time draweth wrinkles in a fair face, but addeth fresh colours to a fast friend, which neither heat, nor cold, nor misery, nor place, nor destiny can alter or diminish. John Lilly, Endymion, 3, 1591. George Hockelman got off to an unpromising start in life. He was the son of unambitious Memphis suburbanites who were content to lounge their way through the years, sipping cold beer and watching themselves performing heroically or romantically in simulated adventures in distant places and more rousing times. George had been a clumsy kid, both physically and socially. He didn't engage in athletics, didn't make friends easily, and in later life he came to suspect he'd spent the better part of his first 15 years sitting in his room building models of starships. His classes didn't go well either. He must have had a vacuous stare or something, because his teachers didn't expect much from him, and consequently he didn't produce much. That was probably just as well, because he was already an inviting target for bullies. But he survived, often with the help of Herman Culp, a tough little kid from Hearst Avenue. Although most of his grades remained indifferent, he discovered a talent for math that translated itself, by the time he was 23, into a sheer genius for predicting financial trends. At 24, he launched the Main Street Observer, an investment newsletter that became so successful that he was twice investigated by the SXC on suspicion of manipulation. By 26, he'd joined Nussbaum's Golden 100, the richest entrepreneurs in the North American Union. 6 years later, he concluded he'd earned all the money he could possibly spend. He had no real interest in wielding influence, and so he began to look for something else to do with his life. He bought the Memphis Rebels of the United League and set out to bring a world championship to his hometown.
It never quite happened, and now, more than 2 decades later, he regarded it as his single serious failure. He'd remained close to Herman. They went hunting each year in the fall, usually in Manitoba, but there'd been a year when Herman had been offered the use of a cousin's lodge. It was north of Montreal, along the St. Maurice River, picturesque country, loaded with moose and deer. The lodge was situated near Dolbeau, a legendary spot where a UFO was supposed to have set down almost a half-century earlier. They'd wandered around town, visited its museum, talked to the inhabitants, gone out to the place where everybody said it actually landed. They'd looked at broken trees and scorched rock, the graves of 3 unfortunate hunters who had, with their dogs, apparently stumbled onto the visitors. Little had been found of the hunters other than charred smears, said the townspeople. So George had wondered what was buried, but he didn't pursue the issue. Had it really happened? The locals swore it had. Pieces of evidence had been found at the scene, but the army had arrived, collected everything, and then denied everything. George understood that it was to the benefit of the citizens of Dolbeau to keep the story alive. The town had become a major tourist center. There were 5 motels, a museum, a theater dedicated to endless restagings of the event, souvenir shops, and a collection of restaurants serving sandwiches with names like the E.T., the Cover-Up, the FTL, the Anti-Grav. All appeared to be prospering. George was a skeptic, both by training and by inclination. Yet there was something about the Dolbeau phenomenon that left him wanting to believe it had happened. He would remember for the rest of his life standing on the ridge overlooking the sacred spot, listening to the wind moving among the trees, and thinking, yes, it might have come in from over there, big and iron-gray with lights blinking, and it would have set down there, mashing those trees. It was disc-shaped. You could still see the bowl formed in the vegetation, maybe 30 meters across. And he believed. From that moment, his life changed. Not a small change, like the day you discover you like asparagus after all, or when you stop wearing white socks. This was life-altering stuff. This was casting off the religious beliefs of a lifetime and signing on for something new. Not that the UFO itself took him over, but in later years he'd realized it was the first time he had ever looked at the stars, really looked at them, and seen the sky as a 4-dimensional marvel, rather than simply a canopy over his head. There might not have been visitors along the St. Maurice, he knew, but there should have been. There should be somebody out there that humans could talk to, could compare notes with, could go hunting with. He'd hired people to look into the Dolbeau story. There was no evidence that the government had actually found anything at the site, and George knew quite well that the Canadian bureaucracy could not possibly have kept a secret of that magnitude for 50 years. Witnesses could still be found who swore they had seen the vessel, yet even contemporary media reports were self-contradictory and skeptical. Nobody had any pictures of the UFO. Yet 3 people had died, hunters from Indiana, who had been staying at Albert's Motel. If they weren't in the graves, they'd gone missing, and no one had ever heard from them again. A dozen or more townspeople had recorded statements, showing the cameras pieces of burnt metal said to be from the intruder. Within the first 24 hours, the army had come and made off with the evidence, and, according to townspeople, the ship itself. And that was it. For George, it became a quest. Specialists at the Academy of Science and Technology in Arlington assured him nothing had happened at Dolbeau. The Indiana hunters were a fable, they said. When Academy investigators looked into it and reported that there was no record they'd even existed, they in turn were accused of a cover-up. We're out in the neighborhood now, they'd told him, meaning that they had actually set foot in hundreds of local star systems, and there was nothing remotely resembling intelligent beings. But 10 years later, they'd found ruins on Caraqua, and less than 6 months after that, they'd found the Knox.
The Knocks weren't going to go visiting anybody soon. They were in an early industrialization phase, but they'd been up and down several times and had all but exhausted their natural resources. Furthermore, they did not seem to be bright enough to sort out their internal problems. They came in several sizes and shapes. They held strong political and religious opinions, and they seemed to have no talent for compromise. Nevertheless, he was hooked by the great unknown. George Hockelman became a familiar visitor at the Academy. He organized the Friends of the Academy and set them to supplementing the meager funds provided by the government and by private contributors. It became his overriding ambition to find an intelligent alien, to establish communication, to create a common language, to make it possible one day to sit down with him or her, perhaps beside a blazing fire, and talk about God, the universe, and how it had all come to be. He'd heard the rumors about 1107 before Pete Damon got back, the mysterious signals in a remote place and the fruitless effort to hunt them down. When he'd inquired at the Academy, Sylvia Virgil had pointed out that there was no conceivable reason to believe anyone would have placed a transmitter out at the neutron star. It simply made no sense, she had insisted. A second mission would be expensive, would almost certainly produce no result, and would lead to charges that the Academy was squandering its money on wild-eyed projects. But who knew what might make sense to a different kind of intelligence? What had Pete thought? Pete had declined to speak freely over the link, but had insisted on coming instead to see George personally. George had wondered if he feared being monitored by someone. George had him over to his Bracken Valley retreat, and they went outside onto the upper deck to drink lime coolers and watch the sunset. "Nobody really cares about it," Pete complained. And George understood why he'd stayed off the link. It was too important to trust to long-distance communications. Pete had wanted to make his point in person, to force George to feel the intensity of the situation. It was a late summer evening, with a storm approaching and the wind beginning to pick up. "Sylvia doesn't think it's anything other than an anomaly, a glitch in the computers," said George. "Nearly as I can make out, neither does anybody else. They weren't there. They've seen the evidence. George, they don't want to accept the implications. They're too worried about their reputations." George took a long pull from his drink. "You really think they'd hide something like this?" "No, they're not hiding anything. They've convinced themselves there's nothing to it because it entails risks if they don't. They know if they put together an expedition, a lot of people will laugh. There's a good chance they won't find anything, and then the laughter will get louder, the politicians will start asking questions, and the board will start looking for a new commissioner. That would mean the end of Sylvia, too." "So what really do you think? Is there anything out there?" He leaned forward, his eyebrows drawing together. "George, she's right. It might have been a glitch. We can't deny that. But it's not the point. There might really be something there. That's the possibility we should be considering." "Somebody to talk to?" "Maybe." 2 nights later, George made a deal with Virgil. The Contact Society would fund a mission to investigate the anomaly, and it would even supply the ship. In fact, it would supply the investigators. All that would be asked was the Academy's blessing, and a pilot. For Pete Damon, the evening with George had marked the culmination of a weary struggle. There was no longer a future in scientific research, for the simple reason there was nothing much left to research. We knew in general how stars were born and how they died. We knew how black holes formed and what their neighborhoods were like. We knew the details of galactic formation. We understood the structure of space. And we had finally figured out, just a few years before, the nature of gravity. Quantum effects were no longer quite so uncertain, and dark matter had long since been brought into the light. Newton and Einstein and McElroy had been fortunate. They'd lived in eras when much about the nature of things remained mysterious. But in Pete Damon's age, no true mysteries remained, other than creation itself and the anthropic principle. What had started the universe? And why were all the myriad settings Gravity and the strong force and the tendency of water to freeze from the top down, why was all that tuned precisely in such a way to make possible the development of life forms? Those two great questions had not been answered, but the consensus was that they would remain forever beyond the reach of science. Pete agreed. Consequently, for an ambitious young researcher determined to make a contribution, what remained? He'd met George Hockelman at an academy dinner years before he went out to 1107. It had been given to celebrate the success of an archaeological team that had uncovered a vast storehouse of data on Beta Pac 3, home of a race that had conquered the stars, left evidence of their presence throughout the Orion Arm, and then effectively vanished, leaving only a few near-savage descendants with no memory of their glory days. George, big and garrulous and enthusiastic and maybe a bit naive, had bought him a drink, and had argued that they were still out there somewhere, the monument makers, somewhere among the stars. There was, in fact, evidence to support that notion, that there had been an exodus. Maybe it was true. Nobody knew. Pete had demurred when George suggested he join the Contact Society. The group's members were treated by the administration with the utmost respect because they were a major source of funds. But behind their backs, they were spoken of openly as kooks, loonies, and nutcases. People with too much money and not enough to do. Having one's name appear on the Society's rolls was to ensure not being taken seriously by the scientific community as anything more than a cheerleader. So it happened that, over glasses of brandy, Pete and George Hockelman discovered they were kindred souls. It was natural, then, that during the voyage back, when operations people at the Academy were already smiling politely and informing him there was surely a logical explanation for the transmission, let's not go off half-cocked, how'd the experiments turn out? He made up his mind to talk to George. And it was maybe even more natural that, before he arrived, George was already sending inquiries about the find. The day after he'd gone to George's Bracken Valley estate, he'd attended a party thrown by members of the Benny's research team. That had been in Manhattan at Cleo's. Most were going back to their normal work assignments. Ava was returning to the Indiana Center. Hal was headed for Berlin. Cliff Stockard for the University of Toronto. Mike Langley, their captain, was near the end of his 2 weeks' leave, and would be getting his new assignment in a couple of days. He didn't know where yet, and he didn't care, thought Pete. Mike was bright enough, but he really had no interest in what lay over the horizon. He was strictly transport. Carry people to Outpost or Serenity, pick up a load of artifacts or samples, and bring everything back. It struck Pete that a million-year-old artifact would be perfectly safe in Mike's hands. It would never occur to him to break into the package to see what it looked like. When, during the course of the evening, he brought up the subject of the anomaly, he was greeted with blank stares. The anomaly? What anomaly was that? Only Langley, who didn't give a damn what anybody thought, was prepared to talk seriously about it. That was the night Cliff had introduced him to Miranda Kohler. Miranda was director of Phoenix Labs. She was all angles and sharp edges, a woman made from crystal, completely out of place in her clinging black off-the-shoulder gown. "Pete," she'd told him when they'd contrived to get off to a corner where they could be alone, "I came tonight because I knew you'd be here." He'd not hidden his surprise. "I'm moving on," she continued, "outward bound on the Tasman shuttle. Interstellar lab? Doing work on galaxy formation." Her voice and her eyes suggested it was important stuff, but Pete knew better. It was all details now. Nevertheless, he nodded appreciatively and congratulated her. "The reason I wanted to see you," she said, "is that we're looking for a replacement at Phoenix." She tossed off her drink. There was no reserve about this one. She liked her rum. "We've done a lot of good work there over the last few years, mostly on quantum energy development. I want to be sure it doesn't get put on a back burner, doesn't get pushed aside by somebody else's priorities." "You wanted me to recommend somebody?" said Pete.
She leaned toward him, and her eyes were like daggers. "I wanted you, Pete. You're just the guy they need out there." Well, it wasn't as if Pete hadn't been able to see where Miranda was going. But he was still surprised when she actually made the offer. After all, they'd never even met. "Your record speaks for itself," she said. "The money's good. They'll guarantee you half again as much as you make at Cambridge. The work's challenging, and there's a substantial range of benefits." Pete looked past her, at Ava and Mike deep in conversation, at Miriam cruising past the goodies and trying not to eat too much, at Tora Kavala, who'd got home to an assignment on Outpost and would be going right back out. The rector at Phoenix, responsible for personnel, for allocation of funds, for dealing with the board of directors. He'd be buried. Still, it was advancement. It was what he was supposed to be doing. "Can I call you?" he asked. She nodded. "Sure. Take some time to think about it." She smiled, suggesting she understood he didn't want to seem too anxious. By the time he arrived home, he had decided. He'd take the offer. How could he not do so? Tomorrow he'd call her, nail it down, and then he'd submit a resignation at Cambridge. "Sorry to be leaving, but I've received an offer too good to refuse." That would irritate Cardwell, the department chairman, who thought that Pete was overrated, that his assignments, like the one at 1107, were a result of political connections. And universe. And yet... He hated to think he was going to spend the rest of his life ordering priorities, choosing among medical and insurance plans for the help, and overseeing hiring practices. He wished, not for the first time, that he'd been alive during the 21st century, when there were still discoveries to be made. When he got home, he found a message waiting from George. "Want to go back to 1107? Alex Ballinger had loved the theater as far back as she could remember. Her father had been a high school theater coach, and when they needed a little girl to play in Borneo Station, she'd gotten the assignment. Just walk on, deliver one line. "Are we in Exeter yet, Daddy?" and walk off. It wasn't much, but it had been a beginning, and it lit a fire that had burned brightly ever since. She had gone to Gillespie from high school, done well, and had won a small role in Red River Blues on her first try at the big time. Les Covington, already celebrated, although it was still early in his career, had encouraged her, assured her she had a brilliant future, and reminded her, when she made an unfortunate remark, that there was no such thing as a small role. She'd starred in Heat, Lost in Paradise, and a dozen other Sims, but was best known for her Cassell-winning performance as the murderous Stephanie in Affair of the Heart. It was during the publicity run-up to Affair that she'd arranged to meet her husband du jour, Edward Prescott, at the wheel. Sandy, as he was known to his inner circle, was then at the height of his career. He'd become famous portraying the archaeologist-adventurer, Jack Hancock, and he had succumbed to the tiresome notion that he was Jack Hancock. So he'd gone out to Pinnacle and gotten his picture taken standing around with the real archaeologists. And when he'd come home, the studio had thought it would be a good idea if Alex, with her newest epic about to open around the world, showed up to greet him. She'd done all that could reasonably be expected, looking tearfully ecstatic as the Linda Callista slipped into dock, throwing her arms around him when he emerged from the exit tube, and standing admiringly by his side as he blathered on about the Temple of Kalu, or whatever it had been. Her passion for Sandy had gone a long way toward collapse by then, but on that occasion she replaced it with another love affair, one that had never cooled. The Callista. The superluminal. It lay there, tethered fore and aft, drawn against the dock, straining to get free and head back out among the stars. It was as if the silly season had arrived, as if she was 6 years old again. But she'd never really gotten beyond the earth before. Always she'd been half absorbed in the glare of her own celebrity. She'd stood there that day, her stomach queasy because she only weighed about 30 pounds, and had not yet gotten used to it. The imagers had been taking their pictures,
and Sandy wrapped one arm protectively around her and squared his shoulders and flashed that boyish smile, and she'd obligingly kissed his cheek, keeping her eye the whole time on the Callista, which lay beckoning just beyond the observation port that stretched the entire length of the wall, until it curved out of sight in both directions. It was an awkward, drab-gray vessel, with all kinds of antennas and dishes sticking out of it. It was divided into segments, so that it looked like a pregnant beetle. Linda Callista was drawn in dark blue script on the bow, and a row of soft lights spilled out of the bridge. Later she'd cornered the captain. "Where does it go?" He'd been a short, slightly overweight man, not particularly good-looking, not at all the romantic type she'd visualized piloting a starship. She'd seen enough Sims to know what they were supposed to look like. Hell, she'd made one, several years earlier, in which Carmichael Kahn had played the captain. Well, Kahn hadn't been much of a romantic either, now that she thought about it, but he looked the part. This one, his name was Captain Crook, so even that didn't work. Struck her as having all the drive of an insurance statistician. "It goes out to Pinnacle, mostly," Captain Crook had explained, "and to the stations, and sometimes to Caraqua and Beta Pac." "Does it ever go anywhere nobody's been before?" She'd felt like a child, especially when he smiled paternally at her. "No," he said. "The Callista has a routine schedule, Miss Ballinger. It doesn't go anywhere that doesn't already have a hotel and restaurant on hand." He'd thought that was just impossibly funny, and his face broke up into a grin that made her think of a bulldog with a feather up its rear. She'd gone down in the shuttle with a horde of other people, but there was no help for it because the damned thing only ran once an hour, or something like that. But it had a bar, and the studio people had managed to clear an area for her and Sandy. Sandy gabbled all the way to the bottom. If she'd ever retained any of what he'd said, it was long gone. She knew only that she wanted to go back up and get on board the Callista and ride it out to the stars. But not the Harvey Steakhouse and the Lynn Wyatt. No, ma'am. Give me the wide open, get me out of the trolley lanes, and let's go where it's dark and strange and anything can happen. She mentioned it to Sandy, with whom she seldom talked about anything that was important. He'd patted her on the head in an infuriating, "you're-my-little-puppy" way of his, and told her, "Sure, we can do that. We'll get to it as soon as our schedule permits," which meant, of course, that they would never do it. But it didn't matter, because Sandy came up for renewal less than a year later, and she jettisoned him. Nevertheless, she didn't go. Life has a way of getting busy and keeping people on the run. Her career branched out. She started directing, and when that went well, she formed a production company. The production company made some highly successful musical sims. She negotiated an invitation to take a unit on tour for live shows. They'd gone to London and New York, Berlin and Toronto, and in a sense they never went home. But Alex never quite got the Callista out of her head. Sometimes it showed up at night as her last conscious thought, and sometimes it arrived with a morning alarm, when she began to reassemble what needed to be done that day. It became a kind of lost lover. But there was a problem with the Callista. It was chained, locked into a schedule much like the Airbus that flew between Churchill and the London Theatre District. Back and forth. When she conjured up the great ship, she understood that it wasn't intended to run back and forth between familiar places. It was designed to go out into the night, to see what was there, and to bring stuff back. What kind of stuff? Something. News of cloud cities, of electrical intelligences, of incorporeal beings. Some of these ideas even found their way into her shows. She did 2 interstellar fantasies, Here for the Weekend and Starstruck, and both had been successful. She'd even done a cameo in the latter, as a ship's doctor trying to deal with a plague that kills inhibitions. She met George during the cast party to celebrate the opening of Here for the Weekend. They were in New York, and her lighting director, Freddie Chubb, knew George, had been aware he'd be in the audience, and had invited him up to the bash.
The party was being held in a suite rented for the purpose in the Solomon Loft, just a couple of blocks from the Empress, where the show was running. George was a bit rough around the edges, but she'd liked him, and it didn't take much time for them to uncover mutual interests. Starships. Mysterious places beyond the circle of exploration. Voices that called from the vast, dark wilderness. The trouble with Callista. "What they need," Alex told him, "is a playwright or a choreographer or somebody like her to go out with the survey teams. Somebody who'd take time when the ships drifted through the ring systems of worlds never seen before, to consider what was being accomplished, to measure the significance of it all, and to find a way to get it on stage." George had nodded knowingly, in complete agreement. "Something else we need," he said, "is to build a fleet of Callistas. Did you know we're doing very little survey work?" George was big, in the sense that he had presence. He simply walked into a room, and people came to attention. He was already drawing interested glances. "The Academy's resources," he said, "are concentrated now on terraforming, and on examining the ruins of a handful of worlds, and on doing some astrophysical research. But the survey vessels are down to fewer than a dozen." They were standing near a window looking out at an overcast sky. Alex was, of course, aware of the effect she had on men, of the effect she had on everybody. Since reaching adulthood, she could not recall ever failing to get her way. She knew that, and she liked to believe it hadn't spoiled her. That, under the glamour and the power, she was just the girl next door. Except maybe a bit prettier and a lot smarter. "I wish there were something I could do," she said. It was how Alex became the public face of the Contact Society, and why, 5 years later, George invited her along on the Memphis mission. Herman Culp, who had defended the young George Hockelman at the Richard Dover Elementary School and later at Southwest High, graduated into a decent government job, not much challenge, and not much money. But the pay came regularly, and it was enough to afford a comfortable existence. He had a problem picking wives, though, and went through 3 of them by the time he reached 30. Each filed for divorce within a year of the wedding. Emma was different. She loved him, and she didn't expect him to be anything other than what he was. And Herman knew he wasn't the quickest horse in the barn, but she worked hard and added her income to his, so they got by. She tolerated his Saturdays with his old gang, even when he limped home after a day of tag football. She didn't even mind his heading off with George on their annual hunting trips to Canada. "Have a good time," she'd tell them as they pulled away in the hauler. "Don't shoot one another." He knew that she genuinely worried about the guns, that she didn't entirely trust them, and he wished there were a way to reassure her, to convince her that they knew what they were doing, that they were safer in the woods in each other's company than she was at home. When George founded the Contact Society, it was more or less natural that Herman would become a charter member. Actually, Herman lacked the imagination, or the naivete, to take aliens seriously, and he would never have gotten involved on his own. He saw it, in fact, as not much different from one of those ghost hunter groups that ran around using sensors in haunted houses. But they needed someone to do the administrative work, and George depended on him. When the invitation had come to go out to 1107, Herman had thought of it as a kind of extended hunting trip. "Sure," he said, confident that Emma wouldn't object. And she didn't. But after he began to understand where they were going, and what they were looking for, he almost wished she had. Chapter 5. Cruise by Orion, swing north at Sagittarius, lay over a bit at Rigel. Starflight has always sounded impossibly romantic. The reality is somewhat different. One sits sealed in a narrow container for weeks at a time amid strangers who prattle on, and at the end of the voyage arrives at a place where the air's not so good and the crocodiles are fierce. Melinda Tam, Life Among the Savages, 2221. Hutch caught the after-dinner commuter flight out of Atlanta and arrived on the wheel a bit after 1 a.m. GMT, the standard used on all off-Earth ships and stations.
For her it was still early evening. She checked into her room, showered, and changed. She eased into one of the outfits she'd picked up in D.C., gold slacks, white blouse, gold lapels, clasp and neckerchief. Open collar, revealing a hint of curved flesh. She had to be a bit careful there, because she didn't really have a lot more than a hint, but she'd been around long enough to know that it was mystery rather than flesh that really counted. This was the ensemble she'd planned for Preach. Well, another day. She checked herself out in the mirror, smiled, preened. Pretty good, actually. She was, at the very least, competitive. 10 minutes later, she entered the dining room at Margot's on the A-level. Because the wheel served flights arriving from and departing 2 points all over the globe, it never really slept. Its service facilities never closed, and a substantial portion of its staff stood always ready to assist, or to sell souvenirs or overpriced jewelry. Margot's was never quiet. It was divided into a breakfast kitchen, a dining room, and a penthouse bar that featured live and virtual entertainment. The theory was that people who were having breakfast didn't want to have it next to a group beginning an all-night binge. She was trailing behind the host when she heard her name. "Captain Hutchins." A casually dressed man with a crooked smile rose from a nearby table, where he'd been eating alone. "Hello," he said. "I'm Herman Culp, one of your passengers." Hutch offered her hand. "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Culp. How'd you recognize me?" "You're pretty well known," he said. "That business on Deepsix last year. You must get asked for autographs everywhere you go." He was unfailingly polite, and yet there was something rough-hewn in his manner. He was aware of the impression he made, she thought, and he worked a bit too hard at maintaining his dignity. Consequently, he came off as stilted and flat. Everything sounded rehearsed, but not clearly remembered. "I'm a friend of George's," he said. Hutch hadn't yet looked at her passenger manifest. "A member of the Contact Society, Mr. Culp?" She tried to say it without implying the goofiness she assigned to the group. But he caught her. The man was more perceptive than he looked. "I'm the General Secretary," he said. "And please call me Herman." "Ah," she said. "That must keep you busy, Herman." He nodded and looked at one of the empty seats. "Can I persuade you to join me, Captain?" Hutch smiled. "Thanks," she said. She disliked eating alone, but Herman looked like fairly dull company. Nevertheless, she settled into a chair. It was already beginning to look like a long mission. "I've been trying to find George," Herman said. "I haven't met him," said Hutch. That seemed to throw him off pace somewhat. "So," he floundered a bit, looking for a subject of mutual interest. "Will we be leaving on schedule?" "Far as I know, Herman." The waiter came and took her order, a blue giraffe and a melted cheese. "I saw the Memphis today," he said. "It's a beautiful ship." She caught a touch of reluctance in his eyes. This wasn't a guy, she decided, who really wanted to go along. "Yes, it is. Top of the line, they tell me." He looked at her suddenly. "Do we really expect to find something out there?" "I suspect you'd know more about that than I do, Herman. What do you think?" "Maybe," he said. "Ah, strong feelings here." He pressed his palms together. Another rehearsed move. "May I ask a question? How safe is this kind of ship?" "Perfectly," she said. "I understand people get ill sometimes when they do the jump." "Sometimes. Not usually." She smiled reassuringly. "I doubt you'll have any problems." "I'm relieved to hear it," he said. Her order came. "I don't like heights," he added. She encountered a second passenger at poolside an hour later. "Peter Damon," he said, bowing slightly. "I was on the Mini." She knew him immediately, of course. The one-time host of Universe. Stand on a hilltop and look at the night sky, and you're really looking back at the distant past, at the world the way it was when Athens ruled the inland sea. Oh, yes, she'd recognize those dark, amused eyes and that mellifluous voice anywhere. He wore a blue hotel robe and was sipping a lime drink. "You're our pilot, I understand." "You're going out with us?" She knew he'd been on the original mission, but had not for a moment expected him to show up for this one.
"Yes," he said. "Is that okay with you?"
He said it lightly, gently. The man oozed charm. "Sure, I just thought... Damn, she should take a look at the passenger manifest before she did anything else."
"That I'd have more important things to do than chase shadows?"
Before she could answer, he continued,
"This is what I've been after my whole life. If anything's waiting out there, Priscilla, I want to be there when we find it."
Priscilla. Well, he'd done his homework more thoroughly than she had. "My friends call me Hutch."
"I know, Hutch."
She felt as if this guy was swallowing her alive. My God, she needed desperately to get out and around a bit more. "Glad to meet you, Peter." She extended a hand and eased into a chair beside him.
"The Academy treats these people too lightly," he said. "They're hung up on the 4th floor.
Where the administrative offices were.
I really hope something comes of this mission."
"You actually think there's something to all this?"
"Probably not," he said. "But I'd love to see somebody like George get credit for the biggest discovery in the history of the species, while the horses' asses get left behind."
His eyes radiated pleasure.
"If there's a God," he said, "this is his chance to show he has a sense of humor."
The pool was empty, save for a muscular young man tirelessly doing laps. Hutch watched him for several seconds. "I hope you get your wish," she said. He finished off his drink and put the glass down on the side table.
"You're skeptical?"
"Yes."
"Good. One should always be skeptical. That's always been our problem. We have too many believers."
"Believers in what?"
"In everything."
The swimmer hit the end of the pool, turned under, and started back. He was smooth. An attendant came by and took a drink order. A young couple wandered in, glanced around, and apparently recognized Pete. They came over, looked hard, and came still closer. "Aren't you Peter Damon?" the woman asked. The man stood back a bit, looking embarrassed.
"Yes,"
said Pete. She smiled, bit her lip, told him she wished she had something for him to sign. When they were gone, Hutch asked whether that sort of thing happened regularly.
"Fairly often," he said. "Balm for the ego."
"I guess." And then, "There's something to be said for faith."
"In yourself, Hutch. But you already know that."
"What makes you think so?"
"I know about you. I'm the one who asked for you."
She was up late next morning, had a quick breakfast, and reported to the operations officer. She knew by then that she'd be picking up 2 passengers, an artist and a funeral director, of all things, en route, and she'd have another celebrity on board, Alex Ballinger, who'd begun as a star of musicals and later went downhill, Hutch thought, to playing beautiful women in danger. Nobody, it had been said, could scream like Alex. It was said to be a riveting sound that froze the blood and moved every male to want to leap to her defense. Departure was scheduled for 19:30 hours. She was given her flight plan and general instructions, and was in the act of signing for them when word came that Director Virgil wanted to speak with her. The ops officer, a female Native American, was obviously impressed. She led Hutch into an adjoining suite, invited her to sit, informed her that the director would be on the circuit momentarily, and left, closing the door behind her. Moments later, the wall screen brightened, and Virgil appeared. She beamed a good morning. "Before you go," she said, "there's something you should know. The Oxnard has been out near 1107 doing survey work. It has pretty good scanning gear. So we sent her over to take a look." "And?" "She heard something. It took several days, and I've got an irritated skipper on my hands." She smiled. "You know how easily these people get upset." "There does seem to be something there." "Is it the same signal?" "It's of the same type, but it's not identical. It had the same transmission and textual characteristics, but they picked it up 140 degrees around the star, from the other 2. And this one was incoming." "Toward 1107? "Yes." 140 degrees, not 180? "No, it's not a case of a signal merely passing through close to the star." "You're sure?" Could the neutron star be bending the signal? They do that, you know. Not 40 degrees, Hutch. So there's a relay station. That's what we think. She laughed. And the source is way the hell off somewhere else. Apparently. Can you tell where? No, we don't have an angle. It's what we'd like you to get. So this is turning into a serious operation. Why don't you send out a regular mission? Politically, I don't dare, Priscilla. You're our mission. See what's going on. Report back as soon as you figure it out. Okay. You have Pete out there, so it's not as if you're alone. We'll do what we can. Good. I'll send the specifics to Bill. On another subject, I understand you'll be meeting Mr. Hockelman and his group this afternoon. That's correct. Good. George is a little strange. Doesn't like UFO jokes. You understand what I'm telling you? A mule could understand. Yes, Sylvia. I'd be grateful if... She stopped and looked uncomfortable. I just want to remind you there's a diplomatic side to this operation. Hutch hadn't been aware until a few moments ago that there'd been any other side. He doesn't know yet about the new transmission. I suggest you enlighten him. Give him the data packet. There's nothing in it, really. Characteristics of the signal, as much as we have. But give it to him. He'll be appreciative. Something for the head of mission to play with? Okay. Obviously, we still have nothing in the way of translation. No. Our people say they don't have enough text. That's something else I'd like you to concentrate on out there. Get more on the record. I'll do what I can. I know you will. By the way, I don't know what sort of experience you have around neutron stars. There is very strict guidance on how close in you can go. I know. Bill will bring you up to date. Okay. We've given you a lander, just in case. Obviously, you won't have any use for it at 11:07. So why do I have it? My original thought was that it would be unlikely anything untoward would happen while you were at 11:07. Eventually, you'll probably join the Condor. Captain Brawley has instructions to take his people groundside if he can determine it's safe and they find anything to attract their interest, anything at all. Okay. I didn't want George and the others feeling cheated, so don't hesitate to go over and join the party. You'll only be a few hours away. Sylvia, who's in charge? She squirmed. You're the ship's captain? That's not what I asked. I mean, I've got the owner on board. That's true. Technically, the contract describes you as operator and advisor, but I'm sure George and his people will do as you suggest. Oh, that's good. But on the other hand, how much trouble could they possibly get into? The mission seemed clean enough. Go out to 11:07, listen for signals, record them, scan for a relay system, maybe join Preach looking at a couple of moonscapes. Simple enough. Okay, she said. Excellent. Virgil appraised her and looked less than confident. Well, we'll hope for the best. Good luck, Hutch, she said. I'll see you when you get back. She spent most of the afternoon in the operational tank, taking the Memphis through a series of virtual maneuvers, getting a feel for her characteristics and responses, and, most significantly, for her sensor and enhancement capabilities. The Academy had prepared a series of high-gravity scenarios and problems for her. She failed a few, and twice got caught in the grip of the dead star. On those occasions her controls went into null mode while warning lamps flashed, and Bill's voice told her quietly that she was being pulled apart and distributed around the area. Hutch had her doubts that AIs were really nothing more than pure simulation. They were programmed to react differently to different pilots, depending on the pilot's psychological profile. Bill never really did anything that couldn't be explained as programming, but of course one could say the same thing about human beings. She felt a genuine presence in the Academy AI. She knew the system was designed to inspire precisely that reaction, since it was occasionally the only company a pilot might have on a long flight. But still it was impossible to avoid the sense that there was somebody back behind the console. In any case, the first thing she did when she came aboard the Memphis was to say hello to him. "I'm glad you changed your mind about leaving, Hutch," he replied. "I missed you." "It's only temporary, Bill," she said. He stayed with her while she toured the ship. "Nice curtains," he said, "and the carpets are extraordinary. Do you know what it reminds me of?"
"I have no idea."
"The Los Angeles Regency, a luxury hotel."
"That's a good spot," she said. "But how would you know?"
"I have unplumbed depths." Food stores, water, and fuel were still being loaded, but operations assured her everything would be in place an hour before departure. She checked other supplies and discovered they lacked a few toiletries, primarily toothpaste and shampoo. The latest sims had not been uploaded. That could be done in a way, but it tied up the circuits. Moreover, reproduction of transmitted sims was never quite as effective. At 15:30 she wandered down to the Academy spaces for the get-acquainted meeting with the Contact Society team. Herman and Peter were waiting when she walked in, talking with Alex Ballinger, fresh from the London stage where she was directing and performing in Grin and Bear It. Alex was tall, long-legged, regal, with golden hair and sparkling brown eyes. Hutch came up to her shoulder. Herman, smiling like an idiot, did the introduction.
"Good to meet you, Captain," said Alex, offering her hand.
Hutch returned the greeting and suggested they all get on first-name terms.
"It's a long flight," she added. "We're going well outside the bubble."
"Out past the frontier," said Herman, trying not to stare at Alex.
"Tell me, Hutch," said Alex, "what do you think about all this? Are we going to find anything?"
"Hard to say. There are signals, so there'll be a transmitter of some sort, I guess." Pete's smile radiated pure pleasure. "Don't worry about the details," he told Alex. "Just being on the flight will be an experience we'll not forget." The door opened, and they were joined by a tall, muscular man who looked like a natural-born CEO. "Ah," he said, spotting Hutch. "Captain, it's good to meet you finally. I'm George Hockelman."
"And so you are." Baritone voice, stands straight as an oak. Something about him inspired confidence immediately. She looked around at Alex, not only beautiful but also apparently intelligent, at Pete, who had sold the general population on the wonders of the cosmos and persuaded large numbers of them to kick in money to the Academy, at George, even at Herman, who was as mundane as anyone with whom she'd ever shipped. Where were the fanatics she'd been expecting? "We're not all here yet," said Herman. Hockelman nodded. "Nick and Tor," he said. "We picked them up en route." He turned expectantly toward Hutch. "Showtime." She allowed a frown to creep into her eyes. "Alex, gentlemen," she said, "we'll be leaving in just under 2 hours. You've all been assigned quarters. I think you'll find, thanks to George, the accommodations on the city of Memphis more than adequate." A nod, followed by a few pats on the shoulder. "We have good food, a well-stocked liquor cabinet, an extensive library, recreational facilities, and a gym. I suspect if you haven't traveled outside the atmosphere before, you'll find everything a bit more snug than you're accustomed to. As you're undoubtedly aware, when we're in hyperspace, we'll be covering approximately 15 light-years per day. 1107 is almost 700 light-years out, and naturally we have to detour a bit to pick up the rest of our team, so we're looking at a 7-week flight, one way. A few folks, not many, have problems making the transition into hyperspace. If you are among them, or suspect you may be, which means if your stomach is easily upset, if you're prone to dizzy spells or fainting, we have medication. But it needs to be taken in 2 doses well in advance of the jump." She held up a small container of Liafin. "If you're concerned, see me when we're finished here, and we'll get you started." She laid out the safety regulations, explaining that before any maneuvering or acceleration occurred, she would let them know. Couches and restraints were located throughout the ship, which they would be required to use. Failure to do so would not be tolerated, she said. Survivors would be debarked. "Where?" asked Herman, grinning broadly. "I'll find a place," she said. When she'd finished, she turned the floor over to Hockelman, who welcomed everybody and advised them not to expect too much from the mission. The intercepts might have been glitches, or some sort of local phenomenon, etc. But the Oxnard— "Do I have that right, Hutch?" He did. "The Oxnard was just in the area, near 1107, and they overheard another transmission. It sounds as if there's something there." but we still can't be sure it isn't some sort of natural phenomenon. So what I'd like you to do is not get too excited, okay? Let's just be patient." It was like telling a dog to disregard a piece of New York strip. The luggage was delivered by cart. 10 minutes later, Hockelman and his team filed down the boarding tube, passed through the airlock, and into the main passageway. Hutch was waiting. She took them to the common room, which would also serve as the main dining area. They strolled by the rec room, the gym, the holotank, and the lab, which George duly announced would thenceforth be known as Mission Control. She showed them the couches and restraints scattered throughout the ship, demonstrated how to use them, explained why it was important they be belted down during maneuvering or trans-dimensional jumps. "Do we really need them?" asked George. "I never feel much acceleration." "We'll be in a protected environment," Hutch explained. "The same system that provides the artificial gravity cancels most of the effects of acceleration. But not all. People who haven't been harnessed have been hurt." "Oh," he said. "Just wondering." She took them forward to the bridge, told them they were welcome any time they wanted to pop by and say hello, that if she wasn't there, Bill would be happy to hold up his end of any conversation. At that point, on schedule, Bill said hello. Then she delivered them to their living quarters. "Normally," she said, "we have to be a bit careful about things like water usage, assigning different times for showers, and so on. But there are so few of us on this flight, we need have no concerns along those lines." She finished by asking for questions. "One," said Alex. She looked uncomfortable. "I'm sure you're in good physical condition, but what if something happens to me?" "Yes, I mean, I'm sure nothing will, but just in case, how would we get back?" "Bill is perfectly capable of bringing you home," she said. "All you'd have to do is tell him I've gone to a better world and ask him to bring you back here." She smiled and looked around. "Anything else? If not, I suggest we all settle in and get moving." Chapter 6. All expectation hath something of a torment. Benjamin Winkham, Moral and Religious Aphorisms, 1753. Surprisingly, it was the quietest, most unobtrusive group Hutch had ever transported anywhere. George spent most of his time in the common room, poring over securities and financial reports. "Tracking trends," he explained to Hutch, warming quickly to a subject. "It's where the money is." Alex was laying out plans for a new production, which she said would be launched next fall. The tentative title was Take Off Your Clothes and Run. Hutch couldn't decide whether she was serious. She and Hutch took turns providing a fourth with Herman, Pete, and Bill in an ongoing game of bridge. Occasionally they partied. Bill provided music, and they did sing-alongs, although Hutch felt a bit inadequate matching her voice with Alex's lovely contralto. "You sound fine, Hutch," Alex said. "I believe you could go professional if you wanted." Hutch knew better. "I'm serious. All you need is a little training, and of course you'd have to let go of your inhibitions." "What inhibitions?" That brought a mild gasp. "Oh, my dear, you have a cartload of them." Alex and Herman adhered to a strenuous workout program. Hutch was always careful to spend time in the gym during a flight, but she was far more casual about it. They watched a lot of Sims. Their tastes varied, but they set up each evening, and everybody piled into the tank for the night's thriller, or romance, or whatever. They took turns playing leads and bit parts. Herman enjoyed being Al Trent, Jason Cordman's celebrated detective. George showed up one memorable evening as Julius Caesar, and Hutch accepted a challenge and allowed herself to portray the masked 21st-century superhero Vengata. Even Alex entered the fray with good humor, plugging herself in as Cleopatra to George's Caesar, and later as Delilah to Herman's Samson. They'd both been unlikely candidates for the roles. Herman because he just couldn't mount the intensity. Nobody believed he could be persuaded to pull a temple down on himself, and Alex because she couldn't submerge her good humor. Herman, of course, never lost his infatuation with Alex. He tried to hide it, but his voice always rose an octave or two when she walked into the room. One of the problems with the compact communities formed by interstellar travel is that nothing can be hidden. People are too close, and their emotions too transparent. Hutch got a lot of reading done, and she spent an increasing amount of time with George. He had all sorts of documentary evidence to support the notion that there had been a series of alien forays through terrestrial history. He produced pictures of carvings and ancient literary references and sightings that were hard to dispute. Yet lifelong opinions are hard to overcome. The notion that there'd been visitors, even though she knew of at least 2 races that had, in ancient times, achieved interstellar travel, still seemed absurd. But she listened, caught up in the warmth of his enthusiasm. They were in fact all believers, even Pete, and she began to root for them, to hope the mission would produce success. The Memphis was about 6 weeks out, when it stopped at Outpost to collect the final 2 passengers. Nick Carmentine started his UFO career as a rabid fan of occult tales. He loved rampaging mummies, vampires, demons, spectral creatures that floated through not-quite-empty houses, and disembodied voices carried by the night wind. He started with Poe and Lovecraft, and read through to Massengale and DeLillo. He was thoroughly chilled by the dark of the moon, the unquiet grave, the terrible secret in the attic. That was where he lived, and although in later years his interests moved well beyond the genre, he never really left it behind. He tried to. It was a dangerous passion for a funeral director. Had his bloodthirsty tastes gotten generally about, his clients would have deserted him. And that's why he switched over to UFOs, which also embodied a healthy sense of the mysterious, without all the trappings that could destroy his reputation. In time, the hunt for night visitors from other worlds overtook the vampires, and eventually he joined the Contact Society. His father had been a funeral director, had done well, and had retired early, leaving the business to Nick. Nick was an entrepreneur at heart, and quite soon the Sunrise Funeral Home in downtown Hartford had become Sunrise Enterprises Incorporated. While his chain of establishments continued to conduct ordinary services, they specialized in the custom funeral. If someone wanted his ashes put in orbit, or distributed around second base at some lonely country ballpark, or deposited in a remote lagoon in Micronesia, Sunrise was the organization to do the job. They arranged transportation for mourners, provided refreshments, counselors, support. They could arrange for clergy, or, when the non-religious were passing, no one ever died, recommend appropriate closing remarks and ceremonies. His only child, Lyra, shared his taste for the exotic, although she tended to discount the notion of ambassadors from other civilizations. Nevertheless, she had won her father's heart by becoming an exoarchaeologist. Nick had never been off-world, which is to say he'd never gotten beyond Earth orbit, until Lyra was posted to Pinnacle, where she was poking among the million-year-old ruins of that ancient world. On a whim, Nick had spent a small fortune to go out and visit her. They'd strolled together among the upended columns and collapsed roofs of the ancient sites, and she'd taken him to see some of the reconstructed public buildings. "We had to do some guesswork here, Dad." They were beautifully rendered structures, every bit the artistic equal of the Temple of Athena. They'd watched a virtual alien religious service, and he'd gotten a sense of what it must have been like on Pinnacle when the first humans were just showing up around their campfires. He spent a month there. Lyra showed him pottery estimated at 800,000 standard years old. "Glaze it," she explained, "and it lasts forever." He looked at the progress they'd made with translation, which was extensive when one considered the few samples they had to work with. And there'd been ancient roadways and harbors, invisible now save to the instruments. "Right here," she'd said, while they stood in the middle of a desert that ran absolutely flat in all directions, clear to the horizon. "Right here the crossroads met between the 2 most powerful empires of the Third Comanic." There had been a wayfarer station, and a river, and possibly a landing pad. "What were their names?" he'd asked. "The empires." She didn't know. No one knew.
It was only a few hours later that the message came from Hockelman. "There's a good chance this may be it," it concluded. "Meet us at the outpost." "Sure. Meet me at Larry's." Outpost was a service and supply center on the edge of human expansion. It was located just beyond the rings at Salliver's Hatch, which was about 1 billion kilometers out from a Class B blue-white star. Hutch wasn't sure what she'd been expecting in her funeral director passenger, probably someone somber and methodical. Nick was about average size, loose-limbed, with black hair, amiable gray eyes, and a guileless smile. Not the sort of man she pictured wandering about the funeral home, reassuring friends and relatives. George had hurried off the ship and hugged him when he appeared at the foot of the ramp. He brought him back like a long-lost cousin. "Hutch," he said, "this is Nick. He will never let you down." He chuckled at his joke while Nick sighed. They shook hands, made small talk, and then Hutch asked about Tor, the 6th passenger. "He's out on 21, said Nick, looking surprised. "They didn't tell you?" "No," she said. "What's 21? "One of the moons. He was supposed to come in this week to be ready, but he's in the middle of something and, well," looking at George, "you know how he is." George apparently knew, and he glanced over at Hutch as if she should have foreseen something like this would happen. Everybody knows how Tor is. Hutch sighed. She'd known Tor once. "Bill," she said. "It's coming in now," said Bill. "Going out 2:21. Departure time looks like a little over 17 hours. 17 hours, said Hutch. She turned toward George. "I'm going to strangle this guy." "He wouldn't have known it would take so long," said George. "If he'd known, he would have been here. He's an artist." He said that as if it explained everything. It was funny, though. Her Tor had been an artist, too. Not a good one. At least not a successful one. But they weren't the same guy. This was Tor Kirby. The one she'd known was Tor Vinderwall. Not even close. "Okay, folks," she said. "We won't be leaving until about 3 a.m. This is a good time to tour the station." Tor Kirby's background was unclear. Hutch's data package stipulated only that he was an heir to the Happy Plumber fortune. What he might be doing at Outpost was left unstated. Did they really bring in a plumber from the NAU to keep the water flowing? The gas giant that was home to Outpost was the sole world in the system moving within a relatively stable orbit. Everything else had been scattered, planets ejected, moons hurled across vast distances. The station had begun as a mission trying to learn what had happened, why everything else had gone south while the big planet had retained its rings in a large family of satellites. Theory held that there had been a close encounter with another star some 20,000 years earlier. But finding the candidate had proved more difficult than expected. Nick arranged a simulation of the event for George and his team. The experts thought they had it all down, what the alignment had looked like at the time of passage, how long the event had taken, 3 years, where the intruder had been. 4 of the worlds had been ejected altogether, but they'd been found, drifting through the interstellar void, exactly where they were supposed to be. The others were rattling around the sun. The hatch had survived intact because it was on the far side of the sun during the height of the action. Their inability to find the other body led to the suspicion that it had actually been a neutron star, or possibly even a black hole. Hutch had seen the demonstration before, and was about to duck out when her comlink vibrated. "Captain Hutchins?" A woman's voice. "Dr. Mogambo wishes you to stop by his office if you've a moment." She was surprised to hear that Mogambo was at Outpost. "He's directing the geometric group," the voice explained. Not that she understood what it meant. Hutch went up to the main deck and turned into the admin area. "Second door on the right," said the voice. Its owner was waiting for her when she entered, olive-skinned, dark-haired, wide liquid eyes, Arab blood dominant, thought Hutch. "This way, please." She rose from her desk and opened an inner door. Mogambo, seated in a padded armchair, signaled a welcome and switched off the wall lights.
leaving the room lit only by a small desk lamp. Maurice Mogambo was a two-time Nobel winner, both prizes stemming from his work on space-time architecture and vacuum energy. Hutch had been a virtual private pilot for him at one point in her career. He was extraordinarily tall, taller even than George. Hutch looked up at him and said hello to his signature ribbon tie. He wore a close-cropped beard, unusual in a close-shaven age. His skin was bright ebony. He had an athlete's body and a violinist's long fingers. Hutch recalled the intense daily workouts and his passion for chess. The smile lasted while he indicated the chair she should take. She eased herself into it, waiting for him to switch the congeniality off. Mogambo saw the world as his own personal playing field. He was brilliant and generous, and could charm when he wanted to. But she had seen his ruthless side, had seen him ruin jobs and careers when people had failed to meet his expectations. "Does not tolerate fools," one of his colleagues had once remarked to her, meaning it as a compliment. But she had eventually concluded that he defined fool as anyone lacking his own brilliance. "It's good to see you again, Hutch." He filled 2 glasses, came around the front of the desk, and passed one to her. It was non-alcoholic, lemon and lime with a dash of ginger. "And you, Professor? It's been a long time." Almost 8 years. But she hadn't missed his company. "I didn't know you were here." They exchanged pleasantries. He'd been on outpost for 2 months, he explained. They were sending missions into several areas dominated by ultra-dense objects, where measurements of time and space were being taken. "It appears," he said, "that the physical characteristics of space are not uniform." He made the remark with his eyes closed, speaking perhaps to himself. "It's not at all what we'd expected." The smile faded. Hutch knew quite well that Mogambo hadn't invited her up to discuss physics, but she played his game, asked a few questions about the research, pretended she understood the answers, and explained that yes, the Deepsix venture had been unnerving, that she'd been scared half out of her mind for the entire 10 days, and that she'd never go near anything like that again. Finally he changed pace, refilled her glass, and remarked, a little too offhandedly, that he understood she was going out to 1107. "Yes, that's correct." "To determine whether there's anything to the Benjamin Martin transmissions?" "Yes." He placed his elbows on the desk, pressed his fingertips together, and leaned forward, not unlike a large hawk. 1107, he said. She waited. "What do you think, Hutch?" "I don't know," she said. "If there was something out there when the Benny passed through, I doubt it's there now." She suspected he knew about the recent reception, but he wouldn't know whether she'd been informed or not, and she had no intention of telling him anything she didn't have to. He studied her for a long moment. "I thought exactly." His brow wrinkled. She thought he was going to say something else, but he apparently thought better of it and settled for toying with his glass. Hutch looked around the office. There was some cheap electronic art on the walls, images of gardens and country roads. As the silence dragged out, she leaned forward. "Are you thinking about going out there to take a look? We'd be happy to have you on board." Actually, she wouldn't, and she knew he'd not accept, so it was safe to make the offer. "With the Contact Society?" He grinned at her. "You may have to travel with them, but I have more important things to do." "No, actually, I'm quite busy." He showed her a row of strong white teeth. "It's a fanatic's enterprise, Hutch, but not one without possibility." She knew exactly where he was headed, but she was not going to help. "One never knows," she said. Something rumbled deep in his throat. "I would like you to do me a favor." "If I'm able." "Let me know if you actually find anything out there. I'll be here for a couple of weeks." It was obvious how that would play out. "Yes, we've got an alien transmitter." Mogambo would gallop onto the scene and grab all the credit. George would never know what hit him. "I'm not sure I can do that, Professor." He looked hurt. "Hutch, why not?" "The contract stipulates that Mr. Hockelman controls the reporting." That wasn't strictly true, but it might have been.
I can't do what you ask, as much as I'd like to.
Hutch, this means a great deal to me. Listen, the truth is, I'd be there with you if I could, but it's just not possible. I'm loaded up with work here. I can't just go running off. You understand? What's it take to get out there from here? A week?
More or less. He gave her a pained expression.
I just can't manage it.
He touched the control, and the lamp brightened. Its light filled the room.
I need this, Hutch. I'd consider it a personal favor, and I'd appreciate it if you could find a way.
She started to reply, but he held up a hand.
Do this for me, and I'll see that you're rewarded. I have contacts. I'm sure you don't want to spend the rest of your life running back and forth between Saul and the outpost.
She rose quietly and put her glass, half empty, on the edge of his desk. I'll pass your request on, Professor. I'm sure George will want to comply with your wishes.
Tor knew she was coming.
He'd spent a few evenings with Hutch 4 years ago. A couple of shows, a couple of dinners, drinks at Cassidy's one night overlooking the Potomac and the Mall, a walk along the river, a Saturday afternoon horseback ride to Rock Creek Park. And then, on a Wednesday evening in late November, she told him she wouldn't be seeing him any more. She was sorry. Hoped it wasn't a problem for him, but she'd be on her way out again to some place he couldn't pronounce, that idiot world where the Nocs were killing one another in large numbers, fighting a war that apparently went on forever. I just don't get back to Arlington very often, Tor, she'd said, by way of explanation. He had known it was coming. Didn't know how. Something in her manner all along had told him that it was all temporary, that the day would come when he'd revisit the same places, alone. He didn't tell her any of that, of course, didn't know how, feared it would only push her farther away. So he'd called for the bill, paid up, told her he was sorry it had ended as it had, and walked off. Left her sitting there. He was Tor Vinderwall, then, the name he'd been born with, the name he'd changed at the suggestion of the director of the Georgetown Art Exhibit. Vinderwall sounds made up, he'd said, and it's hard to remember. Not a good idea if you want to go commercial. He hadn't seen her since, but he hadn't forgotten her. He'd started any number of times to send her a message. Hutch, I'm still here. Or, Hutch, when you get back, why don't we give it another try? Or, Hutch, Priscilla, I love you. He recorded message after message, but never hit the transmit button. He'd gone up to the wheel a few times when he knew she was due in. Twice he'd seen her, beautiful beyond reason, and his heart had begun pumping and his throat clogged, so he knew he wouldn't be able to speak to her, but would just stand there looking silly, saying, wasn't it a big surprise running into each other like this? It was a ridiculous way for a grown man to behave. The adult thing to do would have been to seek her out and talk to her, give her a chance to change her mind. Women did that all the time. Besides, he was successful, his work had begun to sell, and that had to count for something. Once he'd seen her in a restaurant in Georgetown, had actually sat across the room from her, while his date kept asking whether he was okay. Hutch had never noticed him, or if she had, she'd pretended not to. When it was over, when she and the man she'd been with, frumpy and dumb-looking, he'd thought, had gotten up and left, he'd sat churning, glued to his seat, barely able to breathe. In the end, he never called, never sent a message, never let her hear from him again. He didn't want to become a nuisance, thought the only chance he had to win her over demanded that he keep his pride. Otherwise... His career had turned around when he started doing off-world art. In the beginning, he simply holed up in a holotank and switched on the view from Karen, or of a yacht passing an ocean world bathed in moonlight. Some of those had sold. Not for big money, but for something. Enough to persuade him that he could do art at a sufficiently high level that people would pay to put it on their walls. Kirby's work reflects talent, one reviewer had commented, but it lacks depth, it lacks feeling. Great art overwhelms us, absorbs us into the painting, makes us experience the dance of the worlds. As good as Kirby is, one never quite feels the illuminated sky rotating. Whatever that meant. But it revealed the truth. Kirby had to get out into the planetary systems he painted. To capture the rings of a gas giant on canvas, he needed to get close to them, to see them overhead, to allow himself to be caught up in their majesty. So he began finding ways to visit his subjects. It was intolerably expensive, but it had paid off. He did not ascend to the top rank, of course. He'd have to be dead 30 years before he could accomplish that. But his work showed up in the elite galleries, and it commanded substantial prices. For the first time in his life, he had experienced serious professional success, and the money that came with it. He had by then given up on any chance of recovering Priscilla Hutchins. It was, in fact, a bitter side effect of this situation that, because he had changed his name, she had no way of knowing that he and Tor Kirby were the same. He saw no easy way to correct the situation, until he read an article about George Hockelman, the Contact Society, and its substantial contributions to the Academy, Hutch's employer. Tor had never maintained a steady interest in the world around him. Of the Contact Society's questionable reputation among the professionals who did the fieldwork, he was utterly innocent. He knew only that the names of their major players showed up periodically on the Academy data streams available to anyone who wanted to look. It was his chance. He contributed a painting of the Temple of the Winds at Caraqua, an underwater archaeological site. It was his best work to date. The temple illuminated by sunlight filtering down through the sea, a submersible descending gradually toward it. It was quite apparent the vehicle was going down, escorted by a pair of Karaquat Kimbos, long, flat, wedge-shaped fish, and something like a squid. The painting was auctioned off and brought so much money that Tor regretted having made the donation. His picture and name, both names, made the Academy newslinks. But even as he looked at the stories and thought how generous and talented they made him appear, he understood they would not be enough to convince her to call. She probably wouldn't even see them. A few days later he caught commercial transportation out to Kester's Rock, a dazzling world of cliffs and angry seas orbiting a gas giant. Tor was painting the rings, depicting them rising out of a rough sea, when the message came from George. Major discovery pending. He wasn't interested at first, until he heard the comment, Academy pilot. He replied, hardly daring to hope, asking questions about the duration of the mission and the nature of the signals and several other issues in which he had no interest, using them to disguise the one question he cared about. "By the way, do you know the pilot's name?" It was an agonizing 5-day wait for the reply. Hutchins. George didn't quite have the name right, but he knew he had hit the jackpot. He caught transportation to Outpost, got there early, and decided to work while he waited. Decided, in fact, that his best bet with Hutch was to let her find him at work. Let her see what he was doing. The gas giant at Outpost was big, maybe 6 times Jupiter's mass. It was called Salivar's Hatch, after a pilot who had disappeared into its clouds 20 years before. There were more than 30 moons, not counting the shepherds located in its elegant ring system. Some had atmospheres, several had geologic activity, 2 had oceans frozen beneath their icy surfaces. None had life. 21 was a small chunk of ice and rock, not quite half the size of Luna. Most of its surface was covered with needle peaks, craters, and broken ridges, but an enormous plain dominated almost a quarter of the landscape, where lava had erupted eons ago, spilled out across the area, and frozen. As Hutch made her approach, Bill broke in. "You have a transmission from the Windy J, Hutch." That would be Kurt Eichner, the Academy's senior captain, a model of Teutonic efficiency. A place for everything and everything in its place. Kurt was the only Academy skipper she knew who could have torn down his ship and put it back together. He had a softer side, which passengers were not allowed to see. Even when he was in the act of performing a signal service for them,
He did it with polite yet brusque dispatch. "The baby's been delivered. Ma'am, you may sit up now." He liked Hutch, but then he liked all the women pilots, although, as far as she knew, he scrupulously kept hands off. She wasn't sure why that was. In his younger years he'd had a reputation as something of a rake, but she had never seen any indication of it, even though she'd occasionally encouraged him. Her favorite recollection of Kurt Eichner was from Caraqua, where he'd once cooked for her, in a portable shelter, an unforgettable dinner of sauerbraten, red cabbage, and potato dumpling. Perhaps because of the desolate location, perhaps simply because of Kurt's culinary abilities, it was the most memorable meal of her life. With the possible exception of some fruit and toast she'd once had, after 3 days with no food. "Pipe it through, Bill," she said. Hutch switched it to her main screen and settled back. Kurt blinked on. He was in his 70s. With most people it was possible to tell when they started putting on serious mileage, because even though their bodies didn't age, their eyes tended to harden, and the animation went out of their personalities. Some argued this was because humans were intended to live the biblical 70, and nothing could really change that. Others thought the condition could be avoided by refusing to allow the iron grip of habit to take hold. However that might be, Kurt had managed to stay youthful. His smile made her feel girlish, and she delighted in his approval. "Hello, Hutch," he said. "I just heard you were at Outpost. How long are you planning to be there?" "I'm already gone," she said, "leaving as soon as I make my pickup." There was a delay of several minutes, indicating he was at a substantial range. "Sorry to hear it. I'd have liked to get together." "When will you be in, Kurt?" "Tomorrow morning. I understand you're on a private flight this time." "More or less. It's an academy assignment, but the ship's not one of ours." "The Contact Society?" He couldn't entirely smother a smile. "You know about it?" "Sure, it's not exactly a secret." They prattled on until Bill interrupted. "On close approach," he said. The Memphis went into orbit, and Hutch took the lander down. A small gray pocket dome stood on the edge of the plane, its lights brave and cheerful in the vast emptiness. They were on the inner side of the moon, with a spectacular view of rings and satellites. The giant world itself was marked with green and golden bands. It was one of the lovelier places the starships went. "Message," said Bill. She nodded, and he put it through. Audio only. "I'm almost ready," a male voice said. It was, she thought, familiar. "Am I speaking to Tor Kirby?" she asked. "Yes, you are." She was sure she knew him. "Bill," she said, "open the passenger packet. Let's see if we can find a picture of this guy." "Coming up." An image blinked on. It was Vinderwall. She stared at it, puzzled. Why the name change? "Tor, this is Hutch." "Who?" "Hutch." Pause. "Priscilla Hutchins? Is that really you?" Still no visual. "Who's Tor Kirby?" "I am." "What happened to your last name? What are you doing out here?" The last time she'd seen him, he'd been working part-time as a greeter in an electronics depot. And trying to paint. "I changed it." "Your name? Why?" "Let's talk about it when I get into the ship, okay? I'm a little busy at the moment." "You need help?" "I can manage." She heard him moving around, heard the click of a notebook snapping shut, heard the creak of fabric, presumably his pack, and finally she heard the gentle hiss of a Flickinger field forming as he activated his E-suit. The lights went off in the dome, the door opened, and he came out onto the surface. He looked up at her and waved. Well, who would have thought? She'd said goodbye to him several years before, and he'd shocked her by nodding, saying he was sorry she felt that way, and he'd simply withdrawn from her life. Gives up too easily, that one. It had hurt her pride at the time, but it was just as well. Now, of course, here he was again. She waved back. He was wearing a gray shirt with a dragon on the front, khaki shorts and tennis shoes. He hadn't changed. Tor had been cautious around her to the degree she hadn't been sure about his feelings.
when one snowy night at the Carlisle restaurant on the Potomac, odd how she remembered the detail, she had concluded he was in love with her, realized it was so, in spite of all his efforts to hide it. It had frightened her away. Gotta go, star-hopping, catching the next freight off the wheel. Now, here he was, Tor Vinderwall. Her Tor. "Take us closer, Bill," she said. "Put the cargo airlock on the ground." He was moving his equipment and his air and water tanks out of the pocket dome when the lander touched down. She activated her own suit and went outside with mixed feelings. He looked good. He smiled at her uncertainly, and it was like the years collapsed, and the giant rings overhead were swept away, and they were back along the Potomac again. "It's good to see you, Hutch," he said. "Been a long time." His eyes were blue, and his black hair tumbled down over his forehead. He wore it longer than she remembered. "It's nice to see you, too, Tor," she said. "It's a pleasant surprise." Actually, something had changed in his demeanor, in his eyes. Something. She saw it in the way he approached her, hauling gear in both hands, his gaze moving between her and the lander. She expected to be embraced. Instead, he gave her a quick squeeze and kissed her cheek. The Flickinger field flashed when his lips touched it. "I didn't expect to see you out here," he said. "Why the name change, Tor?" "Who'd buy artwork from somebody named Vinderwall?" "I would," she said. He grinned. "That makes one." She saw an easel among the equipment. He followed her eyes to it. "It's why I'm here," he said. He pulled out a long tube, opened it, and extracted a canvas. Then he unrolled it and held it up for her to see. He had caught the gas giant in its glory, suspended above the moonscape. The sky was filled with rings, and a couple of satellites, both at third quarter, floated in the night sky. Silhouetted against the banded planet, she saw a superluminal. "Lovely," she said. He'd come a long way from the sterile landscapes he'd shown her back in Arlington. "You like it?" "Oh, yes, Tor." "But how'd you make it work?" She looked around to the airless rock. "Did you do this from inside?" "Oh, no," he said. "I set up right over there." He showed her, near a boulder that might have served as an armrest or even a place to sit. "Doesn't everything freeze up?" "The canvas is high-rag content. The pastels are reformulated. They use less volatile binders." He smiled at his work, obviously pleased with himself, and put it away. "It works quite well, really." "But why?" "Are you serious?" "Sure, it must cost a fortune to come all the way out here, and to paint a picture. Money's no object, Hutch. Not any more. Do you have any idea how much this will be worth when we get back?" "None." He nodded, as if the amount were beyond calculation. "Hard to believe that we'd meet in a place like this." He sat down, wrapped his arms around his knees, and looked up at her. "You're lovely as ever, Hutch." "Thanks. And congratulations, Tor. I'm happy for you." Tor looked quite dashing in the glow of the rings. He pulled a remote from the vest pocket, aimed it at the dome, and keyed it. The dome sagged, collapsed, and dwindled to a pack. They picked it up, along with the air and water tanks, and carried everything to the lander. George and the others were waiting. They all shook hands, poured drinks, laughed, exclaimed how surprised they were that he and Hutch knew each other, said how glad they were to see him again, and talked about how they were going after the biggest prize of all. They asked to see what he'd been doing, and he showed them, and they oohed and ahed. What was he going to call it? Alex asked with excitement. It was a question Hutch should have put to him. "Night Passage," he said. Chapter 7. Something of an extraordinary nature will turn up. Mr. Micawber in David Copperfield. Charles Dickens, 1850. During the final week of their voyage, Tor made no attempt to re-establish their relationship on its old footing. There were no covert smiles, no oblique references, no solitary visits to areas of the ship where she happened to be. Nevertheless, having what amounted to an old boyfriend on board changed the chemistry and created a decidedly uncomfortable situation. For the first couple of days after Tor boarded, Hutch spent less time with her passengers and all but confined herself to the bridge. But as Tor seemed to be making every effort to avoid creating a problem, she gradually returned to her normal routines. During the final days of their approach to 1107, she spent a fair amount of time talking with Preach. Well, maybe talking wasn't quite the right descriptive. They were a couple of hours apart using hypercom, so the conversations consisted of long monologues and a lot of waiting. It wasn't at all like sitting in the same room with someone, and even with years of practice on both sides, the experience could be frustrating. The process had taught Hutch a long time back about the vagaries of human conversation, the things that really mattered, which were not at all the words or even the tones, but rather the moment-to-moment reactions people had to one another, the sudden glitter of understanding in the eyes, the raised hand that accompanied a request for additional explanation, the signal of approval or dismay or affection that a given phrase might induce. What good was it to say, for example, "I would like to spend more time with you," to a still image, and wait more than an hour for a response that came as part of a long reply? So she said nothing of that sort, nothing personal, nothing that she couldn't put out there gradually, using his reactions to guide her. She liked Preach, liked him more than anyone she'd met in a long time. She enjoyed spending hours trading small talk back and forth with him, telling him what she was reading, how excited everyone was now that they were drawing close to 1107. The exchanges had been infrequent at first, maybe twice a day, centering primarily on details of the mission. How Preach's contact team was every bit as excited as hers. The Condor group consisted of 10 people, 6 men, 4 women. 5 were corporate executives, 1 was the chairman of the World Food Store, 2 were university presidents. Another was a prominent Catholic bishop who had become famous after he got into an argument with the Vatican, and he also had on board the celebrated comedian Harry Brubaker. "Harry," Preach said, "claims he's just along gathering material." The emphasis of his team was different. As opposed to looking for a piece of hardware, they harbored an outside hope that the planetary system at Point B was home to an advanced civilization. "Nobody'll really admit they think it's likely, but they all light up when the subject surfaces." The presence of the bishop had surprised Hutch. "His interest in the possibility of contact has only recently developed," Preach said, "but he thinks that eventually we're going to have an encounter that'll call everything humans believe about God into question. That we're going to have to opt for a wider vision. He wants to be part of it when it happens." She could see that his own eyes brightened as he described the state of mind of his passengers. "I know what you're thinking, Hutch," he continued, "and it's true. I don't care much about the scientific side of this thing, but there'll be a lot of publicity if we really do find something, and that can't hurt an independent contractor. I'd love to see it happen. By the way, something I meant to tell you." And he lurched into an account of 2 of his passengers caught en flagrante in one of the storerooms. They were trying to avoid the possibility of being seen sneaking in and out of their quarters, so one or the other had tripped the surveillance imagers, and the coupling had been relayed to every monitor on the ship. "But it turned out okay," he added. "This is a fairly laid-back group." Their conversations became less impersonal with the passage of time. There was a quality to their vastness outside, the sense of their joint isolation in a hostile place, that tempted her to say more sometimes than might be prudent. But she held back. At night, when she was occasionally awakened by footsteps in the corridor, somebody headed for a midnight snack, or maybe a furtive rendezvous, she allowed herself to imagine that it was Preach coming for her. George's people took full advantage of the Memphis's sim capabilities. They attended a Broadway production of South Pacific, circa 1947, in which George showed up as Emile. Alex jumped in happily to play Nellie, and Herman became Luther Billis. Hutch played Liat, the island beauty. They watched hot air balloons soar out of Albuquerque in the celebrated checkerboard race of 2019. They heard a concert by Moravich, and another by the Trapdoors. Pete played sax, and Alex did the vocals. They were present, with Gable and Lee, at the Hollywood opening of Gone with the Wind in 1939. They watched a 19th-century soccer match between Spain and Britain and a Phillies-Cardinals game from the 1920s. The latter was Herman's suggestion, and he had to explain the rules to everybody. The lead-off hitter for the Phillies was Hutch, who thought she looked pretty good in the uniform. She started the game with a line drive single to center. Later she asked Herman why everybody swung 3 or 4 bats before coming to the plate, and then discarded all but one. "When you get up there," he explained, "the single bat feels lighter. You can get it around quicker." Tor amused himself by making charcoal sketches of the various participants, Pete with his sax, Alex wrapped around a microphone, Herman as a World War II sailor. He might have heard about Hutch's question, because he presented her with a sketch depicting her in her Phillies uniform, crouched inside the on-deck circle, cradling 4 bats. She was delighted with it, and mounted it on the bridge. They were 3 days out from 1107 when Preacher reported that the Condor had arrived at Point B and was preparing to jump back into sublight space. "Excitement's pretty thick," he said. "These guys are really ready to go. Hutch, I hope we find something." "I hope you do too, Preach." In the morning he was back with the first report. "We've arrived, but we're in the middle of nowhere, still trying to find the worlds in this system. I doubt my passengers understand how there could be something as big as a planet out there, and we can't find it. I try to explain that the neighborhood's pretty big, too, but they don't see it." Her own passengers watched with mixed emotions. They wouldn't admit it, but they didn't really want their compatriot to succeed at Point B. If there was to be a discovery, they wanted that it would happen at 1107, Point A. "How long will it be before they know what the system looks like?" asked George. "They won't get data on the entire system," she said. "The Condor isn't designed for large-scale mapping and charting. They'll concentrate on looking for worlds in the biozone, and on trying to locate the incoming signal. That may take a couple of days. More if they're unlucky." But George's concern suggested the degree to which life changed on the Memphis once the other ship had actively begun its survey. The social cruise was over, and everyone now took to waiting on news from Point B. Preach's messages reflected a similar mood on the Condor. Not that he said anything directly, but a solemn tone crept into his voice. "No sign of planets yet," he said. "Class G sun. They should be here somewhere." Some news came during the evening of the second day of the search. "We found a gas giant. Too cold out there, though. It's not what we're looking for." Everyone was still up when Hutch went to bed that night. In the morning there was still nothing, and then, while several of them were having breakfast, "Terrestrial world, clouds, oceans, but no electronic envelope." An audible sigh ran down the table. "It's quiet," Preach said. Hutch loved the bridge at night, when the passengers were asleep and the ship was more or less at rest. Oddly, it wasn't at all the same when she was traveling alone. The knowledge that the others were there was somehow important, as if a tribal instinct cut in, supplying reassurance from the fact that her siblings all lay just beyond the glow of the instrument panels. "In the dark," she smiled. She had stocked the cooler with an ample supply of French champagne, to be used for celebratory purposes when and if the Memphis succeeded in what she was trying to do. In the event of failure, the champagne could be pressed into service to celebrate some other event, perhaps a birthday or the completion of another of Tor's sketches. On that last night, before they were to make their jump back to sublight, Tor surprised her by showing up on the bridge. It was the first time she'd found herself alone with him since he'd come aboard. "It seems strange," he said, "seeing you as an authority figure." She tried to downplay the idea. "It's just the job." He loitered by the hatch, reluctant to enter. "I've done some art research," she said. "You're a professional." He nodded. "Thanks. Actually, yes, I'm able to support myself now." "You've done better than that. You're living the life you've dreamed about. That doesn't happen to very many of us." "It happened to you." "Not really." "Didn't you always want to pilot these things?" "Yes, but it turned out differently from what I'd expected." "In what way?" "Tor,
it isn't as glamorous as it looks."
"It does look glamorous." He glanced around to be sure no one had come in and lowered his voice. "May I tell you something?"
"Uh-oh. Sure."
His gaze touched her eyes. "I was sorry to lose you." She looked down at the console, uncertain how to reply. "I won't bring it up again," he said, "and I won't do anything to make you uncomfortable. I just wanted you to know." He looked at her for a long moment. "Good night, Hutch." She watched him start for the door.
"Tor," she said.
He turned, and she saw hope flicker.
"I know this is hard on you."
She was going to add something about how she was a friend he could always count on, but it seemed dumb, so she stopped.
"I appreciate the attitude you've taken."
He nodded and was gone, and she realized that her last remark hadn't been much smarter than the one she'd choked off. Preach came back while they were getting ready to make their own jump. "Still no details, but it's right in the middle of the biozone. We can see blue skies, continents, and oceans. The bishop has suggested we name it Safe Harbor. The bad news is there's still no indication of electronic activity, and the scopes show no sign of light on the dark side. Maybe we're still too far away, but it looks empty."
The picture on the screen changed to a starfield. The imager homed in on a point of light. 2 points of light.
"That's it," he continued, "as seen from the main scope. It has a big moon." "Well," George said, "he's probably right. They're still too far away. Or maybe it's not even the right world. Aren't there other places in that system?"
Preach hadn't said. "I'll ask him when I get a chance, George," said Hutch. "Meantime, let's have everybody buckle up and go see what we have."
She retired to the bridge. By the time she got there, 6 green lights had appeared on the transition console. Her passengers were all safely cocooned in their harnesses. She brought them out into sublight, at long range from 1107. Alex and Nick both came out of the jump somewhat the worse for wear. Alex lost her lunch, and Nick swayed under a vertigo attack. Those kinds of effects were common enough. Neither had endured a problem on the way out, but transition sickness tended to be unpredictable, a hit-or-miss affair. Hutch herself still became ill on occasion.
"Activate long-range sensors," she told Bill.
The screens blinked on and showed lots of stars, but nothing else, which was pretty much what you expected to see in the neighborhood of a neutron star. "Looks dark out there," said Herman from the common room. Hutch was relaying results from the telescopes onto the big wall screens. "How far out are we?" he asked.
"In the boonies," said Hutch. 80 AUs from the neutron star."
Alex asked how long she thought it would take to find the transmission.
Hutch put an image of the Memphis on screen, with its outsized antennas. "It would help if we got lucky. The transmission's narrow, and we can't maneuver well because it wouldn't take much to collapse the dishes, but we have a pretty good idea where to look, and that'll help." "How can you figure out where you are? Everything here looks the same as everything else." She brought up a picture of one of the satellites left by the Benny. "We use these to establish our position." Alex nodded, but didn't look as if she understood. "You didn't tell me how long you thought it would take." "If we get lucky, maybe only a couple of days."
"That's the estimate they were tossing around back at the academy," said Pete. "When I was out here on the Benjamin Martin, the signal was damned near impossible to find. What if we don't get lucky?"
4 dish antennas unfolded from their holding tubes and flowered above the hull of the Memphis. Swivels turned slowly until all were fully expanded and directed toward the neutron star. In Hutch's mind, the Memphis came to resemble an old 18th-century ship of the line, under full sail.
"Approaching search area," said Bill.
"There are no guarantees," Hutch said. "There's just too much space out here. We can't cover everything. But George has done a pretty decent job with the sensors and the communications equipment. We also have some satellites to put out. They'll help us. I think if it's here, we'll find it pretty quickly."
Bill took them through the maneuvers required by the opening phases of the search pattern with deliberation.
Changing directions with the antennas deployed was like trying to turn a flatbed vehicle loaded with bowling balls. Hutch considered retracting the dishes at the end of each pass, but Bill ran a simulation, and they concluded it meant too much wear and tear. "This system," the AI said when she was alone, "requires some improvement." They had a couple of false alarms. The neutron star threw off electromagnetic transmissions in all directions. They were in the process of trying to match several of them with the target signal when Bill announced a transmission from the Condor. "We found 2 more worlds," Preach said, answering George's question. "But neither is in the biozone. They're both close, but off the money. One will be a desert, the other's a chunk of ice and rock. By the way, did I tell you Safe Harbor's moon is almost a quarter the size of the planet? We can make out an atmosphere. It looks thin, but it's there." "Wait a second, Hutch." He turned away, listened to someone standing off to one side of the imager, and looked surprised. Hutch saw him say, "You're sure?" There was more nodding, more conversation. He looked out of the screen at her. "I'll be right back, Hutch," he told her. Then she was looking at his empty chair. He was gone a couple of minutes. When he reclaimed his seat, his blue eyes were gleaming. "There's a lunar outpost of some sort. Hutch, I think we've struck gold." Hutch relayed the transmission throughout the ship, and a few moments later heard cheers. For his part, Preach was getting slapped on the back, and somebody thrust a drink into his hand. A coil of paper spiraled through the air. "I'll get back to you," he said, "when we have more." Within a few minutes, the excitement had given way to a sense of having been left out. "That's where we should have gone," Nick told Hutch. "We backed the wrong dog." They wasted no time settling whose fault it was. "I thought this was our best bet," George said. "We knew that whatever is here is currently active. I really didn't think they'd find anything over there." He looked stricken. "You're right," he told Herman. "I blew this one." While they were all feeling simultaneously ecstatic and sorry for themselves, one of the dishes tore loose from its mount. Hutch took a go-pack and went outside to do repairs, but she'd just begun to apply the patch when Bill informed her there was another transmission from the Condor. "All calm," she said. That would make it available to her passengers as well. Preach was visibly excited. "There's vegetation on the planet," he said, "and we can see structures. Cities, canals maybe. No sign of anything in orbit yet. The moon has water, I think, but it's probably not a living world." She finished up, climbed down, and went inside. They were all waiting for her. They looked as if they'd decided enough was enough. "How long would it take us to get there?" George asked. "A few hours. Is that what you want to do?" "Yes." "You're sure?" "Of course we are." Herman looked as if he'd just lost heavily at an all-night card game. Alex gazed intently at Hutch, as if she'd taken them to the wrong place. Tor stared into that middle distance he examined whenever things went wrong. Even Pete, who maybe should have known better, was wearing a frown. Only Nick seemed unfazed, but she thought dealing with bad times was Nick's specialty. "Okay," she said. "We'll get started." Bill's image appeared on her auxiliary screen directly in her line of sight. That meant he was offering her a chance to talk to him privately, but it was getting late and she was tired. "Yes, Bill," she asked. "What is it?" He was wearing a beret and smiling. Trying to cut through the general gloom, maybe. "We've got a hit," he said. George raised a fist. Alex fell into Herman's arms, and Hutch witnessed a major-league mood change. They shook hands and banged one another on the back. She got a hug from Tor. He winked at her afterward. "Thought I'd take advantage," he said. So they decided to stay because who knew where it might lead, and anyway they could only be second best at Safe Harbor, and did anyone know who captained the second mission to the Americas? Hutch thought it was Columbus again, but she wasn't sure enough to say anything. She broke out the champagne, and they raised a glass to Bill, who smiled shyly, took off his beret, and said modestly that he was only doing his job. The signal seemed to be coming directly out of 1107. "How much did we get?" asked Hutch. "Only a couple of seconds, but I know where it is. We'll be locking on to it again in less than an hour. Then we can follow it to the source, if you want." "What's it look like?" asked George.
the transmission. Can't read it, but there is a pattern, same as the original intercept. Will you be able to translate it if we get a larger sample? There's no way to know. Maybe. You're assuming it has a meaning. How could it not? Asked Alex. It could be a test message, said Hutch. She sent a message to Preach, informing him what had happened. At about the same time another transmission came in from the Condor. Big news. We've picked up the 1107 signal. It's aimed directly at Safe Harbor. He signed off, and Bill came back. Captain, they transmitted a data package on the reception. Yes? Configuration doesn't match, and the signal is stronger on its arrival at Point B than it should be. There are other transmitters here, said Hutch. I hardly see that it can be otherwise. The numbers suggest they are blending transmissions from 3 sources. Presumably all are in orbit around the neutron star. It was a night for losing sleep. Bill rediscovered the signal and rotated the telescopes toward the source. Nothing visible, he said. Hutch rotated the Memphis, and they moved closer to the dead star, homing on the transmission. 20 minutes after they'd started, Preach was back, looking shaken. We're in orbit around Safe Harbor, he said, and I have bad news. It looks as if we couldn't have picked a less appropriate name. The planet is hot. This is a dead world. Radiation levels are high, lots of craters, ruins everywhere. Looks as if they've had a nuclear war down there. His image blinked off, to be replaced by a water-filled crater. Wreckage ringed the perimeter. The land was gray and black, sterile, rocky, blasted, broken only by occasional brown patches of what might be vegetable growth. It's like this almost everywhere. Images flashed by, rubble, mountains of debris, great holes gouged in the earth, dead cities. Here and there buildings stood, often only walls or foundations, an occasional house. We haven't seen any indication of land animals other than a few long-necked creatures, look like giraffes, and birds, lots of birds, but that's it. We'll keep looking, although no one here expects to find anything. It looks as if they did a pretty thorough job of it. Tom wants to send down a landing party, but we have no way to scrub the lander afterward, so I'm not going to allow it. It's causing a little friction. The mission director has insisted on firing off a request to the Academy, demanding they override me. They won't, of course. If someone got killed, that would make the brass at home directly responsible. The moon base looks dead, too. I guess it would have to be. At the moment, we have no idea what they looked like. There were more pictures, and then the preacher was back. We were glad to hear of your success, he said. Whatever their transmitters are saying, though, it doesn't look as if anybody's listening anymore. They all sat quietly, stunned. Hutch felt the thrusters fire once, briefly, adjusting their alignment. Then she opened her channel to the Condor. Preach, do you have any sense how long ago it happened? The response came in a bit more than an hour later. Not in the immediate past, Preach said. Some of the wreckage is overgrown, but it's hard to tell without going down and taking samples. You ask me to guess, I'd say 5, maybe 600 years, but it's only a guess. There's no indication that anybody survived. We've been looking for signs, but nothing's moving down there. No boats, no vehicles, nothing. Did I mention there are roads? Highways, actually. They might have been paved at one time. There are 4 continents, and some of the roads cross coast to coast. Looks like an old-fashioned interstate system. And most of the harbors were improved. They're complete with sunken ships. Images began to flash across the screen. The ships were eerily similar to the kinds of vessels that had roamed Earth's seas until recently. Of course, she thought, that only makes sense. How many ways are there to build a ship? And there, unmistakably, were the remains of an airport. The tower had been blown away, the runways were overgrown with shrubs, the hangars and terminals had collapsed. But it was impossible to miss. Off to one side they could even make out the wreckage of several aircraft. Propeller-driven. "Here's the moon base," said Preach. A half-dozen dome-shaped structures stood on a plain, near a depression that might once have been a riverbed. "We'll be going down later today to the moon to take a look. His expression changed. He glanced up, and Hutch knew his attention had been drawn by something on his overhead screen. He blinked off momentarily, then came back. "Wait one. We've got an artificial satellite." He left his seat again and disappeared. Someone, Herman, she thought, commented that they were getting more questions than answers. Tom Isako, the mission director on the Condor, stepped into the picture. "We're going to sign off for a few minutes," he said. "George, it looks as if there are several satellites out there. They're there, but we can't see them. They are apparently invisible." George was standing with his jaw slack. It was too much for him. Alex tapped his shoulder to remind him he should respond. "Okay," he said. "Keep us informed." The screen broke away to the Condor's logo. Bill broke in. "Captain, that explains why we haven't seen our target transmitter." "Lightbenders?" asked Nick. "But what would be the point? I mean, out here, who's going to see them anyway? Why would anyone care?" Chapter 8. There is nothing that overwhelms the senses quite like an unwelcome silence. Alana Caspi, Reminiscences, 2201. "Hutch, I've located the transmitter." They were all in mission control. "Where?" she asked. Bill put 1107 on screen, drew an orbit, and marked the position. "It appears that Dr. Isako was correct." "Lightbender?" "Yes, or something similar. And it masks heat generation as well." "It's still transmitting to the same target, to point B?" "That seems to be the case." There were more embraces and calls for more champagne. The sedate group that had quietly watched Sims and played bridge during the first few weeks became almost rowdy. Hutch complied, wondering when she'd last seen people change moods so quickly. "To the Huckelman 7, Nick said, and George drank. "To our neighbors, and let's hope we can find them." Herman, especially charming because he meant it, suggested a toast, "To our gorgeous captain." Hutch bowed appreciatively. Then she directed Bill to trace the orbit and the signal direction to point B. The lights winked off, and a marker signifying the neutron star appeared at one end of the room. The transmitter, depicted as a tiny antenna, began moving around it in a tight orbit. Across the room, a yellow star blinked on. "Point B," said Bill. The antenna brightened. It sprouted a line that moved deliberately through the chamber and connected with the star. "The plane of the orbit," said Bill, "is directly perpendicular to the transmission line." "Is that significant?" asked George. "Sure. The satellites always have a clear view of the target. Bill, how many transmitters do we expect to find?" "3, he said, "placed equidistantly in the same orbit." George wanted an explanation of that, too. "The transmission has to go a long way," she said. 16 light-years. There'd be a lot of degradation over that kind of distance. A single satellite's not enough. We already know the incoming signal at point B is considerably stronger than they'd get from a single unit. All 3 transmit. If you phase the signals properly, you get incredible resolution with fairly low power. You'd have a dish antenna with an effective diameter equal to that of the orbit. What we've picked up, what the Academy's satellites picked up, is only a side lobe, a piece of the signal. They used 2 days getting into position to intercept a second transmission, which was found precisely where Bill had predicted. They'd been expecting it, so everyone was up and dressed. But they still couldn't get a visual on the transmitter itself. "Send the results to the Condor, Bill," Hutch said. "The question for us," she told George and his team, "is whether we want to go pick up one of the transmitters. It takes us in a bit close to the monster, actually closer than I'd prefer. But we can do it." She had everyone's attention. Alex put their concern into words. "Why closer than you'd prefer? Is there a danger?" "No," she said. "It's just that, in close, it becomes a pretty steep gravity well. We'll use up a lot of fuel climbing back out." "How long would it take?" asked Herman. Hutch passed the question to Bill. "The entire operation," he replied, "would require several weeks." "Do you think we can take one on board?" asked George. "Depends how big it is." "I say we do it," said Nick. "And if we have to, we take the thing apart. I mean, it would be nice to go home with a transmitter built somewhere else." You guys have any idea the kind of value that would have?" They did, and the decision was taken. Minutes later, the engines changed tone, and the Memphis slipped on to a new heading. "Why the light-bender technology?" asked Nick. "In a lonely place, why go to the trouble?" Tor made a face that suggested it was a problem that had been bothering him, too. "Maybe it's standardized equipment," he said. "Maybe it's the basic model." Herman stood up and leaned against the bulkhead. "Why leave anything here at all?" he asked. "I mean, why would anybody even be interested in this thing?" "Why were we interested?" asked Pete. "It's a neutron star. It has some fascinating characteristics." "But there are a lot of neutron stars. Why this one?" "You have to pick one," said Pete. "Maybe this happens to be it." "Or?" asked George, inviting him to continue. "It does have a unique quality." He turned toward Hutch. "Could we get a look off to the port side, please?" Hutch arranged the picture until he had what he wanted. "See the red star?" It was dim and quite ordinary. "I don't recall its catalog number, but it's a red giant. 10 known planets. 1107 is headed in its direction. Eventually it's going to scramble the system." "When's that going to happen?" asked Hutch. 17,000 years. Pete said it with a straight face. "Give or take." "Well," said Herman, "that's going to be a long wait for somebody, isn't it?" Bill announced another transmission from the Condor and put it up. "Ladies and gentlemen," said Preach, looking out at them with a puzzled smile, "we found a satellite. We are pulling alongside it as I speak, and we'll begin taking it on board within the next few minutes. I'll keep you informed." A picture of the object replaced the preacher. It was floating just outside the Condor's cargo bay doors. It was diamond-shaped, with 2 dish antennas, perhaps 4 times the size of the core unit. The surface of both the core and the dishes was cut in myriad odd angles, and it had a set of thrusters. Everything was protected by a mirror-like coating that made the object quite hard to see. "You'll notice," he said, "it's stealth rather than light-bender technology, plus smart camouflage. The surface is completely covered with sensors and display units. They're set up so that light falling on a sensor on one side is reproduced in a display directly opposite. We don't figure the resolution would be very good, but up here, who's going to notice? The point is that unless you're right on top of it, you won't see it."
Hutch had never seen anything like it before.
"We experimented with some of this stuff back in the 21st century, Preach said. "The photodetectors are only a centimeter or so in diameter, and the light emitters are maybe 10 times that size."
Hutch asked about the energy source. They had snacks while they waited for the answer to come back.
"We haven't been able to figure that out, Hutch," Preacher replied. "It doesn't seem to have one. But then we don't have experts on this kind of thing."
They watched while Preach went out with the go-pack, removed the dishes, and brought them inside. That done, the satellite would fit through the cargo doors. The Condor's AI fine-tuned the ship's alignment, turned off the artificial gravity, then fired the thrusters. Hutch and the Memphis team watched the satellite drift slowly into the cargo bay. Now they were getting close-up pictures. Preacher stayed out of the way as the contact team began removing the mirror coating, then started laying bare the black boxes and turning shafts and fittings of the unit. There were several lines of unfamiliar symbols along the stem. Hutch could see that her passengers were still torn, delighted that a breakthrough had finally occurred, dejected that they had gotten on the wrong flight. The team members took turns holding up parts for the imager. Harry Brubaker, using the comic deadpan that had made him famous, showed them a connecting cable. Tanisako had a black box that did heaven knew what. J.J. Parker, a board member on several major retail corporations, showed them a long silver rod. The bishop had a pair of sensors, and Janie Hoskin, the cosmetic queen, produced a basketball-sized sphere that housed 3 scopes. She was laughing and wearing a party hat. A tall, grinning male, whose name Hutch did not know, was waiting his turn when the screen went dark. There was an impatient rustling behind Hutch. "Interrupted at the source," said Bill.
"Would happen now," said Alex.
George laughed.
"They're drinking too much. Somebody probably walked into the—"
It came back on momentarily. But it was a scene of panic. People stumbling about, lights flickering, someone screaming.
The Memphis people murmured, grew still, grew frightened. Then it was gone again. "Hutch?" Pete's voice, thick with emotion. "What's going on?" "Don't know." The screen stayed dark. "No signal," said Bill. "Plot a course," she said. Chapter 9. There are not 10 people in the world whose deaths would spoil my dinner, but there are 1 or 2 whose deaths would break my heart. Thomas Babington Macaulay. Letter to Hannah M. Macaulay. July 31st, 1833. Mass detectors weren't entirely reliable, and while they might warn a ship that it was about to materialize inside, say, a planet, there was no guarantee. The jump back to sublight always included a degree of breathlessness. Consequently, superluminals were more likely, and indeed were required by law, to materialize in deep space. Earthbound ships made their jumps out beyond Mars's orbit, and then spent the better part of several days coasting in. Hutch could afford no such luxury if she were to arrive in the Condor's vicinity in a timely manner. She drew a circle with a 500,000-kilometer radius around the double planet and directed Bill to aim for the arc. The odds against catastrophe were so heavily in her favor that she didn't tell her passengers what she was doing. She used the neutron star to gain acceleration more quickly than she would otherwise have been able to do, and the Memphis therefore made the jump into hyperspace less than 40 minutes after Preach's call for help. Throughout all this the Condor remained silent. When she had sent off a message to Outpost and assured herself no one was closer than the Memphis, she retired to her quarters. They were by then into the early morning hours. She climbed out of her jumpsuit, got into bed, and killed the lights. But she lay awake, staring into the dark, seeing Preach's face. Accidents were rare among the superluminals. There had been a couple of instances of runaway engines and malfunctioning AIs. That was thought to be the cause of the loss of the Venture, which had vanished into the sack, into hyperspace, at the dawn of the interstellar age. The Hanover had been wrecked when its warning systems had inexplicably failed to notice a rock in its path. There had been a couple of others. But if one calculated the number of flights and distances traveled against mishaps, the possibility became vanishingly small. Whatever the Condor's problem, they had the lander available. It would be a bit crowded, but the lander would sustain them all for the couple of days she'd need to get to the scene. They traveled through the night and into the morning. At 0600 the interior lights brightened, indicating the arrival of the new day. Everyone came down early for breakfast, each inquiring on entry if anything had been heard during the night. Had Hutch ever seen anything like this before? She hadn't. It was her experience that ships never vanished, and only lost their communications when the equipment broke down or when they ran into a storm of radiation. "The satellite was booby-trapped," Nick suggested. Apparently everyone had been thinking the same thing. The possibility had occurred to Hutch, of course, but she could see no sense in it. What would be the point? "Sheer malevolence," suggested George. "We tend to assume that anybody we meet out here is going to be reasonable. That might be a misguided notion." It had always been Hutch's view that reason would be required to build a star drive. No barbarians off-world. Savages need not apply. Maybe she was wrong. Still, the evidence so far supported that view. The long-gone monument-makers had tried to shield at least 2 primitive cultures from the worst effects of the Omega clouds, and a race of hawks had done what they could, a couple of thousand years ago, to assist the undeveloped civilization on Mal'eva 3 from a cloud-induced ice age. They had finished eating and were sitting around, worried, frightened, beginning to wish they'd not embarked on the mission, when Bill announced that a message had come in from Outpost. It was Jerry Hooper, who'd been with operations out there as far back as Hutch could remember. He was exceedingly serious, never smiled, looked as if he'd never had a good time. But he was competent. "Hutch," he said, "we've also lost contact with the Condor. They missed their scheduled movement report. We're putting together a rescue unit. Meantime, we are forwarding their approximate last position to Bill. Academy has been informed. Please stay in contact and use caution until we determine what happened." "They didn't hear anything either?"
asked Alex. "Apparently nothing more than we did." "Wouldn't the AI send out a distress call?" "If it could," said Hutch. She tried to reassure them. Whatever the problem was, their friends were with the best captain in the business. They couldn't be in better hands. In fact, they'd all heard of Brawley, even Alex, who said she'd been thinking about adapting several of his exploits for a show. Hutch watched the corners of her eyes crinkle and saw that she'd thought of something else that disturbed her. "If they were in the lander," she asked, "wouldn't they let us know?" "The lander doesn't have hypercom capability. Landers don't generate that kind of power." For the moment, at least, they all looked a bit relieved. They stayed together in mission control, and the silence from the Condor became the elephant in the room that no one wanted to talk about. "Maybe they're still there," Herman said finally. "Who's still there?" "Whoever built the moon base. Whoever put up the satellites. Maybe they got jumped by the locals." "Do we have weapons?" asked Alex, "just in case." "No," said Hutch. "Nothing to fight with if we're attacked?" asked Nick. He looked incredulous. George cleared his throat. "Never occurred to me that we might need weapons. I don't think anybody else ever put weapons onto a starship." He looked at Hutch for vindication. "There's never been anybody to fight with out here," she said. Herman was sipping from a glass of wine. He finished it, put the glass down, looked at her. "Maybe until now," he said. No one was hungry, so they passed on dinner. At George's request, Hutch put the outside view on the main panel. It was a reluctant accession because the sack was filled with floating mist. The ships themselves seemed barely to move, and the murkiness was inevitably ominous, gloomy, sinister. But she complied, and they took to watching the haze part before them as though they were a sailing vessel doing 10 knots. Their mood grew more fatalistic through the evening. By 11, when most of the passengers usually started peeling off and heading for bed, they were convinced all hope had fled. Only Nick maintained an upbeat mood. "They'll be okay," he said. "I've read about this guy Brawley." Just before midnight, Bill informed them the ship was approaching jump. Hutch told them to strap down and went up to the bridge. Tor came in behind her, but hesitated in the doorway. "I thought you'd like some company." She smiled and waved him to the co-pilot seat. Bill started a 6-minute countdown. "Crunch time," she said. 6 green lights lined up on the console. 5 passengers and the co-pilot were buckled in. "What do you think?" he asked quietly, as if she were finally free to speak her mind. "If they got to the lander," she said, "they'll be okay." Pete's voice came over the comlink. "Please, God." All gauges on the jump status indicator went to a bright amber. 3 minutes, said Bill. Hutch diverted the additional power from the fusion plant. Systems lamps turned green. The power levels of the Hazeltines began to rise. The mass indicator showed 0. "I'm not optimistic," said Tor. She got a red light. Something rolling around loose in mission control. "It's my notebook," George said over the comlink. "Can you secure it?" "Doing it now." 1 minute. They floated forward. The red light went out. The console indicated all harnesses in place again. Lamps dimmed. The sublight navigational systems, which had been in a power-saving mode, came alive. The fusion plant went to ready status. External sensors came online. Shields powered up. Someone in back said, "Good luck." And they slid smoothly out into the dark. Stars blinked on, and a shrunken sun showed up off the port. Beside her, Tor took a deep breath. "You okay?" she asked. "A little dizzy. Happens all the time. Close your eyes and wait for things to settle." "Okay." "Don't make any sudden moves." She was already scanning the console for radio signals. If Preach and his people were in the lander, they'd be broadcasting. "Hear anything?" asked Tor. "No." Her spirits sagged. "Not a peep." The Hazeltines cut off. "Okay, folks," she said. "You can get up. Things should be quiet for the moment." She poured coffee for herself and got a cup for Tor. "Bill," she said, "where are we?" "I'm working on it." "Are you reading anything?" "Negative. Sensors are clear." Not good. She stared at her coffee and put it down untasted. Navigation inside a new system was always a speculative prospect coming out of a jump. At a 16-light-year range, variance between intended destination and actual arrival point could run as much as 2 AUs. Added to that was the difficulty of spotting planets, which were usually the only bodies, other than the sun, close enough to help in establishing one's position. For the moment, they were lost. "I've got one of the gas giants," Bill said, "matching it with data from Outpost." "Hurry, Bill." "Hutch, the range from the sun is about right. We're close to Safe Harbor's orbit." "Good!" Tor raised his fists. "Don't get too excited," Hutch said. "It could be on the other side of the sun." "You don't really think that?" "It's possible." Questions began coming in from her passengers. Had they sighted the Condor yet? Why wasn't something happening? "Let's go back and talk to them," she said. They turned frightened eyes toward her when she came into mission control. "Do we really," asked George gently, "not know where we are?" "It takes a little while," she said. "We're doing our best." Herman frowned. "Can't we tell where we are from the stars?" "They're too far away," Hutch explained. "They look pretty much the same from all over the system." They looked at her as if she'd lost them on a dark country road. "We don't have a map of this system," she said. "The planets are the road signs. But we need a little time to find them." Pete nodded. "That's what I was trying to tell you," he said. "We don't even know where the planets are in relation to Safe Harbor. At least, I assume we don't." He looked at Hutch. "That's correct, Pete," she said. "We're trying to get our bearings now. Be patient." She wanted to say, "Don't worry. If they're still alive, we'll get to them." But she had a bleak sense it didn't matter any more. It was after 3 a.m. when Bill announced that he'd nailed down their position. 9 hours out, he said. All sensors pointed at Safe Harbor. The Memphis swung onto a new course and began to accelerate. They spent the night in the common room, enduring periodic acceleration and deceleration as Bill burned fuel to make the quickest possible approach. At noon they arrived in the vicinity of Safe Harbor. They were weary, exhausted, deflated, discouraged. It was remotely possible the Condor team were adrift in the lander with an inoperative radio, but nobody believed it. Hutch sent off her latest report to Outpost and retreated to the bridge to wait for the bad news. The Memphis was approaching from the dark side of the planet and its oversized moon, so that the first thing they saw was sunlit crescents, and then shimmering atmospheres on both worlds. "Wide scan, Bill," she said. She hadn't lost sight of the possibility there might be a hostile force nearby. A threat of that nature was a completely new idea to her, one nobody had ever confronted in the 40-plus years since FTL had become a reality. It seemed absurd. But if there were something, her only defense would be flight, and she'd need almost an hour to accelerate to jump mode. "Watch for anything non-orbital." "I beg your pardon?" "Anything not moving in an orbit." "I understand what the words mean, but this is a planetary area. There's always debris drifting in." "Damn it, Bill, if you see somebody coming after us, let me know." "I'm sorry, Hutch. I did not mean to upset you." "It's okay, you didn't. Just keep your eyes open, all of them." "Yes." She sensed, rather than saw, Bill materialize beside her, but he did not speak. "I'm all right," she said. "I'm sorry." Dumb, apologizing to a stack of software. "There is still a chance they are alive, Hutch." "I know." She watched the world and its moons grow until they filled the screens. "There are several artificial satellites, not stealths. Preliminary scan suggests they're primitive." That was Matt's conclusion. She had to pause between words to control her voice. The scans were all turning up negative. No Condor, no attackers, no lander filled with survivors. "I am sorry. I wish there was something I could do." "I know, Bill, thanks." "Let it come," he said. She shook her head, trying to say she was all right, but the tears rolled down her cheeks. "You'll get through it." A human might have said, "It'll be okay." She heard somebody at the door and got herself together as Tor came in. "Nothing yet?" he asked. Not trusting her voice, she shook her head. "No." I'd have thought they'd be easy to find.
Only if they're intact.
Oh, he stammered. I should have realized. What about the stealth? She asked Bill. Do we know where it is? Find that, and we might find the condor. I have no easy way of looking for it. Please keep in mind that it is quite difficult to pick up.
How did Matt find it? She persisted.
I do not know.
Tor fidgeted, unsure whether to stay or go. Hutch signaled him to sit. He complied and took to looking off into that middle distance again.
George came in a minute later. Any sign of them yet? He asked.
Still looking.
His eyes went to one of the screens. It was filled with images from the ground, hard-scrabbled countryside, swollen-looking vegetation. As if his presence were a harbinger, the telescopes reached the coastline, and ruins appeared on 3 sides of a harbor. Then they were gone, and the view went out over open water.
Hutch, Bill's voice dropped an octave. Debris ahead. An odd calm came over her. It was as if she'd moved outside herself and was observing events from a safe distance. On screen. It was from a starship. An airflow assembly, and an attached control box, not much different from the type the Memphis had in her own overhead. About 6 meters long, broken off on both ends, it was scorched. George asked what it was. She almost answered the condor, but she bit it down and explained. Told him there had apparently been an explosion. The others were coming in to watch, Alex and Pete and Nick. Here's more. Bill showed them a Hazeltine housing, a piece of the frame in which the jump engines were mounted. It, too, showed signs of fire and blast. And more. She looked at the pieces, and in a trembling voice sent a message to Outpost, reporting that they were on the scene and finding wreckage. Details, she said solemnly, to follow. It blew up, said Pete. They were waiting for Hutch to say something. She was the expert. But she had no hope to give. Yes, she said. That's what it looks like. Somebody sniffled, blew into a handkerchief. How could it have happened? Asked Nick. He looked around at the bridge. These things are supposed to be safe, aren't they? They're safe, she said. Piece of the hull. It was from a forward section. The Hazeltines, on the other hand, had been aft, which pretty much settled it. The entire ship had gone up. Hutch looked back at Nick. To my knowledge, this has never happened before. But it was possible. Either set of engines, the Hazeltines or the fusion drive, could let go if someone was careless, or unlucky. Maybe it was a meteor, said Alex, or they collided with the satellite. The wreckage suggests internal explosion, said Bill. Hutch agreed. Launch a marker, she said. Complying. What's that about? Asked Alex. We'll put out a radio marker, so whoever comes to investigate will be able to find the spot. Got something else, said Bill. Organic, I believe. Hutch heard the collective whimper. She kept her eyes on the console and blocked everything else out. We'll be doing some maneuvering, so you folks better go back and lock down. Bill, take us in close. She got out of her chair. Do you need help? Asked Nick. Right man for the job. Yes, please. They waited by the open airlock as Bill maneuvered the ship. The object floated against the star-streaked sky, spectral in the glow from this world's gauzy moon. The ship's light picked it up, and Hutch steeled herself. It was a limb, a leg, severed midway between hip and knee, scorched and broken. The knee was slightly bent, as if its owner had been caught while running. Neither of them spoke. Nick took a deep breath, but she sensed he was watching her. You all right? He asked. Not really. She was beginning to tear up, and the E-suit put a hard shell over the face to create room to breathe, but it prevented her from wiping her eyes. Range 30 meters, said Bill. Sufficient for retrieval. Hold there. They placed a blanket on the deck. She looked at the limb, looked at Tor, and wondered whether she'd hold up. Breach was gone. They were all gone. And she needed to get her act together.
Get the job done. Cry later. She pulled on a go-pack. "Where do we put it?" asked Nick. "Refrigerator locker," she said. "Back there." She pointed toward the rear of the cargo bay, which also housed their lander. He started to say something and stopped. "What?" she prodded. "That's not where we keep the food, is it?" "We'll move everything out. There's space elsewhere." She stepped into the airlock. "Be back in a minute." "Good luck." He sounded as if he thought it was dangerous. Hutch stepped out of the ship and pushed herself toward the limb, using a short burst from the thrusters to correct her course. "Be careful," said Nick. Safe harbor, wrapped in white clouds and vast blue oceans, gleamed beneath her. Without the aid of telescopes, she could see no sign of the carnage. "It's another Earth," she told Nick. "Hutch, I've found the Condor's lander. It is intact, but there is no heat signature." "Okay." That wrapped it. "It's scorched, burned. I don't see how anyone could be alive inside it." "I understand." She pushed it away, refused to think about it. The leg was rotating slowly, turning end over end. She used another burst from the thrusters, reached out reluctantly, and took it in her hands. Then she turned over so that the go-pack pointed in the opposite direction, and fired the unit again to get back to the airlock. The leg felt like a piece of ice. The Memphis looked warm and secure, like a house in the woods on a midwinter night. Light poured out of her viewports, and she saw Alex moving around inside one of them. "Hutch," said Bill. "More body parts ahead." "Acknowledge." She looked at Nick, standing in the airlock. "Talk to me, Nick. Do what you've been doing for a lifetime. Tell me it's okay." But Nick only said that she was coming in a bit too fast, that she should come a little bit left. She peered into his eyes and decided he was every bit as shaken as she was. But he held his voice level and reached for the limb as she drifted back on board. She gave it to him. "Bill, you're still watching for unusual movement around us?" She knew he was, but it reassured her to ask. "I am watching closely. There is nothing." They went inside and started for the locker. "Do you think they were attacked?" Nick asked. "Hard to see where attackers could have come from," she said. "And Bill said the explosion came from inside." "That's an analysis, not a fact." They pulled the food out and moved it to an adjacent locker. She stowed the limb and was glad to shut the door. It was a nightmare. They cruised through the area, retrieving body parts. Only one corpse was recovered reasonably intact, and that belonged to Harry Brubaker. Even in his case, identification had to be made by his patch. He'd been reluctant to come, George explained, hadn't wanted to be gone from his family for an extended period. They were able to identify two others. One was the bishop. The other was Tom Misako. Hutch found nothing of Preach. When it was finally over, she showered and scrubbed, but couldn't wash off the pall of the day's work. Unable to stand being alone, she put on fresh clothes, went back to the bridge, and sank into her chair. She became gradually aware of the 1,000 sounds of the ship in operation, air whispering through ducts, a door closing somewhere, distant voices. Preach's image, unbidden, appeared on one of the screens. Bill was trying to help. He looked as he had in the final communication, puzzled, expectant. "You'll notice it's stealth rather than light-bender technology." "You think the satellite contained a bomb?" asked the AI. "I don't have any other explanation. Have you?" "I do not. Yet the notion of someone preparing a death trap for entities with whom they are unfamiliar seems unreasonable." "Bill, these folks were at war with one another. Maybe Preach just got unlucky." They conducted a memorial service in Mission Control, presided over by George. Everybody had at least one close friend on the Condor. Tears flowed and voices were strained, and afterward they retired to the common room to lift a final round of glasses to victims and to decide on their next move. "Go home," said Alex. Pete nodded. "I agree." He was on his feet, his gaze clouded with regret, his hands pushed into the pockets of his jumpsuit. The mission's a failure. We found a starfaring race, and they're dead. Alex is right. We should wrap it up and head back.
George looked to his left, where Tor was sitting with his elbows on the table and his head propped up on his palms.
Tor?
He didn't move.
We've lost a lot of our people. I think we have an obligation to find out what killed them.
Not when we can't defend ourselves, said Alex. George looked toward Herman. He sat quietly, staring into his palms.
We came a long way, he said after a moment. I'm with Tor. Let's at least try to find out what happened. Otherwise, we're going home with our tail between our legs.
Nick? I've seen enough people die. I'd just as soon clear out. George turned his eyes toward the ceiling with a "Lord, forgive them, for they know not what they do" expression.
The Condor blew up, he said patiently. Accidents happen.
He looked out one of the viewports at a peaceful sky. The moon and a slice of the sun were visible. It was, in fact, achingly beautiful.
I vote we stay. Look around a bit.
He folded his arms.
So that makes it a tie.
He looked at Hutch.
Up to you, he said.
No. She shook her head. It's not my call. You folks will have to decide this one for yourselves.
Then stay, said Tor. You're switching your vote?
Asked George.
Yeah. Why?
Because if we go home without at least trying, I'll regret it. I think we all will.
Good.
George pushed back in his chair so he could see everyone.
Then that's settled. Hutch, when will the relief ship be here?
In a few days.
Okay, while we're waiting, let's take advantage of our situation.
His eyes brushed hers.
Can we go down for a look at the surface?
It wouldn't be a good idea.
Why not?
There's a ton of radiation. Academy regs prohibit our dropping into that kind of environment, as well as common sense.
Why, I thought the E-suit was pretty good on radiation.
It is, but we've no easy way to scrub down the lander afterward. If you're serious about going, you'll have to get authority from the Academy.
Hutch, I own the ship.
Doesn't matter. I'm paid by them, not you. That makes the regs applicable.
Then let's ask them for authority.
Do what you like.
It'll take 3 or 4 days to get a reply, said Pete. That's a lot of time to waste.
George pursed his lips.
You have an alternative to suggest? There's a base on the moon. Why don't we go down and take a look at that, see what it looks like? Then we can discuss whether trying to get to the surface is worthwhile.
His expression suggested he thought it wasn't, but he didn't push the issue. George turned back to Hutch.
What do you think?
It's not a good idea.
Why not?
Until we know what happened on the Condor, we'd be prudent to keep everybody on board.
George sighed. I didn't realize you were so cautious, Hutch.
A tinge of frustration was working into his voice.
But this is simply too good an opportunity. If we wait until we're sure there's no local hazard, we may never get down there.
Do what you think best, Hutch said, but be aware that you're putting any landing party at risk.
Oh, come on, Hutch, said Herman. It can't be that bad. A lot of people died here. We owe it to them to at least take a look.
She retreated to the holotank and spent several hours sitting on a crag overlooking a very terrestrial forest, bathed in moonlight. In the distance, lightning crackled and the sky grew heavy, but when the clouds rolled in, she dissipated them.
It's not your fault, said Bill.
I know that.
Why don't you shut this place down and go out with the others?
He was there when we needed him, Bill.
He had a chance to get to you. You had none to reach him.
I know that, too.
Then stop feeling sorry for yourself, and go spend time with your passengers. This is a difficult time, and they need you.
Chapter 10. For they have found true isolation, in time as well as in space. Jack Maxwell, feet on the ground, 2188. The moon was in its second phase. It was 400,000 kilometers from Safe Harbor, and it was actually one of 3 natural satellites, the others being negligible. It was barren, icy, mostly flat. Its surface was far smoother than Earth's moon, prompting Pete to speculate whether it was considerably younger, or whether it was geologically active, or whether— He went on, creating other possibilities. The diameter at the equator was more than 4,000 kilometers, a third the size of Earth. It had clouds, and Bill reported snow falling in a couple of places. Hutch took the Memphis low, and they passed above fields of unbroken ice, occasional craters and rills, and then, unexpectedly, a chain of remarkably high mountains. Ahead, Safe Harbor was rising. The planet was silver and blue in the sunlight, shrouded with clouds. She heard reactions from Mission Control, where George and his people were gathered. Beautiful world, poisoned beyond use by anybody now. The sun set, and they glided into a spectral night, filled with unearthly landscapes illuminated by the planet. Bill's image appeared. "We're over it now, Hutch," he said. The screens depicted a line of plateaus and low hills rising out of the dark. Bill put one of the plateaus on screen, increased magnification, and rotated it for her. At the top she saw a cluster of buildings, domes of varying sizes, 6 of them, gray and drab, much the same shade as the surrounding rock. And there was a landing pad, complete with a launch vehicle. But there was no sign of life. Everybody wanted to make the flight down. "Can't do it that way," said George. "Somebody needs to stay. We have to establish an operations center here, on the ship." "Why?" asked Alex, who looked genuinely distraught. This after pleading a few hours earlier to go home. "Because it's the way these things are done," George said. Hutch broke in. "He's right. Look, there is a risk. Any deployment outside the ship always involves a risk. In this case, you're going into an alien environment. We don't know what might be waiting. So we want at least one person to stay here, out of harm's way." She was hoping to dampen the enthusiasm. In her view, no more than 2 people should have gone in until they knew for certain it was safe. "I agree," said Pete. "Best would be for George and me to go down, look the place over, make sure everything's okay." "Yes," said Hutch. Nick's eyes narrowed. "Right," he said. "And you guys be the first ones in. How about if Alex and I go?" "Hey," said Herman, "I'm here too. We're going to be making history today. Old Herman's not going to sit up here." His features tightened, and Hutch saw that he wasn't joking. Tor made it clear he wasn't planning on staying behind either. George sighed. "Makes me proud," he said. "So what do we do?" asked Nick. George surveyed his people for a volunteer who'd be willing to stay, but he got no encouragement. "Guess you're it, Hutch," he said. "Not a good idea. You'll want somebody along who's familiar with the E-suits, in case there's a problem." "Tor's familiar with them," said Herman. She met his gaze and smiled politely. "Wouldn't hurt to have 2 of us." "Right," said Herman, but he was misjudging her. She couldn't have all her passengers running around outside the ship while she sat in safety. Hutch sighed. "Let's let Bill keep an eye on things." "We should probably wait for sunrise," said Alex. "That'll be about 3 days," observed Bill. Hutch shook her head. "It is late," she said. "Best would be for everybody to get a good night's sleep. We'll leave after breakfast." She talked with George for a few minutes, cautioning him about potential hazards in the moon base, then went down to the launch bay and looked through her checklist to make sure everything was ready to go. She'd have to run some of them through a familiarity program with the E-suits. That would be another pleasure. She loaded the harnesses, put in a couple of extra ones, checked the galley and the water supply. She connected the fuel line and told Bill to fill the lander's tanks. Then she climbed inside, sat down in the pilot's seat, turned out the cabin and bay lights, and began calibrating the gauges. She was suddenly aware she wasn't alone. Tor stood just outside the open airlock. "Hi," she said. "Come on in." He smiled at her, a guy with something to say and not sure how to say it. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Can I be honest?" "Sure." "The condor hit you pretty hard." "It hit everybody." "We had each other. I mean, we're a big club. Been together for years, more or less." His face was lost in shadow. "I understand you were a friend of the captain?" He struggled momentarily to recall the name. "Brawley?" She felt her control beginning to go again. "Damn. Yes," she said. "We were friends." His hand touched her forearm. "I'm sorry." She nodded. "We're all sorry." "How well did you know him, if you don't mind my asking?" "Not as well as I'd have preferred. We'd been friends for a few years," she said. "How did you know about us?" "George told me." "I'm surprised. I didn't think anybody knew." His eyes grew very soft. "They all knew." He let her go, but she left the wrist where it was, draped across the chair arm. She had a rule about involving herself with passengers, even passengers with whom she had a personal connection. But at that moment she'd have liked to draw closer to him. She'd descended into a dark place, and she needed company. He was still talking, standing just inside the lander's airlock, but only part of her was listening. He was saying something about how confident he felt having her in command of the Memphis, and how glad he was to be there, despite everything that had happened. She looked up at him and startled herself, and undoubtedly him, by drawing him down onto the chair-arm. His hands went around her and held on to her and rocked her gently. In the morning they gathered outside the lander and listened while Hutch explained and demonstrated how the E-suits worked. They were flexible force envelopes, she said, that molded themselves to the body, and which felt rather like a loose-fitting set of cotton clothes. The exception was the hard shell effect created over the face, allowing space to breathe. They strapped on the gear, activated the Flickinger fields, and made admiring sounds as they saw how the fields glowed when lamplight hit them in the right way. Hutch showed them how to shut the fields off, explained that it took simultaneous actions by both hands, so that it wouldn't happen accidentally. She pointed out that the fields were no protection whatever if they fell from an embankment, walked into a sharp object, or got in the way of a laser beam. When she was satisfied, they checked their gear, which included spades, wrenches, cutters, and 100 meters of cable. Then they climbed into the lander and launched. They orbited the moon twice, while Hutch examined the area for potential danger, saw nothing, and finally, with increasingly enthusiastic passengers, descended to the surface. She sat down beside the silver-gray domes near the vehicle they'd seen the day before. As expected, there was no reaction. No burst of radio traffic erupted from their receivers. No lights came on, no hatches opened, no vehicles lurched out onto the hard ground. The spacecraft on the launch pad remained dark, and a few flakes of snow dropped from the sky. The domes were connected by rounded tubes, and blanketed by sand and loose earth. Hutch saw radio antennas, sensor units, and an array of solar power collectors. The pad was covered with blown soil. "Centuries," said Pete. Alex nodded. "I think so." Hutch was less sure. In her experience, any complex looked old when there was no sign of life and the wind was blowing. She decompressed and opened the hatch, expecting to lead the way, but there was a general rush toward the airlock. "Easy," she protested. Tor grinned. "Everybody wants to be first foot." "First foot?" "Sure, you know. This is a new world. One small step." George suggested that Herman should have the honor. He readily accepted and lowered himself to the ground. "It's great to be here," he said. "It's great to be here," said Nick. "Is that the best you can do?" The vehicle on the pad was a primitive rocket-driven lifter. She saw no sign either of the magnetics that had assisted second-generation transports, or the anti-gravity spike technology that had come online only a few years ago. The 6 domes ranged in size from one that would have accommodated a hockey rink and several thousand fans, to the smallest, which wasn't much bigger than a private home. They climbed down and joined Herman. Tor began immediately sizing up perspectives, while the others spread out to look for a door. Hutch, accompanied by Alex, went over to the spacecraft and stared up at it. It was rusted. Clay was piled high around its treads. "You're right, Alex," she said. "It's been a while." "Centuries?" "Probably." Tor came up behind them. "This'll be the focal point," he said. "For a sketch?" He nodded. "Lost Empire," he said. "Need to put it in a setting sun." Alex tilted her head to see whether he was serious. "Isn't that using a hammer to make the point?" she asked. "That could happen, but the thing cries out for long shadows." Herman, still leading the way, found a hatch. It was built into the side of the nearest dome, 3/4 buried, so they had to dig it out to gain access. Hutch watched placidly while he and George worked. In the middle of the effort, Bill broke in. "Outpost reports support mission is on the way," he said. "Okay." "They've dispatched some medical people and a team of investigators to try to figure out what happened. Until they arrive, we are advised to take no action that would endanger the Memphis. Estimate TOA approximately 1 week. "Anything else?" "They want us to record the positions and vectors of any more wreckage that we find, and there's a detailed set of instructions how such evidence is to be handled and stored. I should add that, while no specific references to liability were made, it looks as if they're scrambling to avoid any legal responsibility. By the way, we are also directed to attempt no landing on Safe Harbor." Hutch looked up at Safe Harbor. Because the moon was in tidal lock, Safe Harbor permanently occupied the same position overhead. The atmosphere was thin and the night was still. Gravity was about 1/4 standard. Inside their force envelopes they were all dressed casually, in shorts or jumpsuits or the baggy casuals they generally wore in the common room. "Hard to get used to," said Nick. "What's that?" Hutch asked. "People wearing light slacks and pullovers in an utterly hostile environment. How cold is it out there?" Hutch was the exception. She was wearing a vest. 100 or so below." He grinned and looked at Alex, resplendent in a khaki blouse and shorts. "Brisk," he said. They uncovered the hatch, which was a metal alloy and about as wide as Hutch could extend her arms. On the wall to the right there was a plate with markings, several lines of spidery symbols. "Not much of an aesthetic sense," said Alex. "Here's something." Nick knelt to brush away dust and uncovered a curved panel. "A doorknob?" he asked. "Could be," said Pete. "Try it." He fumbled with it, opened it, and exposed a stud. He looked back at George. "Go ahead," he said. Nick pushed the stud. Nothing happened. He jiggered it back and forth. "No power," said Hutch. "There should be a way to open it manually." "I don't see anything," said Pete. Hutch pulled the cutter out of her vest. "If you folks will back off a bit, I'll see if I can open it up." "I hate to do that," said George, "but I don't think we have much choice." There was a brief debate, which ended the way she knew it would. She powered up the laser, aimed it, and switched it on. A thin red beam licked out and touched the hatch. A wisp of smoke appeared, and the metal began to blacken. It curled and gave way. "Get farther back," she said. "There might be air pressure on the other side." But there wasn't. She cut up and around until she'd completed a narrow circle. When she'd finished, she got a wrench from Herman, stood off to one side, and pushed the piece easily into the interior. George held his lamp to the opening. "Small room," he said. "Airlock," suggested Hutch. There was a second door a few meters away. Identical patterns of ironwork extended out of the walls on either side, handrails of some sort. Except there were several of them, and they seemed decorative. But nobody decorates airlocks. Another odd thing, there were no benches. Hutch went back to work and cut out a larger section. When she'd finished, George led the way into the airlock. They repeated the procedure on the inner door, revealing a long chamber. They turned on their lamps and peered in. Shadows flicked around the room. There were 2 tables, long enough to accommodate about a dozen people each. But they were high, about chest high for Hutch. Devices with cords and cables sprouting from them were seated in various mounts along the walls and on the tabletops. There was more ironwork. Some was bolted to the floor, some attached to the walls.
It reminded her of the monkey bars one occasionally finds in schoolyards and parks. The walls and overhead were gray and water-stained. They appeared to be constructed of a fibrous plastic. The floor was stone, and had apparently been cut out of the surrounding rock. 2 walls were dedicated to operational stations, containing units that looked like computers. Everything was under a thick layer of dust. When she wiped it away, she saw keyboards and the now familiar spidery characters. There were numerous dials, push-buttons, gauges, screens, even a headset. A small headset, but it seemed unlikely it could be anything else. And there were other devices whose purposes she could not guess. Whatever the occupants might have looked like, she decided they were smaller than humans, despite the high tables. But they possessed fingers and ears. Pete had found a radio. Here was a speaker, and there a channel selector, and over here an off-on switch. This was the microphone. Hutch tried to imagine the room when it had been filled with activity. What sort of creatures had been there? How had they sounded when they gave landing instructions over the circuit? Sets of monkey bars stood in front of each station. She saw what was probably a radar unit. The screen was broken, and, of course, she couldn't read the language, but she thought she could make out the power switch, the scanner control, and the range selector. It even had transistors, although they were corroded. There had been no benches in the airlock. There were no chairs here. "Monkeys?" suggested Tor. "Serpents," said Alex, flashing her light into the room's dark corners. She sounded a bit unnerved. Hutch opened a private channel to the AI. "Bill, comm check. We are inside one of the domes. Do you read me?" "Loud and clear, Hutch." "Nothing stirring up there?" "Negative. Everything is quiet." Hutch had clipped an imager to her vest and was relaying everything up to the ship to provide a visual record. To her left, Herman scooped up something from one of the computer positions and slipped it inside his vest. She switched to a private channel. "Herman," she said, "no souvenirs." He turned in her direction. "Who cares?" he asked, using the same channel. "Who'll ever know?" "Herman," she said quietly, "I'd be grateful if you put it back. This stuff is priceless." He made a pained face. "Hutch," he said, "what's the difference?" She held his eyes. He sighed, hesitated, and returned it. "It sets the wrong precedent," she said, and then to ease the tension, "What was it?" He directed his lamp toward the object. It was a ceramic figurine, a flower. It looked like a lily. Together they examined it, commented on its workmanship, which was at best pedestrian. But that, of course, was irrelevant. Opposite the airlock, a passageway opened into the interior. Pete entered it and disappeared. The man was either foolish or fearless, assuming there was a difference. She went after him and brought him back. "It's dangerous to wander off," she said. "I wasn't wandering. I wanted to get a look at what was back there." It was like herding a group of school children. She had watched archaeologists at work in similar sites before, and she was reluctant to allow her group of tourists to blunder about. The problem with amateurs, she'd once heard Richard Wald say, is that they don't know they're amateurs. So even if they don't resort to outright theft, they move things around, they break things, they muddy the water, and they make it that much more difficult for those who follow to piece together what was really going on at the site. She knew eventually she'd be criticized for letting George and his team wander loose there. "You, of all people, Hutchins." She could hear it now. "Try not to handle this stuff too much," she cautioned. "Look, but don't touch." "Beautiful women," said Nick, "have been telling me that my whole life." "I don't wonder," said Alex. In the banter, Hutch detected a sense of pride. They'd come extraordinarily far. They'd persisted in a line of inquiry that others had dismissed, and now they'd actually found something. Not the living, intelligent aliens they'd hoped for, but nonetheless they'd unearthed a major discovery, and they deserved at least the privilege of getting a close look, of feeling what it's like to be first into a site that was once a center of ET activity. Hutch took scrapings from shelves and walls and instruments, packing it all into sample bags, which she carefully labeled according to subject and location. There were 2 other chambers in the dome, and both contained variations of the ironwork. In addition, one of the spaces provided plumbing, a basin and a faucet. "Washroom," said Herman. Alex looked puzzled. "Where's the toilet?" "Maybe they don't produce waste," said Nick. Pete laughed. "Nonsense," he said. "All living systems produce waste." "I don't think plants do," said George. Tor thought about it for a moment. "Oxygen," he said. George shook his head. "You know what I mean." "I believe," said Nick, glancing across the room, "that's the answer to Alex's question." He was looking at a jar-shaped metal receptacle lying on the floor. It had apparently broken free of its housing, which was mounted on the wall at about eye level. They inspected the housing and found a duct behind it. "That seems like an odd way to do it," said Alex. "You'd have to get halfway up the wall." "I guess," said Hutch, "it settles the question of whether they were bipeds." They laughed, and Tor commented he was beginning to understand what the term alien really meant. Beyond the washroom they faced a choice between tunnels. There was talk of splitting up, and again Hutch cautioned against it. Nobody argued, and George led them off to the right. Their footsteps had a whispery quality in the thin air. They passed closed doors and emerged eventually into a large single chamber. Dim light leaked through the overhead. That would be the glow from Safe Harbor. They filed out onto a concrete apron that circled a section of bare earth. "Greenhouse," said Pete. A few stalks protruded out of the frozen ground. They moved on into another dome and saw cages. The chamber was crowded with them, divided into a range of sizes, none bigger than one would need to contain a beagle. They were stacked on shelves and mounted on tables and sometimes built into the walls. There were maybe 100 of them. "Bones over here," said Alex in a small voice. She was looking down at one of the enclosures. They were gray, desiccated, not very big, and there were still scraps of what might once have been flesh hanging on them. Hutch got detailed pictures. George found more. His expression suggested he was being subjected to improprieties and bad taste. "What is this place?" asked Herman. "Probably experimental animals," said George. Pete shook his head. "I don't think so." "What then?" "Dining room." George flinched. "Ridiculous," he said. Alex squealed and backed out into the corridor. It was Hutch's conclusion, too. "Looks as if these critters liked their dinners alive." "That's ugly," said Herman. Their lamps were moving around the room, throwing the silhouettes of the cages across the ceiling and walls. "I don't know," Pete said. "I'm not sure it's much different from what we do." "It's a lot different from what we do," insisted Herman. "Maybe we're just a little more squeamish," said Pete. They wandered through the room, peering into the cages, until Herman suggested maybe they'd seen enough and might consider going back. The sense of a Sunday afternoon outing had vanished. "It's the problem with looking at civilizations that are completely different." Pete went into lecture mode. He was back on the mock-up starship bridge he'd used during the universe shows. "We tend to have idealistic notions of what they'll be like. We assume they'll have abolished war, that they'll be smart." He went on in that vein for another minute or so. Hutch turned the volume down, but not off, while she tried to control her own imagination. The place was creepy. She'd visited a few alien sites over the years, inevitably wondering what the occupants had really been like. For the first time she was glad she didn't have details. They pressed on and descended into an underground area that housed storage tanks, engines, supply bins, filled with decayed garments whose shapes were no longer discernible, and control consoles. Nick stumbled over a pair of tracks, but there was no sign of a vehicle. Then they climbed a ramp and emerged in a large chamber that might have been an auditorium. One wall was completely dedicated to display systems. Another was lined with shelves, each of which was packed with plastic rings about the size of dinner dishes. All were labeled. Computer storage? Wondered Pete, who was first to enter. Nick shrugged. It won't matter much. If this place is as old as it looks, whatever was on them is long gone. The rooms and corridors throughout the complex were filled with a ubiquitous ironwork. All had high ceilings, but there was something vaguely unsettling about the dimensions and the architecture, as if the proportions weren't right. "More rings in here," said Pete from somewhere down the corridor, "and more here." George and the others were hanging back, perhaps intimidated in some way nobody understood, but Pete just plunged ahead. "And still more." He stopped. "No, I'm wrong. This one's empty." "No rings?" George asked. "No, nothing," said Pete. "No tables, no cabinets, not even any iron." That sent everybody tracking in to take a look, but they stayed together. The herd instinct had taken over. The room was bare. "Odd," said Pete. He knelt and examined the floor. "It looks as if the monkey paws were here. You can still see the fittings." One wall was discolored in places, suggesting the presence of shelves at one time. "Well," said George, "maybe they were getting ready to remodel when the war shut them down." They found a room full of mummified things, creatures with segmented abdomens and multiple limbs and long, sloping skulls. They were hanging in the ironwork, most of them seated in loops and mounts. Several had fallen to the floor. "That's enough for me," said Alex, who took one look and returned to the passageway. The creatures would have been, on average, about the size of cheetahs, but they had large jaws, lots of teeth, 2 sets of appendages ending in curled claws, a third set in manipulative digits. Their skulls might have approached human cranial capacity. There was, Hutch thought with a shudder, something spidery about the creatures, like their alphabet. There were goblets and plates on the table, and bones in the plates. Only one of the goblets was still standing upright. "What do you think happened here?" asked Herman. Nick came up beside Hutch. "You mind company?" he said. She smiled. "I think we're all a bit rattled." "Looks like 9 of them," said Pete. "Wouldn't want to meet one of these critters in a dark alley." "Didn't all get out after all, did they?" "Bones in the plates aren't theirs." "They were having a celebration." "I don't think so. Looks more like a last meal." "Yes, had to be." They spread out around the room, gazing down at the corpses. Alex lingered in the entrance, pointedly looking off in a neutral direction. "I thought the place was going to turn out to be pretty old," said Herman. "What makes you think it isn't?" asked Hutch. He gazed quietly at the bodies. "They're not as decomposed as I'd have expected if this had happened 40 or 50 years ago." "This is probably a sterile world," said Hutch. "No organisms to digest the remains. They could have been here for centuries." Pete stepped carefully past the remains to study the lone standing goblet. "They look like climbers," he said, bestowing on them the name they would retain forever. "You think the goblets were the method?" asked Alex of the room at large. "I'd think so," said Nick. "A final meal, a last slug of wine, and exit. They were probably trapped here when the war broke out." He shrugged. "Pity." George shook his head. "Bear with me, Nick," he said, "but I'm not sure I can feel much sympathy for something like this." Pete continued to prowl ahead of the rest. They were in the largest of the domes, on the far side from where they'd entered the complex, when his voice sounded in Hutch's comlink. "How about that?" He was standing in front of an airlock. Both hatches had been cut open. Beyond, the ground was white and flat in the glow of safe harbor. "That's the damnedest thing, George," he continued. It looked as if someone had used a laser on the hatches, from the outside. "Why would they do that?" asked George. Hutch looked at the mutilated lock a long time, shook her head, and took some scrapings. George caught her eye, almost demanding a rational explanation. "I have no idea," she said.
Chapter 11. He is blessed over all mortals who loses no moment of the passing life in remembering the past. Henry Thoreau, Excursions, 1863. Hutch had collected some soil samples, which she added to her scrapings. She also had air samples taken from Safe Harbor by probe. She scanned everything and sent the results to Outpost. The research vessel Jessica Brandeis duly arrived, optimistically carrying a medical staff as well as a team of engineering specialists. By then, the Memphis had recovered more body parts and pinpointed the vectors of most of the larger pieces of wreckage. She was delighted to turn the salvage operation over to Edward C. Park, the captain of the Brandeis. They'd been able to identify 7 of the 11 persons on board, including Preach. In his case, there had only been a blackened arm, but the 4th finger had worn the eagle ring. She removed it while her stomach churned. She had swallowed her grief as best she could, said good-bye to him, giving up all hope that he'd pull off one more miracle. Then she'd set the ring for delivery to next of kin. When it was over, after Park officially took charge, she pointedly avoided the temptation to retreat to her quarters, but stayed instead in mission control or in the common room, where there was always someone else. The Memphis transferred the remains of the Condor personnel and the recovered wreckage to the Brandeis. When that painful operation had been completed, Park went looking for more debris. Meanwhile, the moon base scan results came back from Outpost. They specified the chemical composition of the various hatches, instruments, shelves, and whatnot. She saw nothing out of the ordinary, but the age of the base was estimated at 1400 standard years. That widened everyone's eyes. My God, it went back to the time of Charlemagne. But the numbers fit with the estimates from the air samples defining when the nuclear explosions had taken place. There was another surprise in the report. Whoever had taken a laser to the cargo door had done it roughly 12 centuries ago. 200 years later. So apparently, someone had survived. Park called to inform her he'd found the stealth satellite that Preach had been taking on board at the time of the incident. More accurately, he corrected himself, some of the pieces. Be careful. We will. She saw that he shared her suspicion that the stealth had been involved in the destruction of the Condor. Are you scanning it? We intend to. Good. When you send the results to Outpost, ask them to check on the energy source. And we'd also like to know how old it is. George rarely came by the bridge unless something was happening. She sensed that he liked being in charge and that the bridge put him at a disadvantage. But nevertheless, there he was, standing uncertainly at the door. "I've been thinking about this place," he said, "and I don't understand what's been happening here." You mean what happened to the Condor? That, too. Mostly I don't understand who got to the moon 200 years after the war. They must have all died during the war, right? I mean, who could have survived? I don't know. Somebody did. That's right. Somebody cut their way into the moon base. He leaned back against the console. Who? I've no idea, George. Nor have I any suggestion how to find out. I might. He broke away from the console, crossed the bridge, and sat down in the right-hand chair. The navigational screens, showing images from the ground at differing magnifications, caught his eye. I think there's a connection with the stealth satellites, he said. They're the other piece of the puzzle that doesn't fit. I mean, I can understand they might have been using them to spy on each other, but why put some of them out at 11:07? Hutch didn't have an answer for that either. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. I wonder how old the satellites are. We'll find out when the next report comes in from Outpost, but I assume they're 1400 years old. They have to date from about the time of the war. Maybe, he said. 1400 years is a long time. That was true. The stealth at 11:07 was still transmitting. That was pretty good for a piece of hardware 14 centuries old.
Have we looked to see whether there are other stealths in orbit around Safe Harbor? Hutch had considered the possibility, concluded there probably were, but didn't see what could be gained by finding one. In fact, if there were any, she didn't think she'd want to go near them. Damned things were dangerous. George read her concern. "We can be careful," he said, "but we ought to take a look. Poke it with a stick if we have to." "Why do we care?" "Maybe it doesn't end here," he said. "Maybe what doesn't end?" "Have you considered the possibility the locals didn't put up the stealths?" It was a thought. But if they hadn't, who had? "You think somebody else was here?" "Isn't it obvious?" They assumed that the stealths would be lined up for ideal reception, which put them in an orbit whose plane was perpendicular to 1107. "If that's so," said Bill, "it'll look like this." He drew a circle around Safe Harbor that varied 37 degrees above and below the equator. At the neutron star, there had been a signal to track. Here, they were looking at the receiving end of the system. That meant they had to go in close and try visually to find the satellites. In this, they had the advantage that the stealth methodology was far less effective than a light-bender would have been. The problem was to guess the altitude of the orbit. Where had the stealth been when the Condor intercepted it? They needed almost 2 days, with everyone watching the screens, before Alex saw what appeared to be, as she described it, some reflections. Hutch looked carefully at it and saw a small patch of sky that seemed a trifle darker than its surrounding area. Furthermore, 2 stars appeared to be duplicated. They moved closer and aimed the Memphis's lights at the anomaly. The beams seemed to twist. "What do we do now?" asked Tor. "If it's booby-trapped, we don't want to go near it." "Let's whack it and see what it does. Bill." "Yes, Hutch," innocently. "Send something over to give it a shove." The AI's features snapped onto her comm screen. "Probe away," he said. The probe was a communication and sensor package of the type usually dropped into hostile atmospheres. She watched it go, powered by its thrusters, steered by the AI. "Looks good," she said. Bill appeared beside her. "1 minute." George's people were making bets on the result. She wondered what it said about the human race, that the odds were 6 to 1 for an explosion. She expected one herself. The package closed on the disturbance. The Brandeis watched from a safe distance. At Bill's command, the package angled left and ran directly into the stealth. It struck the vehicle dead center in the middle of the diamond and wobbled off. Nothing happened. Bill brought the unit around, hit the satellite a couple more times, and then sent the package into one of the dishes. It had by then become less than fully responsive, and it hit too hard. The dish broke off, popped into visibility, and drifted away, trailing cable. At about 20 meters, the cable drew taut, and the dish began to drag behind. "Satisfied?" Bill asked. "Yeah, that's enough." "What are you going to do now?" asked Park. "Have a closer look," she said. "I'm going over in the lander." "Why?" Why? She wasn't sure. She wanted to find out what had killed Preach. She owed him that much, and she felt she could do it in relative safety. Forewarned, she was sure she could take a look without setting the damned thing off. "To find out whether it's a bomb," she said. "That's not a good idea, Hutch." "I know. I'll be careful." When she got down to the lander, Tor was waiting. "I'll go along," he said, "if you don't object." She hesitated. "Provided you do what I tell you." "Sure." "No debates." "No debate." "Okay, get in." Park was still trying to talk her out of it. "The fact that the explosion happened while they were examining the damned thing can't be a coincidence," he insisted. It didn't take a genius. "Let the bomb people come out and look at it." "That'll take forever." So the Brandeis stood by while she set off in the lander. The stealth floated out there, not quite visible, but its presence was betrayed by a twisting of light, a sense of movement. a place that was alternately bright and dark for no apparent reason. It was like a ghostly presence in a dimly lit room. Tor looked down into the atmosphere. They were crossing the largest of Safe Harbor's continents, passing above a mountain range. She still couldn't see the object itself and was dependent on Bill for navigational assistance. Park kept giving her advice. "You might want to rethink this. Heads up now. Don't get too close." "Ed," she asked, "can't you find something else to do for a few minutes?" She activated her e-suit, but when Tor started to follow her lead, she shook her head. "Stay here," she said. "There's no need for both of us to be out there." He started to protest, but she looked at him and he demurred. The satellite was a disturbance at twilight, a shifting of light tones not quite seen. But it was impossible not to know something was there. She put on a go-pack and stepped into the airlock. "Tell me what to do," he said. "Just stay put. If something happens, you're the backup. Rescue me. If you can't, clear out. Tell Bill to take you back to the ship. Under no circumstances monkey with a satellite." She used the go-pack to circle the object. Even from a few meters the thing had no definition, but was rather a swirl of darkness and mirror images. She didn't touch it until she'd finished a complete scan. The AI detected the field device which coordinated the unit's stealth capabilities. "If I shut it off," she told Tor, "we'll be able to see what we're working with." "If you shut it off," said Tor, "it might explode." "No, can't be. The satellite that Preach had shown her had been shut down, and it hadn't blown up." "But maybe it starts a timer." He had a point. Well, she would find out. She maneuvered in close, found the switch, hesitated for the briefest moment, and moved it to its opposite setting. Off. Nothing happened. She retreated to the lander, climbed inside, and they withdrew to 1,000 meters, and waited. Still nothing. They gave it 2 hours. When the time expired and the satellite remained quietly whole, she returned to it. She went over it with a scanner, assembled a complete schematic, collected more scrapings, and waved to Tor, who was watching anxiously from the pilot's seat. She was getting advice from everybody by then, especially from Tor. Mostly it consisted of, "Don't touch anything," and "Look out now." When she was finished, she went back to the lander. They rendezvoused with the Memphis, and she forwarded the results to Outpost. The setup was the same as at 1107. Hutch used the position of the stealth to calculate the locations of the other 2 satellites. They found one of them. The missing one, of course, would be the satellite that the Condor had located. They were congratulating themselves on their success when the results came in from the Brandeis transmission. It contained a surprise. The stealth that the Condor had been examining at the time of the incident was less than a century old. Closer, the experts thought, to 30 years. It was brand new. Late that evening, the Brandeis found sections of the engine room. By morning, Park had concluded that the fusion engines had exploded. "We don't know why," he told Hutch, "but at least we can dismiss the idea there's something spooky running around out here." "I guess I'm glad to hear it," she said. "Something else. The stealth you looked at?" "What about it?" "It's active. The imagers react to light, change their focus, look at sunrises, sunsets. They even took a look at us." "They watched you?" "Yes." This kept getting stranger. "Is it still watching you?" "No, we moved off behind it. I don't think it can see us any more." Park's people spent 2 days climbing around on the stealth. The unit was a sophisticated package of sensors, telescopes, and antennas. It had computers and navigation equipment and thrusters to allow it to adjust position. It had radio transmitters and receivers, and early analysis indicated it used vacuum energy as its power source. But it had no explosive device. "Not bad," said one of the technicians. "I'm not sure we could have designed something like this." "The pieces don't fit," George said that night. "They're capable of going out to 1107, but they don't have light-bender technology. And the bus at their moon base looked pretty primitive." "We have different levels of technology on display, too," said Tor. "There are still satellites in orbit that were put up by the Soviets." "What I'd like to know," said Pete, "is whether this is the same kind of device that's orbiting 1107. They were treating themselves to pastries, wine, and cheese. The gloom of the first days following the loss of the Condor had been partially dissipated by the successful, that is, uneventful, exploration of the moon base. They had a major find. There were a few questions to be answered, but they were feeling pretty good. A survey mission was being assembled and would be there in a few months. Park and some of his people joined them, congratulated them, and he announced he'd finished everything he could do and was returning to Outpost in the morning. Pete had been quiet most of the evening. He was sitting enjoying a jelly donut. He'd gotten some of the powdered sugar on his nose, but hadn't seemed to notice. "I just don't believe it," he said abruptly. His eyes found Hutch. "The notion that the engines happened to explode just as they were starting to look at the satellite is incredible." "What other explanation is there?" asked Nick reasonably. Nobody had an answer. After the meeting drifted to an uncertain close, and Park and his people had returned to the Brandeis, Hutch went back to the bridge. One of the disadvantages of living for an extended time on any of the Academy's superluminals was that there were no places that guaranteed isolation from the other passengers, save in a private compartment. There was no such thing as a remote restaurant, or a rooftop, or a park bench. Hutch needed someone. Captains were expected to maintain the tradition of not mixing romance with their passengers, but she felt desolate. She'd have liked to spend an evening somewhere with Tor. Not that she expected that particular romance, long dead, to reignite, or even that she would have wanted it to reignite. But increasingly, since Preach had gone down, she'd felt the need for an intimate evening with somebody. She needed somebody to talk with, someone to look at her with longing, someone with whom she could retreat into the distance and pretend the past week had not happened. She'd been given only a few hours with Preacher Brawley, and yet his loss had hit her hard. She found herself thinking about him at odd moments, during conversations with Bill, during meetings like the one she'd just attended, during workouts in the gym. She remembered how he had looked on that one rainy night in Arlington. Gregory McAllister had written somewhere that life was a series of blown opportunities. She remembered the Overlook and Beth, the singer, and the goodnight kiss, and watching his taxi turn back in the direction from which they'd come. To Beth? She shook it off, and was grateful to hear someone enter. She noticed the lights were dim and brought them up to normal. It was Nick. "I'm sorry," he said. "Am I disturbing you?" He was carrying a flask and 2 glasses. "No," she said. "Come in." "I thought you could use a drink." She invited him to sit. "I think I already had too many." He filled the glasses with dark wine and held one out for her. She took it, smiled politely at it, and set it down on the console. "You all right?" he asked. "Sure. Why do you ask?" "It's quiet up here." He sipped his drink. "The lights were down. I just thought you haven't really been yourself lately. But I can understand it." "I'm fine," she said. He nodded. "Maybe it's time to start home." "Is that the consensus?" "We've been talking about it. George will stay out here forever if he can. He's got some puzzles to play with. And he wants to go down to the ground." "He can't do that." "I know that. So does he. It drives him crazy. He thinks the Academy mission will be here in a few months, and they'll take safe harbor away from him. This whole thing will become somebody else's game." The wine looked cool and inviting. "None of us really gets what we want," she said. "He's lucky. You all are. You came out here and struck a mother lode. A place where there was actually a civilization, where there are ruins. This only happens every 20 years or so." She lifted the glass and tasted the wine. It slid down her throat and warmed her. "No, nobody'll take this away.
The books will remember you and George and the Condor. The follow-up mission, she shrugged. They'll come out and do their work, but this place will always belong to the Contact Society. He was quiet for a time. She liked Nick. He was one of those rare people whose presence made her feel warm and comfortable. "Tell me how a funeral director," she said suddenly, "got interested in extraterrestrials." His expression changed, lightened. "Just like anybody else. When I was a boy, I had too much imagination. Something in the water, I guess." He looked at the wine, tasted it, decided it was good. "I never really got away from it, but as I got older, my perspective changed." "In what way?" "I think much the way George does. There are some questions I like answered." "For example?" "Is there a creator?" "You expect to find an answer out here?" "No." "Then I don't understand." "Is there a purpose to being alive? Is there a point to it all?" His gray eyes found hers. Bill's lamp came on. He had something for her. Not an emergency, though, or he'd simply have broken in. "My profession is peculiar. We render a service people can't do without. But we're never taken seriously, except by mourners. People think of us as caricatures, figures of fun." Hutch recalled her own amusement when she'd first learned of Nick's profession. "That's why I'm still fascinated by ETs." He leaned forward, his voice suddenly intense. "I have a talent for talking with people in times of stress. Everybody in my business does. You don't survive without it. Survivors have a hard time at the end. I'm good at helping. I've been there when a widow or a parent really needs somebody." His eyes softened. "I'd love to be able to tell people that it's really okay, that there's a caretaker." "They hear that anyway." "Not from me." He finished the wine and put the cup down. "I'd like to think it's true." She looked at him. "You're right. I won't find the answer out here. But for whatever reason, the question seems more real. Life at home is superficial. Here, we're down to basics. If there's an Almighty, this is where he hangs out. I can almost feel his presence." "Good luck," she said. "I know. George thinks we might eventually find an elder race, somebody we can put the question to, somebody who's figured it out." "They won't know either." "Probably not," he said, "but there's a chance, and that chance is why we came." She reached over, touching his wrist with her fingertips. He smiled sadly. They needed a distraction, so she switched over to Bill. "Am I interrupting?" "No, Bill." She sighed. "What do you have?" "Transmission from Outpost." "Let's see it." It was Jerry Hooper again. "We've looked at all 3 stealths," he said. "They're identical units." He looked puzzled. "The first one you found is 100 years old, more or less." His eyebrows went up, and the tip of his tongue played at the corners of his lips. "The others, the third one and the one Preach took on board, they go back more than 20 centuries. "Before the war," Nick said. It was as if the warm place they'd created on the bridge had turned official again. They were over the night side, and Hutch could see nothing of the ground below save the glowing haze of atmosphere along the rim of the world. "Was that possible?" he asked. Chapter 12. So long as you believe in some truth, you do not believe in yourself. You are a servant, a man of faith. Max Steiner, The Ego and His Own, 1845. "Hutch." She rolled over and looked at the clock, 3:15. "Captain Park is on the circuit. He says it's important." "Put him on," she said. Bill understood that it would be audio only out of her bedroom. Park looked sheepish. "I hate to bother you at this hour. We're getting ready to pull out." She had known, and they'd already said their goodbyes. "But something happened. I don't know whether it means anything or not, but I thought you should know right away, just in case." If he wasn't sure that it was important, it wasn't important. "What is it, Ed?" she asked, letting her tone signal her irritation. "The stealth you looked at." "Yes, what about it? Is it keeping an eye on you again?" No, but it's transmitting.
Transmitting? There was something ineffably sad about that. After all these years, the thing was still functioning. Signal to nowhere. Thanks, Ed. He was shaking his head. I've fed everything we have to Bill. See you next time. She sank back into the pillow, briefly considered waking George, not because she thought there was any rational need to do so, but simply because someone had awakened her. She posted a transcript of the conversation and left it for him to look at over his breakfast. They were in the middle of a heated conversation when she walked into the dining room. "That's not it at all," Pete was saying. "The signal's not being sent to the ground." A smile spread beatifically across George's features. "What's the difference? They're all dead, Peter." Pete touched a link, and Safe Harbor appeared. The orbit used by the stealths blinked on. Then a series of vectors reached out from the orbit, forming a second circle, which was almost circumpolar. "The signal's being directed along this route. The receiver's in orbit, too, along there somewhere, but we don't know its altitude, so we can't determine precisely where it is." Tor leaned over. "They're talking about the incoming signal, Hutch. The one from 1107. Pete took a bite out of a piece of toast and glanced up at her. "I asked Bill to look for the receiver, but he says he can't see anything." "Another stealth?" suggested George. Nick had finished a plate of bacon and eggs and was sitting contentedly, drinking coffee. "What it suggests to me," he said, "is a relay." "Well, of course it's a relay," said Herman. "So why do we care?" "We aren't talking about a relay to a local receiver," said George. "We're talking about another set of stealths, which in turn are relaying the signal somewhere else." That caught Hutch's attention. Alex was chewing on a croissant. She stopped and looked around at her colleagues. "So what we're saying is the locals didn't put them up, right? Somebody dropped them off and kept going?" Hutch had suspected the dating results, putting the age of one unit at about a century, had simply been an error. Now she saw what should have been obvious. "Somebody had a front-row seat for the war," she said. They followed the transmission, and within an hour had located a new stealth. At Hutch's suggestion, they searched along its orbit and found two more, placed equidistantly. Another planet-sized dish antenna, just like the one at 1107. And Bill reported almost immediately that it was transmitting. "Outbound," he added. "Bill, is the direction of the signal perpendicular to the plane of the orbit?" "Yes." Alex and Tor were with her on the bridge when that answer came back. Alex made a fist and pumped it up and down. It was another interstellar transmission. Below, in mission control, they were congratulating one another. Again, they had jumped to the wrong conclusion, assuming that the climbers had initiated the stealths. Hutch sank back into her seat. Safe Harbor wasn't the terminal for the data stream coming in from the 1107. When the signal arrived here, it was picked up by what amounted to a giant dish antenna. Then it was passed to another antenna for relay. That was the signal that Brandeis had picked up. A virtual George blinked on. He was glowing. His fists were closed, and he was literally trembling with joy. "Hutch," he said, "you understand what this means? What we've tapped into?" "I think you've hit the jackpot, George," she said. "Are we sure?" asked Alex. "I mean, it's not being sent to their moon base, is it?" George could scarcely contain himself, but the question induced a moment of doubt. "No," Hutch said. "It is most certainly not aimed at the moon base." "Where, then?" asked George. Bill's image appeared on cue on our overhead screen. His white hair was combed back, and he was wearing a navy-blue jacket with his initial, B, embroidered on the pocket. "Closest target," he said. "Along the transmission line appears to be a Class K star, catalog KM 449397, range is 43 light-years." "That's pretty far out," said George. "So what we're saying," said Alex, "is that whoever's been planting all these satellites lives out of this Class K?" Tor shook his head. "That sounds like the same assumption we made about Safe Harbor." Bill cleared his throat. He wasn't finished. "What else, Bill?" said Hutch. "There's a possibility the signal just goes through the 97 system. There's another target directly beyond." George sighed. "Which is what?" "The maritime cluster." "How far's that?" asked Alex. 12,000 light-years, said Hutch. Bill's eyebrows drew together, indicating that she was off by 1,000 or two, but he said nothing. Nick's voice came over the comlink. "They have to be in the biozone, don't they? Would this signal carry 12,000 light-years?" They looked at one another, a general confession that no one really knew. Not even Bill ventured to guess. "Well," said Hutch, "we sure as hell can't ride out to the Maritimes." "How long would it take?" asked Alex. 2.5 years. "Take a good book," said Nick. Hutch listened with misgivings while they began to talk up a pursuit to 97. What's to lose? Only a few days. Who knows what might be out there? If we don't find anything, we just turn around. No big deal. Within a few minutes they'd cast aside all hesitation, and were ready to go. It was as if the loss of the Condor had happened in another reality. The problem was that despite everything they were accustomed to a friendly, safe environment. The notion that they could be bitten was foreign to them. They'd been living quiet, safe lives, while she'd been watching people make fatal mistakes. Richard Wald delaying too long at Caraqua, George Hackett underestimating the crabs on Beta Pack, Gregory McAllister talking his way onto a lander at Deepsix. She'd made a few herself, and people had died. She was more cautious now, and she was no longer sure she wanted to find out what had happened to Breach. He was gone, and nothing would change that. "We have enough fuel and stores to make the flight," she said, "but there's risk involved." "What risk?" asked George in a condescending tone. "We still don't know what killed the Condor." Pete shrugged it off. "It looks as if it was a defective engine. I understand the Condor wasn't an Academy vessel." "That's true," she said. "Probably it didn't have your maintenance standards. Independent owner-operator. What could you expect?" "Brawley was an accomplished professional," she said. "Sorry," said Pete. "I didn't mean to offend you." "Well," said George, "we have a decision to make, and I think if we turned around now and headed home, we'd all regret it, for the rest of our lives." They nodded. Pete and Hutch shook hands, and Tor smiled brightly at her. "Whatever it takes," he said. Hutch walked down to Mission Control and took George aside. "I'll be making a log entry recommending formally against proceeding farther." He looked bemused. It was time for everyone to be an adult. "Hutch," he said, "you have to know what this means." "I know what it means. I'm concerned about safety and liability. You need to understand we're chasing an unknown. We've no idea what we're looking for, or what its capabilities might be. Since we lost the other ship, we do have a pretty good idea about its inclinations." "Hutch," he said, "I wish you could hear yourself. The engine room exploded. It wasn't gremlins." "Whatever it might or might not have been, before we continue with this mission, I'm going to draft a statement that I'll want each member of your team to sign. It will stipulate that he or she understands the risk and wishes to go on anyway, and that the Academy and the captain are to be held blameless." Some of the color drained from his face. "Of course," he said, "if you insist. But you really don't have to do this." "We'll do it anyway. And I should add that if anybody refuses or says he doesn't want to go on, we'll go no farther." "That won't happen." He was annoyed and defensive. "You're overreacting, Hutch." The Memphis completed a final orbit of safe harbor. They looked down on the cloud-shrouded world, and Herman wondered what name its inhabitants had given it. "Earth," said Alex. "What do you mean?" "Whatever the actual term was," she said. "It translates to Earth. Home." The Memphis would need roughly 45 minutes at an acceleration slightly over 3G to get up to jump mode. Although that would have been intolerable in an unshielded vehicle, The same technology that provided artificial gravity also dampened acceleration forces to about 15%. Although that was well within the tolerance range, and not even particularly uncomfortable, it was enough to require restraints. One did not want to toss off a beer and a sandwich during the operation. Consequently, acceleration to jump was always scheduled between meals, and was avoided, if at all possible, during sleeping hours, and passengers were warned sufficiently in advance that they might want to think about visiting the washroom. Within minutes after Hutch had announced they were ready to begin their voyage to 97, which meant acceleration was about to commence, Alex showed up on the bridge. Since the loss of the Condor, George and his people seemed to have developed a sense that she shouldn't be left alone, so they took turns keeping her company. Not commiserating, not being reassuring, but simply engaging in small talk and being pleasantly congenial. Hutch, who was something of a loner, would have preferred to be talking with Bill, rather than with someone who felt he had to make conversation. But she appreciated the effort and concealed her feelings. Alex was explaining how this was her first time traveling away from Earth. "It's been a scary experience," she admitted. "You've hidden it well," Hutch said. That wasn't exactly true, but it seemed like the right thing to say. "Thanks. But the truth is, I've been petrified since we left home. I don't really like anything where I can't put my leg out the door and touch the ground." When Hutch laughed politely, she insisted she was serious. "I want to die in bed," she said with a mischievous smile. "On my back." Like most women, Hutch was never entirely comfortable in the presence of a beautiful rival. Her reaction to Alex, however, was colored by the woman's intelligence and warmth, and maybe her vulnerability. It was hard not to like her. "How did you get involved with the Contact Society?" Hutch asked. "Somehow you don't seem the type." "No." Her lips held the sound for a long moment. "Are we a type?" Hutch grinned, and while she tried to come up with an inoffensive answer, Alex said, "Heads up, shrink loose on the bridge." Her eyes drifted shut. "Well, I guess we are a fairly strange bunch, aren't we?" "Well, chasing little green men is a bit far out." "A little, I know. But look what you've been doing for a living." "How do you mean?" said Hutch. "I just carry people and supplies back and forth from research stations." "Where they spend most of their time digging up ruins." "And? Why do they do that?" "So they can learn something about the cultures that once existed there, right?" "Right, but that's what archaeologists do. And that tends to be the way we think about aliens, isn't it? They're gone. Dead and buried. Except for the knocks. Right, except for the idiots. The ones that are gone, we'd like to know what they thought about art, whether they had organized games, what their family life was like, whether they had families. We'd like to know how they governed themselves, whether they believed in the supernatural, what they made of creation, whether they had music. Do the knocks have music?" "No," she said. "Not even drums?" "No. No music. No drums, no dancing." "No wonder they're always at war." They shared a laugh, and Alex crossed one leg over the other. "You think I'm a fanatic, don't you?" "No, I think you're unusual, though." "You don't have to hide it, Hutch. I have become something of a nut, I know that." "I'd never suggest," said Hutch, "that trying to make contact with a bona fide intelligence wouldn't be worthwhile. Probably it would be the all-time supreme event. But the odds are so long. All the places we've looked for so many years, and all we have are a few knocks and some ruins." "So the only way to exchange views with an alien intelligence is to dig up the pieces afterward." "I didn't say that." "You're implying it." "No," said Hutch. "What I'm saying is that the chance of finding them alive is extremely remote. It's close to betting on a lottery." She took a deep breath. "Civilizations seem to be rare. At least part of the reason might be that they're short-lived." She nodded. "I know. But we have found evidence of others like ourselves, the monument makers and the hawks. They're out there somewhere." "Maybe. The monument makers are now nothing more than a few savages wandering around the forests of Beta Pack, trying to hunt meals."
And the Hawks, we just don't know. Evidence for their existence had been found on and around Deepsix, but they remained a mystery. It just seems to me that you could spend the rest of your life looking and not find very much. But the pleasure, Hutch, is in the hunt. I suppose. And if we don't look, we'll never find them. Hutch wasn't so sure. When we encounter our first real aliens, she thought, it's going to be pure accident. It'll happen one day when we turn a corner, and they'll be there, and we'll shake hands or whatever, and a real first contact will be made. But she didn't think that any concerted effort would succeed. What would happen is that people like George and Alex would grow old and die chasing a dream, although there were probably worse things to do with one's life. You don't agree, said Alex. It's not my call. But you'll want to belt down. We're ready to go. Alex sat back, punched the button, and the harness settled around her. I hope, said Hutch, you find what you're looking for. Tor still liked her. Hutch had realized from the first that Tor's appearance on the mission she was piloting had been no coincidence. But he'd behaved, had waited for her to send him a signal that his attentions would be welcome, and had carefully refrained from doing anything to put her on the spot. For that she was grateful. Yet maybe she wasn't. Given different circumstances, given some privacy, and a chance to be apart as well as together, then she might have encouraged him. She'd enjoyed their time together, and as she looked back on it, she wondered whether she hadn't been a bit hasty walking away from him. He had been an unsuccessful artist, with a lot of ambition, and, she had thought, limited talent when they'd known each other a few years back in Arlington. It hadn't been much of a romance, really. A few dinners, a couple of trips to the theater, and not much else. He was quiet, unassuming, not nearly as aggressive as the people who had been wandering into and out of her life over the last few years. At the time she was busy with her career, and involved with a couple of heartier males. One she'd lost interest in, one had died, and somehow there had been neither the time nor the passion for Tor. Now she wondered. They'd had a heart-to-heart one evening in which she'd pleaded her usual story, terribly busy, hectic schedule, out of town all the time. You know how it is. He sent flowers afterward with a card that she had kept. Love ya, it said. The only time he had used the word. And with the colloquial form of the pronoun more or less negating the sentiment, taking no chances. She hadn't seen him again until he'd boarded the ship at Outpost. Now, of course, he was making another pitch, and doing it at the worst possible time. He often lost his color in her presence, and his voice tended to change register. But there was something ineffably attractive in his shyness, and in the impossibility, under ship conditions, of attempting the usual ploy of suggesting they go for a walk together, or have dinner down at the bistro. There was no way he could get her off to one side, and he must have known that before he came. Moreover, she couldn't help contrasting him with Preach. But he obviously hoped to find a way to spend some time with her alone, preferably away from the bridge, where the atmosphere wasn't right. His solution, when it came, surprised her. "Is it possible," he asked, "to go out onto the hull? I mean, does it violate any regulations?" On the hull? They were lounging in the common room with several others. "No," she said, drawing the word out. "It doesn't violate anything. But why would you want to go outside? There's nothing there." She'd heard the question before from adventurous passengers, but never during hyperflight. "It's something I've always wanted to do," he said. He was looking directly into her eyes, and she wondered what he saw there. "I don't see why not," she said, "if you really want to. But I'll have to go out with you." He nodded, as though he were willing to live with the encumbrance. "I hate to inconvenience you, Hutch." She had to give him credit. Nobody at the table seemed to recognize that anything out of the ordinary was happening. "When would you like to go?" He delivered an oblique smile. "I'm not busy at the moment, if it's convenient." "Okay," she said. Alex asked whether there was any danger, and she reassured her.
Then they strolled down to the cargo airlock. He was wearing loafers and shorts and a soft blue pullover shirt that draped easily over shoulders and breast, and he took a minute to pick up his easel and a pad. "There's not much out there," she said. He was adjusting his e-suit. "That's what makes it interesting." She handed him a pair of grip shoes, and he slipped out of the loafers. When he was ready, she opened up, and they went out through the airlock, onto the hull. The mist rolled over them. The ship's artificial gravity field vanished, and she felt her organs begin to rise. "Is this the first time you've been outside?" he asked, looking around at the fog. "In this?" It was. She had never before left a ship when it was in the sack. Didn't know anybody who had. "We might be making history," she said. He blinked and looked away over her shoulder. "Something moved over there," he said, pointing. "In the cloud bank." "It's an illusion. It's the reason we don't usually run the view panels during transition. People see things. They get unnerved." "I wasn't getting unnerved." He started setting up his easel. There were magnetic caps on the legs. She looked around at the fog moving slowly across the hull, front to rear. "What can you possibly make of this?" He weaved a little, back and forth, a kind of half-dance step, inspecting her, inspecting the mist. "It just takes a little talent." "Is it always like this? Always this dense?" "Yes," she said, "pretty much." He produced his trademark charcoal and sketched in a single movement a section of the ship's hull. He studied Hutch for a few seconds and drew her eyes and a slice of jawline, the silhouette of her hair, and added some haze. "It's quite nice," she said. He'd come a long way since the old days in Arlington. He smiled. "Yes, it is pretty good, isn't it?" And he kept working, filling in details. The fog in the sketch grew damp, the ship solid, the eyes luminous. When he'd finished, he signed his name, Tor, and stepped back to see whether anything additional needed to be done, to give her a better view. She thought he was going to tear the sheet off and give it to her, but he simply stood admiring it, and then removed a cover from his vest and pulled it over the sketch. "Are we finished?" she asked. "I think that about does it." He pulled the easel free of the hull and looked toward the airlock. Disappointed, Hutch hesitated. In that moment she wanted to embrace him, but he turned away, and the moment was gone. He dug into his vest with his free hand and produced a coin, a nickel-plated $1. He glanced at her and out into the mist, and she saw what he was going to do. "Make a wish," she said. He nodded. "I already have." He lobbed the coin into the fog. She watched it disappear and felt a sense of loss for which she couldn't account. "You know, Tor," she said, "we'll be traveling a little bit faster when we come out of our jump." He looked amused. She was kidding him. "No, seriously." "Why's that?" "You ever hear of the green water effect?" "No, I can't say I have." "But you know who Jules Greenwater was?" "He had something to do with trans-dimensional travel." "He was one of the pioneers. He established the principle that linear momentum is always preserved during hyperflight. Whatever momentum you have going in, you have coming out." He looked off in the direction the coin had gone. "I'm not sure I follow what you're saying." "The momentum of the coin is preserved. It gets transferred to the Memphis, so the ship is traveling that much faster when it makes the jump back into sublight." "By $1? "Yes." "How much does that come to?" "I doubt we'd want to measure it." Chapter 13. Who the hunter, then? And who the prey? Elia Rasmussen, The Long Patrol, 2167. Near the end of the third day, the Memphis slipped from the trans-dimensional mists and coasted back out into sublight space. They were well away from the local sun, which was a small yellow-orange main sequence star. Hutch duly reported their arrival to Outpost. At about the same time she was informed that the John R. Centenacio, a survey yacht, had been dispatched to Point B. They would record everything they could about Safe Haven, the moon base, and the satellites. When they had completed their mission, they would be available to follow the Memphis if there was a reason for them to do so. She finished with her duties on the bridge and strolled down to Mission Control, where Pete had been trying once again to explain to George and the others that a planetary system was a big place, and that finding the associated worlds could take time. They'd apparently all agreed that this was so, but they nevertheless seemed to think that Hutch should be able to work miracles. I mean, that's what all this super-technology is for, right? But even planets weren't easy to locate in those immense reaches. So her passengers became increasingly impatient when the first afternoon wore on into night, and then into a second day with no results. They didn't even know what the system looked like. No one had ever been there before. Bill estimated a biozone between 75 and 160 million kilometers out, and that became their search area. The first object they identified, other than the sun, was a comet, inbound, its tail trailing millions of kilometers behind it. While they waited, they played chess and bridge and hunted through the lost temple for the crown of Mapur. And they grumbled at Bill, who took it all very well. "At this point," he told George cheerfully, "it's hit or miss. We just have to be patient." George complained about the AI's good humor, and asked whether Hutch couldn't tune it down a bit. "Damned thing chatters on, drives me crazy," he said. Bill, who had to have overheard, did not respond. Later, when Hutch tried to reassure him, he commented that he understood about humans, he did not elaborate, and she did not press him. "We have a target," he reported near the end of the second night, meaning he had found a world in the biozone. "It's on the inner edge, 80 million clicks out." They used another day and a half moving into position to intercept. Meanwhile, Bill located a second possibility. But it didn't matter. As they slipped onto a line between the inner world and Point B, the speakers came alive. KM 4493972 was a small world, not much bigger than Mars, but it had broad blue oceans, and the continents were green, and the skies were filled with cumulus. A summer world, diamond bright in the sunlight. Hutch could hardly bring herself to believe it. Almost every planet she had ever seen was sterile. It might have sunlight, and it might have broad blue seas, but inevitably nothing walked or crawled across its surface, or lived in its oceans. The overwhelming majority of worlds were quiet and empty. Yet here, twice in the same mission, they had come across life. Not that much of it was left at Safe Haven. Should have named it Hardscrabble. George was beaming, watching the images on screen, his hands clasped behind his back like Nelson at the Nile. Bill reported a stealth satellite. "I'll scan for others," he said. "I assume there will be 2 more. Mountain chains arranged everywhere. Volcanoes poured out smoke along the shore of an inland sea. Great rivers divided the land. There were storms and ice caps, and a blizzard worked its way down from the north. 2 continents were visible, bathed in sunlight. "It doesn't look as if anybody lives there, though," said Herman. "I don't see any sign of cities." "We're still too far out," said Pete. An hour later, Hutch eased them into orbit, and they approached the Terminator and passed onto the night side. And there they were. Not the rivers of light they'd hoped for, not London or Paris, but lights nonetheless, scattered haphazardly across the face of the planet. They flickered, they were dim, and they were few in number. Campfires, oil lamps maybe, torches, but certainly no moving spotlights, no electrically illuminated rooftop restaurants. Nonetheless, they were lights. They stayed in mission control, doing nothing other than absorbing their good fortune, enjoying the warmth of success. Hutch was finally able to throw off the dark mood that had descended on her with the loss of the Condor. She walked among them, patting people on the back, trading toasts, exchanging embraces, and thoroughly enjoying herself. At one point she saw Tor looking at her longingly, and she thought, "Now's the moment," took the initiative and kissed him. The Memphis moved back out into daylight, over the continents and several chains of islands. Hutch trained the telescopes on the ground, and Bill put the results on screen. Mostly it was mountain and forest, jungle near the equator, broad plains in the north of both continents, herds of animals on the flatlands, and lone beasts near the rivers. "There," said Alex. Structures! It was hard to make out the details. They seemed to coexist with prairies and forests, half hidden by the landscape, rather than rising over it. "Full mag, Bill," Hutch said. A harbor city appeared on screen, unlike anything she had seen before. It appeared fragile, a place of light and crystal, a cluster of chess pieces brilliant in the sunlight. Hutch noticed that no roads connected them, and no ships drifted in the harbor. There were no aircraft, no sign of ground transportation. This society, whatever it was, did not seem to have access to power, and with that realization, she understood they had done nothing more than arrive at another relay point. Like the structures that rose from them, the forests had a delicate appearance. No counterpart of the great northern oak was going to be found here, or of Knox Icalas, or of the iron-hard cormors of Algol III. Rather, these seemed to be the kind of woodlands Japanese artists might have designed, subtle, precise, fragile, suggestive of a spiritual dimension. Here was a maple-green palace straddling a ridge of hills, and there a pair of emery-colored buildings shaped like turtle shells. The imagers picked out a cliff dwelling, a group of balconies, and windows carved in the living rock, looking out of the face of a precipice, and a series of gleaming glass mushrooms lining both banks of a river. They were curious structures. There seemed to be no means of ingress to the cliff city unless you'd brought your climbing gear, and no bridges crossed the river, connecting the buildings on either side. They saw a tower rising out of the symmetry of vines and branches. They weren't sure at first. It might have been merely an odd grouping of trees or limbs, a natural cage of sorts. But it would have been a very large cage. They studied it. Bill extracted it from its surroundings, tried to strip the forest away. But it was anchored in the vegetation, and you could not remove it any more than you could remove a cave from the side of a mountain. Bill turned it about, displayed it from every angle. Here was a roof, and there a set of supports. It almost seemed to be constructed of branches and vines, wild in themselves, yet part of an overall design. As Hutch watched, a large bird appeared in an alcove, spread enormous wings, and launched itself like a great swan into the sky. "Bill," she said. The AI knew what she wanted. He magnified the image. The swan wore clothing. A loose-fitting tunic was draped across near-human shoulders. It had limbs that might have been arms and legs, and it had a face. Its skin was light, and golden hair, or feathers, tumbled down its back. The wings were patterned in white and gold, and as they watched, the creature soared to another level of another structure, alighted gracefully, and stepped out of view. Alex was first to make the obvious observation. "It looked like an angel," she said. A pair of the creatures appeared and rose from the trees. They swirled gracefully around each other in an aerial dance with a vaguely sexual flavor. "We've come to paradise," said Herman. They were all gawking at the images, and somebody said how, by God, it was the most beautiful place he'd ever seen, and who would have believed it? "How soon can we be ready to go down?" George asked. Hutch hadn't expected that such a moment would arrive, and she was caught off guard. She hadn't considered what might happen if they actually found a set of aliens. It all seemed so preposterous. "George," she said, "let's go up on the bridge for a minute." He frowned, and she knew he wanted no cautious advice, but he followed along. The others turned to watch, and Herman said, "Don't be hard on him, Hutch. He means well." They all laughed. "It's not a good idea," she said when they were alone. "Why not?" We don't know anything about these creatures. You don't want to go barging in down there."
"Hutch," his voice suggested she needed to calm down. "This is why we came. 11 people died to put us here. And you want me to, wave and go home?"
"George," she said, "for all you know, they could be headhunters."
"Hutch," he said soothingly, "they're angels."
"We don't know what they are. That's my point."
"And we never will know until we go down and say hello."
"George—"
"Look, Hutch, I hate to put it this way, but you're one of the more negative people I know. Have a little faith in us."
"You could get killed," she said.
"We're willing to take our chances."
They hadn't made the bridge. They had, in fact, come to a stop outside the holotank. But they were alone, so it didn't matter.
"Hutch, listen. We're all doing something we've dreamed about for a lifetime. If we sit around up here and look at the pictures and call somebody else in, it's going to be like—"
"You backed off at the critical moment."
"That's right. That's exactly right."
He pressed his fingers against his temples, massaged them, but never took his eyes from her.
"I'm glad you understand."
"I hope you understand that anyone who goes down there is putting his life on the line?" He nodded.
"Do you know what we've been doing all our lives? Making money, and that's about it. Alex, she's been running glorified strip shows. Nick does funerals. Pete, of course, did Universe. Herman's not that well off, but it's what his life is about. Every day he goes to a job he doesn't like very much, just to pay the bills. Ask Kim what he's most afraid of. You know what he'll tell you? You know what he told me once?"
Hutch waited.
"That he'd get to the end of his life and discover he hadn't been anywhere."
His eyes bored into her.
"Poor's the exception. He was born into money. You know why he was an outpost? Because he wants his work to be something more than wall hangings for rich people."
Hutch thought she knew why Tor was out on that remote moon, and she didn't believe it had much to do with wall hangings, but she let it go. "George," she said, "you're taking a terrible chance if you go down there. Don't do it."
"Captain," he said, "I own the Memphis. I can order what I want. But I don't want to do that. I'd like it very much if you tried to understand what this means to us, to all of us, even if we were to lose somebody." He shrugged. "Talk to anybody back there, and you'll hear that this is why we came, and it's all we really care about."
She took a long moment, looked down the empty passageway. "The others feel the same way?"
"Yes."
"Even Pete?"
"Especially Pete."
She nodded. "What do you want from me?"
"Your permission."
"You said it yourself. You don't need it."
"I want it anyhow."
She took a long, deep breath. "Damn you, George," she said. "I won't give it. The landing is too dangerous. Leave it to the professionals." He looked at her, disappointed.
"I assume you'll remain here?"
"No," she said. "You need somebody riding shotgun."
"Okay," he said.
"I wish we had a shotgun."
There was no legitimate way she could stop them. If she refused to pilot the lander, they could have Bill take them down. She could direct Bill to refuse instructions from them, but George was the owner, and she really could not legally do that. Hell, maybe they were right. Maybe she was being overprotective. They were, after all, adults. If they wanted to be front and center when history was made, who was she to stand in the way? She sent off a report explaining what the ship's owner proposed to do and recording her reservations. Then she collected her laser cutter, which was the closest thing the Memphis had to a weapon, and went down to the shuttle bay. They were all there, ready to go. Tor, believe it or not, with his easel. Pete and George in earnest conversation. Nick wearing a coat and tie as though the occasion were formal. Herman in black boots and carrying a connecting bar from, she thought, his bed, presumably in case defense was needed. And Alex in a jumpsuit, looking as good as the angels. There was much of the atmosphere of a Sunday afternoon. Alex and Herman appeared a trifle wary, brighter than the rest, she decided. She reviewed the E-suits with them.
There'd be no air tanks this time. The atmosphere, she explained, was oxygen-rich. You'll have a converter. Could we live with the suit off? For a while, but I don't recommend it. She passed out the converters, showed them how to clip them to their vests. They'll go on when the suit activates, she explained. You don't have to do anything. They smiled back at her, a bit nervously, she thought. They're not sure about this, even George. But they'd committed themselves, so they were stuck, and nobody was going to back out. Hutch opened the lander hatch, and they climbed in. After everybody was seated, she closed up and opened a channel to the AI. Bill, she said. Yes, Hutch. If we're not back in 24 hours, and you haven't heard anything to the contrary from me, take the ship home. She felt the mood change around her. That was good. Just what she wanted. Yes, Hutch. May I ask how severe the danger is? We've no idea. I wish, said George, who was beside her, you wouldn't play these games. We're nervous enough. Yeah. You have reason to be nervous, George, she said. He looked angrily at her, but he let it go. Bill evacuated the air from the bay, and the launch doors opened. Her board went green, and they eased out of the spacecraft. I hadn't thought this through very well, I guess, said George. But do we have a way to speak to them, so that they can hear us? There's a switch on the harness, she showed him. It'll turn on a speaker for you. Excellent. He'd brought a pair of portable lamps and fabrics and a couple of electronic devices. To use as gifts, he explained. Going to trade with the natives, said Alex, amused at the prospect. Listen, said George. Nothing to lose. Hutch. She put the AI's voice on the cabin speaker. Yes, Bill. There is another stealth. 120 degrees around the orbit from the first one. It seems to be the same arrangement as Safe Harbor. Pete leaned forward and signaled he wanted to talk to the AI. Go ahead, said Hutch. Bill, are you looking for the second set? Of satellites? Yes, I am, George. I will report when and if I find them. It's beginning to look, said Tor, as if what we really have is a group of interstellar busybodies. The team had decided on its landing site before leaving the Memphis. Two relatively small clusters of spires and minarets rose out of the middle of a plain on opposite sides of a river in the center of a Britain-sized island in the southern hemisphere. The river was wide and sleepy. No boat moved across its surface. There was no jetty, no beach on which swimmers might have gathered, no boathouse, no buoy. Well, thought Hutch, if I had a large pair of wings, I'd probably stay away from deep water myself. She wondered how they showered. The sun was rising as they descended toward the twin settlements. There, said Hutch, indicating her preference for a landing spot. That's a long way from the populated area, said Nick. About 6 kilometers. She'd have preferred maybe 20, but she knew George wouldn't stand for it. Still, it was a decent sight. The land was flat, they were well away from the foliage that grew in clusters, so nothing could come up on them without their seeing it. It's good, said George. Do it. The lander descended through a few wisps of grey cloud, into the clear early morning air. There were no structures in the immediate area, and nothing moved. They dropped gently to the ground. Hutch pointed their scopes at the settlements and put the pictures on the displays. No one seemed to have noticed their arrival. The locals drifted undisturbed through the sky. Others lingered on open porches in the towers. An idyllic life, indeed. Well, what else would you expect from angels? Uh-oh. What, Hutch? Someone had apparently seen them come down. The towers had open decks at all levels. On one, across the river, several of the inhabitants had gathered. They looked excited. And I do believe they're pointing at us. George got out of his seat and started for the airlock. Fearless George. Probably felt he had to go first. Don't forget your suit, she said. Oh, he grinned sheepishly, hit the controls, and pulled on his vest. She connected the converter for him and for the others. A few angels were in the air, approaching. "Keep in mind," she said, "the envelope is there to provide breathable air and climate control. It forms a hard shell around the face only. Otherwise it's flexible. That means it won't protect you from weapons. Somebody hits you with a rock, you're going down." She gazed around the cabin to assure herself everyone understood. "I'm going to match the cabin environment to the outside and just open up. That way, if we have to come back in a hurry, there'll be no jam up at the lock. I suggest you stay together and don't go more than a couple of steps from the lander. George, who's going to hold the fort?" George looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" "Somebody stays inside out of harm's way, just in case." He looked around for a volunteer. Looked finally at Alex, but when she said nothing, Nick said he'd stay. Hutch got out of her seat, and Nick eased into it. "Bill," she said, "take direction from Nick." "Acknowledge." One of the creatures glided past and hovered momentarily over the lander. It was obviously female. Herman tried to get a better look, but he must have moved too quickly, and the thing soared away. Hutch thought it had seemed frightened. A second one settled to the ground, a male. His large white wings caught the sunlight, then folded smoothly behind him. There was no sign of weapons. Pete had joined George at the lock, waiting for her to open up. She took the cutter out of her vest, showed it to George, and looked meaningfully at him. Last chance. His eyes slid away from her. She tried to edge past him, but he squared his shoulders and blocked the way. "I think the men should be the first ones out." They were all watching the creature with a mixture of admiration and disquiet. "If I can keep them in here a little longer," she thought, "they might change their minds and back away." But George had lost all patience, or maybe he wanted to get it over with. She opened the lock and looked out. "He's beautiful," said Alex. He was, indeed. Features neither entirely human nor avian, but an exotic blend of both. Golden eyes and tawny feathers and lean, muscular limbs, and an enormous wingspread. Hutch was reminded of Petrarca's famous portrait of St. Michael. His eyes were placed somewhat back, almost along the sides of the skull. He looked at them with curiosity, found her, and fastened his attention on her. She saw curiosity in that gaze, and intelligence, and something wild. Alex was right, he was beautiful, but in the manner of a leopard. His skull was slightly narrower than a human's. He tilted his head in the way that parrots do when they're trying to catch one's attention. His lips parted in a half-smile, and she thought she caught the glint of fangs. She fought down a chill. Don't jump to conclusions, but pushed the stud on the cutter and felt power begin flowing through the instrument. Alex's voice came from behind her. "Are we sure we want to do this, George?" "Yes, my God, child, are you serious?" A second angel swept in, another male, and the landing brought him half-running toward the lander. But he stopped and held out his hands the way one might to indicate he is not carrying a weapon. Alex had moved in directly behind Hutch. "He's gorgeous," she said. "They both are." She wondered if Alex had seen the incisors. Despite the wings, they were clearly mammalian. They wore vests that revealed most of the upper body and leggings that fell to the shins, but their lower limbs ended in claws, not feet. Not quite so angelic, after all. Hutch looked past George, who was shifting his weight, getting ready to leave the airlock. The ground was covered with soft green grass. "I just noticed something," she said. "What?" asked Pete as he joined her. He was holding a necklace in his left hand, a gift. "There are no birds here anywhere." George climbed ponderously down. Pete and Hutch followed, moving out on either side. The gravity was probably only about 80% of a standard G, but after the light 1/4 they'd been living in, it was a burden. George smiled and waved. The female swept past, arced back, and floated down, wings spread wide. "I don't think," said George, "I understand what you're trying to say." "Where are the birds?" He sighed. "How would I know? and then to the angels, "Hello! Greetings from Earth." "We come in peace." Michael took a tentative step forward. He was only a few centimeters taller than she, a creature of impossible grace. The wind whispered across his wings. He was studying her again, his eyes connecting with hers, then traveling down her body and coming to rest at last on the cutter. His lips parted, and she saw the beginning of an accusation in his glance. But then it dissolved into a smile. If the rest of them were like this bunch, she suspected, and if they were really friendly, interspecies relationships couldn't be far off. "They don't seem at all scared of us," said Tor, over the common channel. Bill told them to be careful. George stepped forward, past Hutch, and offered his hand. Michael raised a wing part way and let it settle again. The second angel had dark blue feathers and dark eyes that one could almost have described as melancholy. His wings displayed a complex red and white pattern. Gabriel, possibly. Pete held out the bracelet. It was cheap, silver-plated. But if you didn't know better— "Pete," Hutch told him, "you're getting too far from the lander." Herman stood in the open hatch, hesitating. Then he stepped down. Still no birds. Maybe this world didn't have birds. Was that possible? They'd been everywhere else, in one form or another, wherever large land animals had evolved. 2 more of the creatures landed, 1 male, 1 female. The bracelet sparkled in the sunlight. Gabriel's eyes traveled from Pete to the bracelet to Hutch, back to the bracelet. Hutch thought she detected contempt. The angels spread out a few paces to either side. Alex was preparing to jump down from the lock. Tor, with his easel, was behind her. "Stay put," said Hutch, privately. "Why? Just do it." Gabriel took the bracelet. He turned and held it out for one of the females. She came forward, accepted it, frowned at it. What was it for? Despite everything, despite the nobility of their appearance, despite the complete lack of any threatening gesture, despite the fact that she had begun entertaining lascivious ideas about both Michael and Gabriel, Hutch knew, absolutely knew, something was wrong. 2 more appeared over the river, circled the lander, and started down. They were starting to draw a substantial crowd. "Give me wings like that," Alex said, "and no male would be safe on the streets at night." Touchingly modest, thought Hutch. The woman hardly needed wings. Michael raised his right hand, palm out, and spoke. A few words delivered in a rich baritone. She could almost understand the words. "Thank you," or "Hello, welcome to paradise." One of the females was edging around, trying to get an angle on the open hatch. "Hutch," demanded Alex, "what's going on?" "I don't know yet. Just stay in the lander." The female advanced a few paces, covering about half the ground between the lander and Pete, who had taken Gabriel's hand and was shaking it. Old friends well met. Pete was considerably bigger than the angel. Herman must have sensed it, too. He moved up and stood beside Hutch. All of the angels seemed unobtrusively to be closing in. Hutch noticed that Pete was cut off from the airlock. She retreated a step to get her back to the lander. "Heads up, Pete," she said. He actually turned and smiled pleasantly at her. "Don't worry, everything's under control. These are friends." It was as far as he got. Gabriel's smile widened, then Hutch saw the incisors again. They sank into Pete's throat while one of the females jumped him from behind. Michael went for George, who, in the time-honored tradition of amateur adventurers, froze. Herman trundled past her and threw himself into the struggle. The female that had gotten between Hutch and the airlock showed her a set of claws, smiled, and flew at her. Hutch went down as another one glided past, trying to get at the airlock. It all happened with blazing speed. The angels had acted simultaneously, as if some signal had passed among them, much the way birds seem to leave a stand of trees at the same moment. Hutch's cutter blinked on, and she drove the beam into her attacker's midsection as the creature tried to claw her. It screamed and went down in a fury of feathers and shrieks. Hutch rolled it away, got a quick glimpse of more fangs, jabbed upward and missed. It was Gabriel, and it gasped and swiped at her with long talons. She got lucky. They hit the hard shell that covered her face, and she swung the laser with everything she had. It took off parts of wing and shoulder and bit into its neck. A dark brown liquid spurted out. It screamed and leaped into the air. Herman yanked Michael off George. It turned on him and raked him. Hutch rammed the cutter into one of its legs as Herman collapsed. Because she possessed the sole weapon, Hutch quickly became the focal point of the battle. She swung the laser blade with deft precision, discovering to her surprise that she enjoyed slashing the sons of bitches. Every time the weapon struck home, biting through flesh and blood, she knew an exhilaration quite apart from any emotion she'd felt before. The air was filled with shrieks and screams. George staggered to his feet, covered with blood. Herman was bleeding from a dozen wounds. George saw him and bellowed with rage. The angels were all smaller than he, and lighter, and they went after him as he tried to go to Herman's aid. He landed a series of furious punches on one. It bit down on his arm and hung on while he hammered it into unconsciousness, then shook it off, let it fall, and turned to go after the others. But he was dazed. Hutch got to his side and drew him back. "Don't be an idiot. Get to the airlock." She gave him a push and turned to help Herman. He lay still while the creatures clawed him, trying unsuccessfully to get through the Flickinger field. Hutch took a wing off one, and the others came for her. Nick's voice howled in her ear. "They're killing Pete! My God, Hutch, they're savages!" Yes, they are. Pete was trying to fight off two attackers. He screamed as they took turns tearing at him. Inside his E-suit, blood oozed out of a dozen wounds. Briefly his eyes met hers. It was a ghastly moment, the one she would carry out of the battle and never forget. Then, before she could get to him, he was down. The sky seemed filled with wings and claws. Hutch was trying to fight her way forward, but something caught her shoulder, raked her, and Alex's voice sounded on the link. "Don't, Hutch!" Almost hysterical. "You can't help him!" "Damn it, Hockelman, I told you this would happen." She saw that George had a clear run at the airlock. Then the thing on her back was trying to get at her throat, and saliva dripped out of its mouth. My God, it was Michael who had looked so handsome moments before. She twisted around, hit him with the heel of her left hand, and drove the blade through his shoulder. He screamed and broke free, and she went down, rolled over, and whipped the weapon against his thigh. He howled, gave her an outraged look, and fluttered off. Pete was gone, and she got up and charged the spot where he'd been, while Alex cried, "No, no, don't do it!" One of the things tried to get the cutter out of her hand, and there was a brief frantic struggle, claws around her wrist, claws at her back, an arm around her throat. Then Tor was there, and she was free again, still wielding the weapon. Look out, she almost took out Tor, and they were backing toward the lander. The things retreated a bit, gave them room. Behind them, Nick and Alex dragged George inside, out of harm's way. One of the males got to Alex, grabbed her by an arm. Wings beating furiously, it tried to wrestle her out of the airlock. Tor hit it with a wrench. Hit it again. Alex spilled onto the ground. It was struggling with Tor when Hutch arrived. She jumped onto the ladder, brought the cutter down through a calf, slicing off a claw. More shrieks, and more brown blood fountaining. She slashed it again, and the thing let go, and pumping its wings furiously, rose into the sky where one of its fellows attacked it. Alex was on her feet, climbing back up. Tor seized her wrist and boosted her into the airlock. Hutch tumbled in behind her. Someone grabbed her arms and pulled her into the cabin. She heard the hatch close. "No," she cried. "Herman and Pete are still out there." "Doesn't matter anymore." Tor's voice trembled. They could hear the things clawing at the hull, jamming knives into the windscreen, trying to pry it loose. Alex took the cutter away from her and turned it off. "Bill," said Nick, "take us up." Blood ran down his face and arm. "Acknowledge," said Bill. The lander trembled as the engines came on, and it began to rise. The commotion outside became even more frenzied. They returned to the Memphis to repair the wounded. Hutch and George were both clawed and gouged. They submitted to Bill's patchwork ministrations, then took tranks and went to bed. When they were safely out of the way, Tor and Nick, against Alex's protests, took the lander back down, landed after dark, and recovered the bodies. They'd been hacked mercilessly and left by the river. Their Flickinger fields glowed when the lamplight hit them. They were approaching the Memphis on the return flight when Bill's voice came over the link. "I did not want to disturb Captain Hutchins," he said, "but I thought someone should know. I found the other ring." Neither Tor nor Nick had any idea what he was talking about. "What's the other ring, Bill?" 3 more stealths. There's another relay. Another outbound signal. Chapter 14. Passion makes us cowards grow, what made us brave before. John Dryden, An Evening's Love, 2, 1671. "What do you want me to say?" George hurled the question at her across the common room. The wounds on his leg and both shoulders were cemented together and wrapped. Hutch had said nothing to provoke the outburst, but he must have seen it in her eyes. Like him, she was glued together. Ankle, thigh, waist, and neck had been slashed. Alex had given her another trank, and she'd slept soundly through a second night. The painkillers were working fine, but everything was secured to prevent movement. Tor was with them, seated quietly at a console, reading something. He turned at the comment and looked first at George, then over at Hutch. Everyone had studiously avoided discussing the judgment that had led to the event. Instead, there were only general comments. "Never had a chance. Damned savages." "Nobody's accusing you," said Tor quietly. "She is." Hutch was lying on her back, her head propped up on pillows. "Don't push it, George," she said. "So what happens now?" asked Tor, trying to change the flow of conversation. "We report in, fold our tent, and go home," said Hutch. The room grew still. "Can't do that, Hutch," George said evenly. "What do you mean? What would be the point of hanging around here?" "I wasn't suggesting we hang around here. We've nothing to learn from these savages." "Isn't that what this was supposed to be about? Go out and talk to the others, find out what they think?" She realized what he was contemplating. To the degree that the cement would allow her, she turned her head to look at him. "No," she said, "this is the end." "You are employed by me, Hutch. I'll decide when it's the end." "You know," she said, "I could shut this operation down any time." "I know that. Don't you think I know that? But you're under contract. We have an agreement." "I don't have to stand by while you kill yourself." Tor got between them and looked down at her. "Hutch," he said, "we want to go on, to find out what this is about." To follow another outbound signal. She closed her eyes and visualized the planet-wide receiver formed by the three stealths, collecting the transmission coming in from point B, maybe adding something it picked up down in the country of the angels, relaying it over to a second planet-wide system, a transmitter, composed of 3 more stealths, and forwarding the signal. Where? And to what purpose? "Along the rim of the bubble," said Tor. "Actually, the transmission angles back toward the bubble, in the general direction of Outpost." 14 degrees above the plane of the galaxy, George said. "It's not exactly aimed near Outpost," Tor corrected himself, "but it's close enough." "It's aimed toward the Mendelssohn cluster," said George. "The Mendelssohn cluster's a long way off." "We're sure it doesn't go that far," said Tor. "Looks as if the new target is either a Class G, 156 light-years away, or a red supergiant at more than 400 light-years. Probably the supergiant. The track passes at about 50 AUs out from the Class G." "Whichever it is," said Hutch, "it's a pretty good ride." "We can't just walk away from it," said George, "especially now." He was talking about Pete and Herman. Tor nodded and sat down on the edge of her couch. "What we want to do is to stay with it. We're far beyond the kind of discovery we started out with. There's a network here. We have to figure out what it's about, Hutch. So we need to keep going. But we've talked, and we know you were right, so we learn from our mistakes. We become a little more cautious, use common sense." "A lot more cautious," said Hutch. George's eyes closed. "Yes," he said, "we're all in agreement on that." "Is everybody in agreement about continuing?" "We discussed it last night. Nobody wants to turn back." "How long to get there?" asked George. "The nearer one, 11 days, one way." "That's not so bad," he said. "Why don't we just go take a look, see what's there? And we'll handle it as Tor suggests. We take no chances." Hutch closed her eyes and examined the little globs of light exploding behind her eyelids. "We're starting to run into a supply problem," she said. "We're not equipped to tack on another 3 weeks." "What do we need?" asked George. "Food. Nobody expected the mission to go this long." "Surely we can do something about that," said Tor. "You could have them send a supply ship, meet us somewhere. Look at what the Academy is getting from this." It went quiet again. Hutch could not sort out her own feelings. The mission, her side of it, had lost 2 people. And who knew what lay ahead? She wasn't a researcher. Her entire career had been devoted to moving people and supplies around. She had happily left others to stick their noses into dark corners. Still, she empathized with the contact people. They were onto something pretty substantial, well beyond anything the superluminals had found before. Somebody was out there, somebody they might talk to, somebody who was apparently interested in neutron stars and living civilizations. After all these years, it would be a splendid door to open, and she had a chance to be there, on the threshold, with this least likely of crews. "I have a suggestion," she said. "George, why don't you get on the hypercom, tell the director what we've run into? If nobody has an objection, we'll go take a look at the closer target, the Class G. If the director agrees, they might be willing to dispatch a second ship from Outpost. They can bring sandwiches and meet us at the target." "Suppose there's nothing there," said Tor. "Suppose the transmission is aimed at the supergiant." "We deal with that when we have to," said Hutch. "Suppose," said George, "they won't send the second ship." "They will," said Hutch. "The discovery's too big. When we report what we have, there'll be a fleet running up our rear ends." George's body healed more quickly than his psyche ever would. He sent a report of the Paradise incident to the Society's acting secretary, which, following on the deaths of 10 of their colleagues on the Condor, would be devastating. It was even more painful for him personally because he could not avoid the fact that he was responsible for the deaths of 2 close friends. It was as if their loss had been a direct result of his poor judgment. Yes, they had understood the danger and accepted it willingly. Yes, he had put no pressure on anyone. Yes, he had accepted the same risk as the others, had in fact stood in the forefront. Nonetheless, they were dead. Pete struck down in the early stages of the attack, Herman killed while coming to George's defense. Hutch had sent out the required reports to the Academy and to the Department of Transportation, which would duly conduct their investigation of the incident, but George would have to handle the more difficult procedure, notifying Herman's widow Emma and Pete's family, a son and daughter there. Well, it was the responsibility of the chief of mission, he supposed. It was a task he'd never given thought to before setting out. He had always believed that one day he'd succeed at his one prime ambition, that he'd make contact. It had happened, and it should have brought with it a sense of absolute pleasure, even if the contact had come with savages. Who could have thought? So everything was skewed, and it had brought unrelenting bitterness down on his head. Why had he not listened? Hutchins had been right, and for that reason he resented her. And yet he knew in his heart that, given the same situation, he'd make the same choice. How could he not? Even to show more caution, to hide in the lander, to have waved at the angels from behind a safe barricade of metal, the hatches locked and bolted, these would have been despicable acts, inviting someone with more heart to arrive and seize the glory. There were times when it was necessary to face hazard, to throw the dice in the face of events and await the outcome. This had been one of those times, and if people were dead, then that was the occasional cost of enterprise. One could not always put safety up front as the prime goal. Do that, and who would ever achieve anything of note? But still the loss of Pete and of his old friend Herman cut him to the soul. And during those first days after the event, even the tranks could not help him. George sent messages of condolence to the 2 families. His voice caught, and he struggled to maintain his composure. When he'd finished, he lay back on his couch and stared at the overhead. Before leaving Paradise, they held their second memorial service. Hutch posted virtual images of Herman and Pete, and everyone paid tribute. As the ship's captain, she was expected to make the final remarks. She observed that she had known both men for a relatively short time, but that they had been amiable companions, that they seemed to be honest men, faithful to their responsibilities, and that she'd been proud to venture with them into dark places. Pete, she pointed out, had put himself without hesitation into danger. He had led the way and made himself a prime target. Herman had gone unhesitatingly to the assistance of his friends and had consequently lost his life. What more need be said? The flight to the Class G was subdued. They ran some sims, but they did not participate. Nick no longer rode across the desert in his purple turban, in a desperate race to rescue Alex and Hutch from the licentious grasp of a warlord who, in the earlier days of the mission, had resembled George, but now looked like a standard heavy from Central Casting. Alex no longer appeared as the half-naked jungle queen Shambia, chasing down poachers and gunrunners. Tor had stopped running Rick's Cafe in Casablanca. They played bridge, and they talked more and read more. The party atmosphere had been left at Paradise. Meantime, Hutch and George recovered from their injuries, and she began to watch with some concern as their food dwindled. They would be down to less than a 2-week supply when they arrived at their destination, but Outpost reported that their request had been duly relayed to the Academy, and that a relief vessel, the Windy J, was en route. 4 days out, a panicky message came in from Virgil, who, still wrestling with the loss of the Condor, now found herself looking at 2 more fatalities. "Put together complete reports," she told Hutch, specifying the areas she wanted detailed. "Take no further chances. I don't care what else happens. We don't want any more deaths." But the director stopped short of turning the mission around. Presumably she didn't feel she had the authority to do that, Hutch decided. Alex sat down with her on the bridge one evening to tell her she was having trouble getting past the attack. "Me too," Hutch confessed. It had been the most terrible thing she'd ever seen, worse even than the army crabs on Betapac. It was frozen in her consciousness, something she replayed again and again, feeling the stark revulsion and terror that she was no longer sure had even been present during the original event, when she'd been too busy trying to stay alive to pay attention to her reaction. And there was something else she noticed about the experience. "I enjoyed killing the sons of bitches," she said. "I ripped a few of them open, and I enjoyed every minute of it." "I can understand," said Alex. She shook her head. "It's the first time I've ever looked anything in the eye and killed it," she said. "I felt the same way. I wished I'd had a gun. It's just a part of myself that I never saw before." Alex had been having problems, too. She talked about bad dreams. Fangs and retractable claws. "That's what I remember. The way they just appeared." And then she said the thing that Hutch would always remember. "It's like discovering the universe doesn't run on the rules you thought it did. It's like standing at a bus stop at night and seeing the guy beside you turn into a werewolf. The angels were terrible. But what really disturbs me is just knowing such a thing could exist." During the next few days, Alex came back, and they talked about it again, and Hutch didn't say much, but mostly just listened. Sometimes the conversation went in other directions. They talked about ambitions, men, clothes, what lay ahead. But inevitably they returned to the terrible moments on the ground. Gradually Hutch's own tendency to relive the experience began to fade, and the emotions associated with it fused into a kind of numbness, something she could package and put away in a locked room that she simply did not visit any more. Meantime, she and Alex forged a strong bond of empathy with each other. They were still a couple of days away from the Class G when Tor appeared on the bridge. He didn't seem to have much to say, but simply asked how she was holding up. "I'm fine," she said. "You seemed down." "I thought everybody seemed a bit down." "Touché," he sighed. "The flight hasn't exactly been a barrel of laughs, has it?" "Not exactly," she said. "I know this has been especially hard on you." She shrugged. "It's been hard on us all. If there's anything I can do—" She smiled her appreciation. "Thanks, Tor, I know." "Don't hesitate to ask." "I won't." "What do you think we'll find up ahead?" "Anybody's guess," she said. She had the sense of drifting down an endless track littered with invisible satellites. He gazed at her a long moment. "Hutch, I wish we'd had more time together. In the Arlington days." So did she. But that was a fresh realization, and she couldn't entirely submerge a trace of resentment that he hadn't tried a bit harder to hold on to her. "Me too," she said in a neutral voice. "My schedule just never seemed to allow much time for socializing." "I know," he said. "I understand." He smiled, and she thought he was going to do it again, nod politely, excuse himself, leave the room, and not bring it up any more. Or at least not for several more years. after which he'd show up again unexpectedly, implying that, yes, he'd loved her all along, and he wished things had gone differently. "Damn you, Tor. I just wanted you to know," he was saying, "that I've always thought you were pretty special." "That's nice," she said. "Thanks. I think you're pretty special, too." "Well," he looked lost. "I should be going." He kissed her chastely on the cheek. "If you ever need me, Hutch." He paused in the doorway and looked at her for a long moment. Then he was gone. Hutch opened a drawer in her console, fished out a pen, and flung it across the room. They jumped back to sublight on schedule at about 48 AUs from the central luminary, out where the signal would be passing through the system. Hutch deployed the dishes, and they began the now familiar routine of searching for the incoming transmission. George wished they had better communications technology, but seemed mollified when Hutch explained that he had gotten his money's worth, that the Memphis systems were state-of-the-art, and that there were simply limits imposed by physics, no matter how good the equipment was. The males automatically tended to flirt with Alex. By now their affections for one another had deepened, had become something else, but Alex never lost consciousness of what Hutch was feeling, and consequently tried to maintain an amiable distance. "Do we know anything at all about this system?" she asked. "Have we even looked at it through a telescope?" "Maybe through a telescope," Hutch said. "But that doesn't tell us much. There's been no formal survey here." Her eyes grew luminous. "You know," she said, "it's kind of exciting to be first person into a solar system." "It is," said Hutch. "This mission's been a new experience for me, too." Bill broke in. "Message from the director." Hutch nodded, and Sylvia Virgil appeared on screen. "Hutch," she said, "I want to congratulate you on your accomplishments. You'll understand I'm sorry about the losses. We all regret that there have been casualties. But I want to remind you that you are on a historic flight, which means it is essential to document everything. Remember that the safety of the vessel and its passengers is our paramount concern. I know you're getting far away from home, but this is a big prize we're after. You'll be interested in knowing that the network, that's what they're calling it in the media, is huge news back here. We'll be sending out a few more ships to provide support. Keep us informed every step of the way, and we'll try to have some of them rendezvous with you farther down the line. We've already dispatched the Henry Hunt and the Melinda Freestone to the supergiant, based on the possibility that BY68681551, she read the catalog number of the star system they were in from notes, is not the actual target. If it turns out that it is, let me know right away, and we'll change their destination. Hutch, so you're aware, everything we have in the outpost area is being turned your way." She was worried about lawsuits. "We have acquired the signal," said Bill. "Can you see the target?" "Working on it." Within hours, Bill found a planet in the path of the transmission. It was an ice world, maybe half again as big as Earth, the sun no more than a bright star in its black sky. Its atmosphere lay frozen on the bleak surface. Huge fractures, several of which would easily have swallowed the Swiss Alps, ran north and south. "Nothing ever lived there," said Alex, gazing at the images on the screens. George was frowning. "It breaks the pattern." "What pattern?" asked Tor. "Living worlds, worlds with civilizations." "The neutron star doesn't have a civilization," said Nick. Alex, who was becoming an astronomy enthusiast, looked up from an image of a pair of colliding galaxies. "I wonder," she said, "where the beginning of the chain is." Bill appeared on screen. "I've located a stealth satellite, looking for more." "Same type?" "Keep in mind, I can't see it directly, Hutch. Only the spatial distortion, but nothing so far suggests anything different from the others." "Why?" asked George. "What can be here that could possibly interest anybody?" The frustration in his voice was evident. "Nick," he demanded, "would you put an observation satellite here?" Nick shrugged. "Not unless I wanted to watch the glaciers move." "That's why they're called aliens," said Alex. "They do stuff that nobody can understand." Bill used the sensors to look underground, but he detected no unusual geologic formations, no hint of any artificial structure, absolutely nothing of interest to the mission.
There was no evidence that anything had ever happened on this world. It had 2 moons, both frozen rocks, captured asteroids, neither more than a few kilometers in diameter. Both were misshapen. One moved in a retrograde orbit. Other than that, they too offered nothing of note. "Maybe," said George, "it's just a relay station. Maybe we're at the limit of the signal's range from Paradise." "May I offer an observation?" asked the AI. "Go ahead, Bill." "The power level in the transmission from Paradise suggests the signal could have gone well beyond this area. If I were to construct a relay station for this signal, it would not be here." "My head's beginning to hurt," said George. "Bill, do we have a second set of stealths?" "I've been looking. We have no sunlight here to speak of, so they're difficult to pick up, but I will continue to search." "How about if we pull out a short distance," said Hutch, "and see whether we can hear an outgoing signal?" While they looked, Bill announced that a second ship had arrived in system. "Our supplies," said Nick. It was the Windy J. Hutch instructed Bill to open a channel. "Captain Eichner is already on the circuit," he said. "Shall I patch him through?" "Yes." Hutch felt the glow people always do when friends show up in remote places. "I'll take it on the bridge." Kurt wore a black jumpsuit with a Windy patch on his shoulder. Despite the fact that he'd spent most of his professional career sealed in containers with climate control, he looked as if he'd been under the open sun too much. He had weather-beaten features, a long, scarred nose. "Dueling incident," he'd once told her. Deep blue eyes that you could swim in, and a smile that was both whimsical and cynical, depending on which side of the room you happened to be on. "Hutch," he said, "it looks as if we can manage dinner after all." "I'm looking forward to it. What did you bring?" There was a delay of almost a minute. The Windy was still pretty far off. "Everything we need. What on earth are you doing out here?" Hutch made a pained face. "Looking for gremlins." He sat back and clasped his hands behind his head. "They tell me you're caught up in some sort of tracking exercise." "More or less. Somebody put up a network of communications relay stations. This is our 4th stop." "Somebody other than us?" "Looks like." The smile went whimsical. "So the crazies pulled it off, didn't they?" "They're not crazy, Kurt." "I understand completely. But are you going on? Beyond this place?" "I don't know, probably." "How far?" "I don't know that either." Bill was trying to get her attention. "Just a second, Kurt." "We have an outgoing signal," he said. "Is it a relay?" "Do you mean, does it have the same characteristics as the other transmissions?" "Yes, it does. But it angles off at 133 degrees. "This thing really wanders around." "Yes, it does." Another puzzle. Hutch thanked him, switched back to Kurt, and told him what Bill had reported. "Footprints of another civilization," she said. "I guess. So will you follow it?" "It's not my call." "Whose call is it?" George Hockelman."
"Oh."
And after a moment,
"Who's he?"
"I'll tell you about it later."
"I understand you've lost some people."
"A shipload, and 2 from our own passenger list."
"I'm sorry."
"I know, thanks." She hesitated. "I'll be asking you to take the remains back with you."
"I can do that."
He looked at her as if he expected her to say more. Then,
"Do you want to continue with this? The mission?"
"You want the truth, Kurt?"
"Don't I always?"
"I wouldn't want to admit it to George, but I'm getting kind of fascinated. Somebody planted these things more than 1,000 years ago, except maybe one of them, which the Academy tells us is less than a century old."
"That doesn't make much sense."
"Sounds as if they have some sort of ongoing maintenance. I'd like to see where it all leads." She was looking at the Windy's position on the navigation screen. "When do you expect to get here?"
"Mid-morning tomorrow."
"Want to come with us? On the next step?"
"I don't think so."
"You could send the Windy back with the AI."
"Hutch, I really wish I could."
He shook his head, signifying he wouldn't do it under any circumstances he could imagine.
"But I've got this bad ankle that's been bothering me, and anyway, you know how Bill gets when he's left alone. By the way—"
"Yes?"
"I need your help."
"Sure, what can I do?"
"The Academy wants a sample stealth. They got kind of miffed at Park when he reported he only had a few parts on board."
"Had they asked him to bring one back?"
"No, but they thought he should have used some initiative. Anyway, they want me to pick one up.
I'd be grateful for some assistance." They christened the New World Ice Pack and made as complete a record as they could. Bill measured or estimated density, equatorial diameter, mass, surface gravity, inclination, rotation period, and volume. He took the surface temperature at various locations. It was always a couple of 100 degrees below zero. He recorded the various proportions of methane and hydrogen, ammonia ice and water ice. He also took extensive pictures of the moons, which were sent into mission control and studied relentlessly. Nowhere did they find any indication why the stealths were present. Meantime, Hutch set about selecting one of the units for disassembly. "Are you sure you wish to do this?" Bill asked. A red flag went up. "What's your reservation, Bill?" "Each change you make degrades the signal. We removed one unit from point B, and parts of another. Now we propose to remove another one here. Whoever is on the receiving end of the transmission may resent what we're doing."
"Whoever's on the receiving end isn't going to know about it for a long time."
"Then let me try it another way. Isn't there an ethical issue involved?"
"No, there's no ethical issue. We lost people. We're perfectly justified in doing what's necessary to find out what happened. Anyway, they're 1,000 years old, or more."
"But they're working artifacts, Hutch, and I hope you won't object if I point out that 1,000 years is only relatively a long time."
"I'll tell you what, Bill. We'll get one for Kurt, which I have to do because I promised it, and that's it. We won't touch any more after this one, okay?"
The AI was silent. She picked the one they would take apart and sat up late that evening, talking about it with Tor and Nick. "I half suspect," said Tor, "that when we find who's on the receiving end of all this, we discover there's nobody there."
"How do you mean?"
she asked. "That the project that launched all this is long forgotten, that these signals are bouncing around, and somewhere they're being funneled down to a receiver and stored for somebody who really doesn't care anymore, who may not even still be at the old storefront. I mean, how much time would you spend watching a neutron star?" Nick agreed. "They're probably dead and gone," he said, but neither of them was an archaeologist. Neither was she, for that matter, although she'd worked with archaeologists all her life. She understood their reverence for artifacts, for the objects that used to be buried in the ground, but might also be found in orbit. The term had been expanded to include radio signals. Bill was right. These were operational artifacts, and she could not shake the sense that she was about to destroy something of value.
"On the same subject," she told Tor, "I'll be going outside tomorrow to do the deed. I'd like to have it disassembled and ready to go when Kurt gets here."
"You need help?" he asked.
"Yes, if you're available."
"Am I available?" He flashed a broad grin. "Count on me." In the morning, Kurt was on the circuit before Hutch was fully awake. "I've loaded the shuttle with your stuff," he said. The Memphis was too small to support a dock, other than the space-saving arrangement in the cargo bay for its lander. The designer had assumed that any arriving vehicle would simply come alongside and transfer passengers directly through the main airlock. In this case, however, they were taking on supplies, and it seemed more rational to take the lander outside and make room for the Wendy's shuttle. "How big a job?" asked Kurt. "Is it, taking apart a stealth?"
"Nothing we can't handle."
"Okay. Are we on for dinner?"
"If you get here with a sauerbraten."
"I'm afraid I don't have sauerbraten, Hutch. How about the roast pork?"
"That'll do fine." She signed off and went down to the common room, where breakfast was in progress.
"We need to decide whether we're going to move on," said George. "Do we know yet where the stealths are aimed? Where the next relay point is?"
Hutch passed the question on to Bill, who appeared in a corner of the navigation display.
"It passes directly through a pair of gas giants in this system, and then goes all the way to GCY 7514.
"Where's that?"
asked Nick.
"It's a galaxy," said Hutch.
George looked distraught. "That can't be right."
"Bill's pretty accurate with stuff like this. He doesn't make mistakes." She sat down and looked at Bill. "You said a pair of gas giants. What do you mean?"
"There are two of them locked in a fairly tight gravitational embrace. Unusual configuration. The signal goes right through the system."
Everyone fell silent. They're quite beautiful, I would think," he added. "End of the track," said Nick. He looked unhappy, too. They all did. Hutch wasn't sure how she felt. It would be an unsatisfying conclusion, but maybe it was just as well that they'd be forced to call it off and go home. It seemed like a good time to change the subject. "The Wendy'll be here with our stores in a few hours," she said. Tor nodded. "Doesn't seem to me that we'll need them." "You'd get pretty hungry going home." She sighed. "I'm sorry. I know this is a disappointment for everybody. But try to keep in mind what you've accomplished. You've discovered the aftermath of a nuclear war. And you've got a living world that may or may not have intelligent life. That's not bad for a single mission." She clumped George on the shoulder. "What are you hearing from Sylvia?" asked George. Hutch collected at breakfast and sat down beside him. "It sounds as if we'd have become the spearhead of a fleet," she said, "if there'd been a continuation of the net. She hasn't said anything, but I'll bet they're looking at the other end at the incoming signal at 11:07. Who knows what's on the other side of the network?" Hutch had selected the stealth that was easiest to reach, and the Memphis had been navigating toward it throughout the night. It was one of the 3 receptors. Hutch and Tor slipped into e-suits, added go-packs, and went outside. It was a far different experience from Safe Harbor, which was sunlit, Earth-like, familiar. This world was dark, cold, remote, its sun lost among the stars. They saw the surface only as a vast blackness. Bill had used night vision equipment to find the stealth, and they wore goggles that allowed them to distinguish its outlines. "It's identical to the other ones," said Tor. "Looks as if they only have one kind of satellite. I mean, it doesn't need stealth capabilities to be invisible out here." The Memphis lit up the unit as they came out through the airlock, using go-packs to cross the 40 or so meters separating them from the target. "Can anyone hear us on this circuit?" Tor asked. "Yes," she said, "although I doubt anyone's listening, except Bill." "Oh." She explained how to switch to a private channel, heard the click in her phones, and then he said, "Can you hear me?" "Loud and clear." "I wanted you to know, when we get home, I'm going to ask you to have dinner with me." "We have dinner every night, Tor." "You know what I mean. Just you and me, with candles and wine." He paused. "Just one dinner, no commitment, and afterward I'll disappear out of your life unless you ask me not to." He was wearing a green pullover shirt with a stenciled image of Benjamin Franklin, and his famous comment, "If at first you don't succeed." She smiled, thinking, "You of all people. If at first you don't succeed, quit before you get in trouble." "Look out you don't hit your head," she said. "Where?" "Here." She rapped on an invisible panel and then directed her lamp toward it. "Things stick out all along here, and they're hard to see." "Thanks," he said. "And the dinner?" She was hanging on to one of the dishes. "Are you asking me now? I thought you were going to wait until we get home." "You're playing games with me." "I'm sorry," she said, "that I was playing games. I didn't mean to. I'd love to have dinner with you, Tor." "Good," he said. "I'm glad we got that settled." They climbed aboard and flashed their lamps around. The reflections were wrong, jumbled, confused, but she could make out the general shape of the object, a dish here, another opposite, the central section directly ahead. There, in the forward part of the diamond, would be the panel that gave access into the stealth controls. The Memphis floated alongside them, its lights periodically playing across them, silhouetting them, casting shadows. The cargo hatch was open and brightly lit. Hutch had found a bar along the central axis of the diamond, and she was using it as a handhold. Beneath her, everything was dark. They drifted through the night, and it seemed suddenly as if they were utterly alone. His eyes were hidden, but she could sense the tension in his body. "Would you feel more comfortable," he asked, "if I went back with the Wendy?" "Why, no, of course not, Tor. Why would you do that?" He hesitated a long time. "I thought it might be a little easier on you." "I'm fine. I'm glad to have you here." "What kind of guy is this?" He hoisted himself around the central axis, bringing them face to face. "You know why I came," he said. "Because of me." "You knew from the start." "No," she said. She was no longer sure what she'd known. "But I'm glad you came."
He nodded and squeezed her shoulder. Then she turned her attention to the stealth effects. The panel was precisely where she knew it would be. She lifted it and shut down the circuitry. The satellite blinked into visibility. The Windy was considerably larger than the Memphis, and her cargo doors were twice as big. Even so, the dishes would be a tight fit. They were mounted on shafts that would have to be cut as close as possible to the antenna. She didn't really need Tor's help. He was with her as a safety factor, because the regs prohibited one person from going outside alone. But since he was available, she had him use light line to secure the 3 units that comprised the vehicle to each other, so nothing would drift off. "Hutch," Bill's voice. "The Windy is on final approach." "How long?" 15 minutes. "Okay, patch me through." She waded through a series of electronic connections, then heard the carrier wave. "Kurt?"
"Good morning, Priscilla. Bill tells me you're out slicing up my artifact."
"Yep. It'll be wrapped and ready for delivery when you get here."
"Okay. I have 2 loads of supplies for you. If you've no objection, I'm going to move one of those over first. Then we can stow the satellite."
"That's fine."
"I've got enough stuff to keep you going another 8 months. I hope they're paying you overtime."
Hutch selected the point of separation, fired up her laser, and cut the dish free. "Oh, yes," she said. "The pay is generous. As always."
Chapter 15. I spoke of most disastrous chances, of moving accidents by flood and field, of hair-breadth scapes in the imminent deadly breach.
Shakespeare, Othello, 1, 1604. Hutch wandered through the storage section with Tor, making mental notes. The meat would go here, perishables there, snacks in the upper cabinets. Bill's voice sounded on the Olcom. "Hutch, Captain Eichner is on his way." They joined the others outside the cargo bay and waited while Bill launched the lander to make room for the incoming shuttle. The Windy J, floating in the distance, was gray, angular, utilitarian, not much for looks. Pods stuck out fore and aft. It was normally a survey vessel, loaded with sensing gear. Hutch turned off the artificial gravity. Nick made a face, signaling that he didn't like 0G, that his organs had begun to move around. "It'll go away in a second," she told him.
"Hutch, it never goes away in a second."
Bill picked up the approaching shuttle and put it on screen. "Hello, Kurt." As if he were reading her thoughts, it blinked its lights.
"I've got the goodies," he said. "You really only have 4 passengers?"
"Yes, why do you ask?"
"They sent enough stuff to take you to Eta Carina."
He needed only a few minutes to cross the 2 kilometers or so between the 2 ships, easing into the bay and settling against the cradle. Clamps locked the shuttle in place, the door closed, and gravity came back. When air pressure was restored, he opened up, looked around the launch chamber, and climbed down. Hutch did the introductions. Kurt, it turned out, had ferried Tor to outpost.
"I was sorry to hear that Herman was one of the casualties," he added.
"You knew Herman?" asked Tor. He released the cargo hatch and opened up. "I met him at an academy function.
He seemed reasonable for a—"
He hesitated, suddenly realizing where he was headed. For a contact nut?
"For a fanatic. For a man who'd already put away several drinks," he finished.
Hutch thought it a good recovery. They began unloading. It was easy work, especially in the light gravity. When they'd finished, they collected the satellite core and the supports for the dishes and loaded them. They were too long for the compartment, but as long as he left the hatch open, it would be okay. The other pieces would go back to the Windy on the second trip. Hutch thanked everybody at that point and said she and Kurt would take care of the rest. She was talking about moving the bodies.
"I'll help,"
said Tor. George looked grateful to get away from that part of the job.
"Okay, good," he said. "I have some work to do in mission control."
It sounded pompous, and he knew it, so he flashed a weak smile and cleared out. Hutch led the way to the freezers. She opened up, and Kurt looked at the bodies and shook his head, but he didn't say anything. They were wrapped in plastic envelopes. It was a long walk back, so Hutch killed the gravity again. Tor carried one, and Kurt took the other. Hutch trailed behind. She'd already filled in the other captain on the details of the attack, and she could see that he wondered how she could let such a thing happen. But he didn't ask that question, so she made no effort to answer it.
other than to say on a private channel that she'd seen it coming. They stowed them in the shuttle cargo compartment where they'd left room. Kurt climbed into the vehicle, and Hutch jumped in on the passenger side. "We'll be back in a bit," she told Tor. "You have anybody over there to help?" Tor asked. "We can manage," said Kurt. Tor was holding the door and gazing at Hutch. "Why don't I come along and lend a hand?" "If you like." "Sure." He looked at Kurt. "You are coming back, right?" "There's another load." Hutch climbed down. "In that case, I'll stay put. Sounds like work for guys, anyhow." She removed her e-suit and handed the harness to Tor, but she saw a flicker of disappointment and added a broad smile. "I'll see you in an hour or so." Tor would have liked to have her along, but it was okay. He had broken through, and he wondered happily if any other man had ever traveled so far, hundreds of light-years, for a woman. Kurt flipped a few switches, the area sealed itself off, and air pressure in the launch chamber began to drop. "Been a rough ride, Tor?" he asked. "Yes, you could say that." He pushed back in his chair. The restraints settled over him. "I guess you know the details." "I know enough." "Angels," Tor said. "You should have seen the females. You wouldn't have believed it." "Beautiful?" "Yes, until you got to the teeth and claws." The turntable on which they were docked rotated 180 degrees to face the launch door. Kurt spoke briefly to Hutch, but Tor didn't catch it. More lights blinked on inside the vehicle. The engines ignited. "We were surprised," Tor said. He felt a compulsion to talk about it, and he wondered if he'd spend the rest of his life doing that. Collaring people at parties, spilling it out to casual strangers. "How could we possibly have known?" Kurt nodded. "I'm sorry." "Hutch warned us." The push came, and they glided out the door. Kurt turned in a long arc, and Tor gazed back at the Memphis. His home in the void. Then he looked for the other ship and saw its lights, but he couldn't tell how far it was. "About 2 kilometers, Kurt said. Tor glanced back at the pieces of the Stealth sticking out of the cargo compartment. It might have been a dead dragonfly. The Windy was immense after the snug conditions in the Memphis. It could accommodate 3 times as many passengers. It had substantially more storage space, and Tor knew it was also equipped with areas that were designed to be converted into specialized labs. They left the e-suits and air tanks on their seats and descended from the shuttle. The sheer size of the launch bay bore down on him. "Why didn't they use a smaller ship?" he asked. "This was the only one not already assigned somewhere," Kurt said, "and it was handy." Another dozen containers, marked City of Memphis, had been assembled on either side of the dock. Tor waited while Kurt opened the shuttle's cargo hold. "Refrigeration's in back," he said. He zeroized the gravity, as Hutch had, and they lifted out the bodies and carried them down a long central corridor to the after section. The passageway was dark, save where they walked. The lights, which emanated directly from the bulkhead, moved with them. "In here," said Kurt, opening doors and working his way past shadowy pieces of equipment. "Lab stuff," he added. "Biological over there, atmospheric here. Astrophysics next door." He stopped in front of a set of dark gray containers, punched a button on one, and watched a side panel slide back. Cold air wafted out. "Here we go." They placed the bodies inside, and without a word he closed the door, inhaled, and turned away. "Let's get the rest of your supplies," he said. Steak, turkey, fruits and vegetables, and some desserts were stored in adjoining freezers. There was no real meat, of course. Actual meat in the hides of living animals had gone out of fashion half a century before. Hamburgers, pork chops, chicken, everything was artificially processed. The prospect of eating the flesh of, say, a cow would have sickened most of Hutch's passengers. They loaded them onto a cart, returned to the shuttle, and put them in the hold. Then Kurt led the way to a nearby storage area and opened several cabinets which were full of complete dinners, as well as rolls, cereal, flour, assorted condiments, and a range of other foods. "They must expect you to be gone a long time," he said. When they had everything in the lander, Kurt restored the gravity and excused himself. "I have one more thing to get," he said. "I'll be back in a few minutes." Kurt had spent the 2 hours of his approach to the Memphis on a special project. Wendy's automated kitchen, like those on all Academy ships, provided a hands-on feature for anyone who wanted to get away from the standard prepared fare and put together something special. He had been making a German meatloaf dinner for Hutch and her passengers. He'd baked a mixture of ground pork and ground beef, had added diced onion and apple sauce and breadcrumbs and catsup and salt and black pepper. Bill had kept an eye on it while he made his run over to the Memphis. Now he left Tor and hurried up to the kitchen, which was located opposite the common room. "Everything is fine, Kurt," Bill told him. "Your timing appears to be perfect." It had been a long run to this godforsaken place. Kurt hated eagle flights with no souls on board other than the pilot. He wasn't much of a reader and didn't enjoy watching Sims alone. When it happened, he just rattled around, trying to make conversation with the AI. He was not looking forward to another 10 days locked up alone. Hutch was the daughter he'd have liked to have, but Margot had not wanted children, and he'd spent too much time away from her, so she'd refused to renew. In the end, it was just as well. But if he'd been granted a child, he would have opted for another Priscilla. The meatloaf was finished. He put it onto a serving dish, added his own potato salad and red cabbage, and covered the dish. He next picked up the Black Forest cake, inspected it, informed Bill it looked good, and laid it carefully in a cake dish. He placed everything in a box he'd brought for the occasion, and started out. "Good night, Bill," he said. Bill did not reply. He stepped into the passageway, and the ship shuddered. It wasn't a bang or an explosion, but rather it felt as if a wall of water had washed over them. While he listened, the lights failed. They came back on, blinked a couple of times, and went out again. The emergency lights came on, pale and gloomy. A klaxon began to blat. "What the hell is going on? Bill, what's happening?" Still nothing. The hatchway behind him, the one through which he'd just passed, blinked its warning lamp. Then the hatch slid smoothly down from the overhead and closed, sealing him off from the bridge. Elsewhere, throughout the ship, he heard dull metallic thunks as more hatches shut. After Kurt left, Tor got down out of the shuttle and went looking for a washroom. There was one in the shuttle, of course, but it was a trifle cramped, and he'd seen one back in one of the storage bays. He found it without difficulty, used it, and began strolling casually among the cabinets and lockers while he waited for Kurt to return. He opened one storage bin and was startled to find a stone insect face looking back at him. It was bulbous, oversized, with stalked green eyes and both antennas broken off. It looked like a mantis. There was a tag, identifying it from a ruined temple on Karakwa. He listened for footsteps, heard none, and opened another bin. It held several pieces, a couple of jars, a small statue, a couple of chunks of wall with engraved ideographs. All were labeled with place and date of discovery. He'd wandered back into a corner and was looking at a drinking cup, running his fingertips across its enameled surface, when something threw him off balance. Had the ship changed course? Begun to break? He wasn't sure, but the sensation passed quickly. Hutch always warned them in advance when she was planning any kind of maneuver, and he was sure Kurt would have followed the same procedure. He thought about contacting the captain, but decided against it. He wouldn't want a story going back to Hutch about how a course adjustment had provoked a panicky call from her passenger. Ha-ha. He was looking around, wishing Kurt would come back, when the lights dipped. The sounds of the life support system, the persistent humming of fans somewhere in the bulkheads, went down too, and finally stopped. A bank of dull yellow lamps switched on. The fans tried to start again, and finally caught. It didn't take an expert to figure out something wasn't right. He decided the best thing for him was to go back and wait in the shuttle. A klaxon went off overhead somewhere, startling him and leaving him trembling. He closed the bin door. The electronic gabble in the bulkheads had changed, gotten quieter. The chamber had gotten quieter. The fans quit again. For good. And suddenly he realized he wasn't standing on the deck. He'd begun to float. The artificial gravity was off. More lights blinked at him, red, and he heard a slushing sound, metal moving across an oiled surface. It took a moment to realize what it was, and the certainty sickened him. A hatch was closing. The only one he knew about sealed him off from the passageway, and the shuttle. He grabbed hold of a cabinet, tried to get his feet on the deck. Finally he gave up and propelled himself by pushing off a bench. He wasn't good at zero-G and crashed into a bulkhead and bounced off, but he got to the hatch and saw that it was indeed shut. But there was always a manual panel. He hadn't looked during the flight, hadn't paid any attention, but he'd seen them in the Sims. The power goes out, then you open a small door and push down a handle. He didn't have much light and was forced to search with his fingertips. In the rear of the chamber, the klaxon continued to whoop and yowl. The panel was there. He fumbled at it, pressed on it, first the top, which did nothing, and then the bottom. It popped open. And there was the handle. He yanked it down. It went almost halfway and stopped. Another red lamp at the base of the handle commenced to blink. He didn't care about that, but the handle wouldn't go any farther, and the hatch didn't move. "You're supposed to open, you son of a bitch!" The klaxon died at last. The problem was that without gravity he couldn't put any weight behind the effort. He pushed down, and all that happened was he floated up. He let go and hit his comlink. "Kurt," he said, "I've got a problem down here. Where are you?" Kurt had neglected to close the box. The cover floated off the food tray, and the meal that he'd prepared so carefully began to drift away from the plate. The meatloaf came off in a piece and began to fragment. The potato salad formed a single mound in the middle of the corridor, about belt high. Something moved above him. He looked up and saw that the overhead was becoming dark. The backup lights were growing dimmer. He remembered a sim he'd seen years before, Devil in the Dust, in which a character looks up to see a white ceiling growing damp, becoming red, and blood begins to leak out of it. As he watched, a stain spread across his own overhead, and the metal began to peel away. Small flakes of it drifted down and mixed with the red cabbage and the meatloaf. "Bill," he said, "will you answer up?" But the AI was gone, disabled, dead, whatever. There was nothing in the overhead that could leak through. So what the goddamn is happening? Whatever it was, he had to get out. He pushed himself along the passageway to the midship airlock. Somewhere, somehow, the ship had been breached. That would take a meteor. But surely he'd have felt a collision. He'd never been in one during all these years, had never banged into a rock, but he assumed it couldn't happen without your knowing it. He opened the manual panel on the hatch and pulled the release. He got a red lamp. That meant air pressure loss on the other side. Maybe vacuum. My God. He was about to call Tor, find out if he was okay, warn him to stay in the shuttle, close the doors and sit tight, but the moment he opened the circuit, he saw that the overhead had begun to bend inward, curving down like a canvas flap full of water. Impossible. Hulls don't behave that way. They simply don't. He opened the channel, got Tor's name out, knew exactly what he had to tell him. Launch the shuttle, go to manual, and launch the shuttle, get clear. But going to manual required a few steps. Simple enough, but he wasn't going to have time to explain them. "Tor," he said again. Something was coming through the overhead, and his flesh crawled. He half expected to see a pair of devil eyes looking in at him. A blast of cold hit like a sheet of iron. His lungs exploded, and the passageway, the airlock, the comlink, Tor, and the meatloaf all blinked off. "Hutch, something's gone wrong over here. We need help." Tor tried to sound calm, professional, keep a level voice the way they do in The Sims, tell her what he thought, that this is probably what happened to the Condor. It's probably going to explode, and it would be helpful if you could pop by and pick us up. "Kurt just tried to call me. I heard his voice on the link, but now he doesn't answer." He was trying to keep calm, and the only way he could do that was to refuse to think about a situation. Forget that he couldn't get the door open, that the lights were dim and were probably going to get dimmer, that the captain seemed to have gotten lost. Tor was scared, frightened that he might not be able to get out of the room, that something might have happened to Kurt, that maybe something was about to happen to him. He thought maybe something was loose in the ship, something that was smashing things, that had smashed the power circuits, and maybe had smashed the captain. And he was also scared because he knew that Hutch would see his fear. "Tor," her voice broke through the red cloud forming around him. "Thank God. Tor, I hear you. Can you tell me any more?" What the hell more could he say? "No, I'm locked in here, and they're losing power. Maybe they've lost power. Everything's on emergency, I think." "Okay, hold on. I'm going to try to raise Kurt, find out what's happening. As soon as I do, I'll let you know, then we'll be on our way." Sweet, wonderful woman, he thought. Please hurry it up. Hutch had been loading the newly arrived food into the autochef when Tor's panicky call came. She brought up a picture of the Wendy while he talked, zeroing in on the forward section of the ship, upper decks. The metal seemed to be rippling in the glow of Wendy's running lights, as if a heat wave were rolling over it. Then, one by one, the lights went out, starting near the prow and moving back until the ship was dark, save for the after section. When Tor signed off, she tried to raise Kurt. That produced no result, and she went to Bill. "I've been trying to communicate with Wendy's AI, Hutch," he said, "but he's not responding either." "Can you tell me anything about what's happening?" "Something's eating through their hull." "For God's sake, Bill, what is?" "Don't know. I have no visuals, but there's no question the hull is losing integrity." "Where?" "Amidships, off A deck, and the problem appears to extend forward to the bridge." "Can you connect with Wendy's systems at all? We need to know what's going on over there." "Negative. The interface is inoperative. Whatever is happening, the ship has sustained major damage."
"Okay." She was headed back to cargo. "Is the lander on board yet?"
"Docked and ready to go."
George broke online, out of breath, running while he talked.
"Hutch, I just got a call from Tor. What the hell's going on?"
"Don't know yet. Some sort of breakdown over there."
Bill's image blinked on. He was standing beside the lander, and he looked worried. "Hutch," he said, "I think we should withdraw from the area." Well, she couldn't very well do that when they had 2 people on the Windy. "I still can't get a picture of what's doing it, but whatever it is, it's chomping away. Here's what I can see." The wall screen lit up. The space just over the main airlock was disturbed. The Memphis's running lights played across it. It was another stealth, no question about it. But apparently this one was of a kick-ass variety. "Tor," she said, "where are you now?"
"In one of the storage lockers."
"Hutch, is the ship going to explode?"
"No."
"Then this isn't what happened to the Condor?"
"It's similar, but the situation's different. It looks as if you've been attacked by something. It's eating through the hull, but it's up near the bridge, not back by the engines."
"Which means—"
"Punch a hole in the containment system in the engine compartment, and it would give way. That's what happened to the Condor."
"Okay."
"But you don't have to worry. It's well away from the engines."
"Good, I'm glad to hear it."
"Now, you say you're locked in. Do you know how to operate the manual release mechanism?"
"Yes, open the panel, push down, right? It won't work."
"Some of them pull up, or pull out, or—"
"Whatever. This thing won't move in any direction. Do you know what happened to Kurt?"
"No. Tor, are you near the hatch now?"
"I'm in front of it."
"Are there lights in the panel?"
"Red ones."
Hutch smothered an urge to swear. The others were standing around watching her, expecting her to solve the problem. "Okay, there's vacuum on the other side. Is your E-suit activated?"
"I'm not wearing it."
"Damn it, Tor, where is it?"
But she already knew the answer. "It's in the shuttle."
Hutch was staring at the Windy. The hull looked like a gray garment strung out on a windy day. A white spray erupted out of it. Flakes formed, and silver-white crystals floated away.
"What do you want me to do, Hutch?"
"You're dissolving, dummy. You went off without your suit, and you're sealed in a chamber that I can't get into without killing you. And the whole place is melting around your ears." The silent witnesses around her waited for her answer. The emergency lights died. Tor was in absolute darkness, and absolute silence. He held his hand up to one of the air ducts and detected no flow. Not much of an emergency system. Hutch's voice came back. "Tor, in the rear of the storeroom, where you are, there's a hatch. It leads into a gravity tube." Her voice sounded preternaturally loud.
"Okay, what's a gravity tube?"
"When it's turned on, it maintains 0G. We don't care about that now."
"Okay."
"I want you to see whether the hatch is open."
"All right. But it's pitch dark in here. I can't see anything."
"Wait a minute." While she went off circuit, he struggled to keep his feet pointed down. Then she was back. "Okay. Can you find the hatch out into the corridor again? The one you couldn't get open earlier?" He was still floating in front of it.
"Yes," he said. "I can find it."
"Go to it. Tell me when you get there." He reached down, felt for it, found it.
"I've got it," he said.
"Good. I'm looking at a schematic for the Windy. Off to your left, about 5 steps along the bulkhead, there are 2 equipment lockers." Tor's heartbeat surged.
"There are E-suits in them," he said.
"Sorry, no, but there should be a couple of utility lamps." The walls began to close in. He struggled to keep his frustration from showing, keep his voice calm. He edged through the dark, trailing his fingers along the bulkhead, along shelves up high and bins near the deck. Pulling himself along, barking his shins every 10 seconds. The bins were all closed. Then he got to the lockers. He fumbled with the doors, opened them, and began feeling across the pieces of equipment secured inside.
"You know where?"
he asked. "It doesn't say, Tor. It just gives us an inventory." His fingers touched rods and cylinders and metal boxes and myriad different devices. He gave up on the first locker and went to the second. "How are you making out?"
"I need a light," he said.
Hutch ignored the joke. "I don't want to rush you, but we do have a time problem." "Yes, I wouldn't know about that on my own, of course, with the fans not running and no air coming in." He felt across the gear. Lamps came in all sorts of different shapes. He was about to ask what kind of lamps when he picked one up. A wrist lamp. "Got it," he said, switching it on. "Good show, Tor. Now go to the back of the storeroom and turn right. About 6 meters from the left-hand bulkhead there should be a hatch. Do you see it?" Tor strapped the lamp to his wrist and pushed himself forward. A little too fast, maybe. He had to grab hold of a cabinet to stop, and he twisted his arm and banged his knee against the frame.
"There it is," he said.
"Good. Can you open it?" He found the panel, remembered to open it from the bottom, and pulled out the handle. He hesitated and then pushed it down. The red lamps blinked on. They glowed like small, hellish eyes. There was a vacuum there, too, and that meant nobody was going to get to him without killing him.
"Nothing,"
he told her. "Red lights?"
"Yes,"
despairing.
"Any other ideas?"
Chapter 16. There is nothing quite so critical to a sound disposition as being able to find a washroom when one is needed. Gregory McAllister, Downhill All the Way, 2219. Hutch watched horrified as the forward section of the Windy J melted.
"What are we going to do?"
demanded George. They were all there, standing helplessly in the shadow of the lander. Nick staring at the screen with his eyes wide, Alex pale and desperate, George clenching and unclenching his big fists. He looked from Hutch to his link, got back on it, tried again to raise Kurt, his voice fueled by desperation.
"There might be more of those things," said Nick, "waiting to jump us."
Hutch shook her head. "I think there's only one."
"How do you know?" demanded Nick. "How in God's name could you possibly know?"
"Whatever attacked the Condor must have gotten blown up with the ship. We were there for a considerable time afterward, and nothing bothered us. That tells me they only come in singles."
"If it's the same kind of critter," said Nick.
The Windy was a mass of showers and fountains and sprays, her hull like fine dust, like hot springs, like Old Faithful, squirted off in every direction, forming haze and mist. Gradually the clouds flattened, spread out, rounded off, engulfed her. Tor was back on the link, his voice pitched high.
"Hutch, do you have any ideas?" "I think I know what it's doing," said Nick. "It's making a replacement, a new stealth, a satellite."
Hutch saw it too. Even inside the cloud, in the uncertain light, she saw the first faint outline of the diamond core. "Bill," she said, "let me see the schematic again. Rear section, C deck, where Tor is." It appeared on screen. "Hutch," Alex looked from her to the lander. "Let's get started. We can't just stand here." But there was no use going until we figure out how to do this. Just waste time. She studied the alignment of the Windy's storage bins and cabinets. Most were built directly into the bulkheads. It would be almost impossible to cut one out while retaining its integrity.
"Come on," Nick said. "Let's move. At least we can get Kurt out."
"Kurt's dead. Don't you understand that? Kurt never had a chance. The overhead probably opened up on him, and before he even knew he had a problem, he was dead."
"Getting cool,"
said Tor. George looked frantic.
"The ship's losing its definition," he said. "It's coming apart."
"Nanotech?" asked Alex. "Yeah, it has to be." Nick looked at Hutch.
"When it hits the engines, will it explode?"
"Probably." George looked at her, pleading, and Hutch thought she saw a way. "Washroom," she said. It was a cubicle, set out from the bulkhead, storage shelves on both sides. They looked at her, puzzled.
"Hutch!"
Tor's voice seemed to come from far away.
"The klaxons have stopped."
"Nick," Hutch was trying to think whether it could be done, how it could be done. "Go to the bridge. There are 2 drawers beneath the main console. The right one has some ram tape in it. Get it." Nick started to ask why, but thought better of it and hurried off. Then she signaled George and Alex to follow her. "We've got to get some gear together," she said.
0G with lights out. It was cooling off, not a lot, but enough to suggest what was to come. The ship was absolutely silent save for a rustling in the bulkhead, like loose paper getting blown around. When he put his hand to it, he could feel a slight vibration. "There's a noise in the walls," he told Hutch. She acknowledged without comment. He imagined something gnawing on the ship. Until 2 weeks before, Tor had never been in serious personal danger. Now it was happening a second time. He was terrified, and he kept thinking it wouldn't be so bad if he wasn't frightened that his nerve would break, that he'd begin screaming for help. He tried again to raise Kurt, but there wasn't even a carrier wave from the captain's link. "Listen, Tor." Hutch again. "We'll be over in a couple of minutes. We're going to get you out." "How are you going to do that?" he asked, wondering whether she'd lie to him, do anything to keep his spirits up. He remembered the way heroic characters always died in The Sims. "Just prop me up against the gun, Louis. I'll hold the pass until you get clear." What he wanted, maybe even as much as getting rescued, was to look good. "There's a washroom in there. Find it. When I tell you, I want you to go into it." "Into the washroom?" "Yes. We'll be there as quickly as we can. We're going to come in through the emergency airlock and down the tube. I'll let you know when we're ready to start the cut. When I do, make for the washroom." He understood. "My God," he said. "It'll work." "Going to get cold?" "Yes, it will. You have any blankets available?" "I don't know. I don't think so. This area seems to be all artifacts, old pots and statues." "All right. You're going to have to take off some clothes, too, before we're done." It seemed like a strange time for a joke, but he said nothing. Nick was waiting with the ram tape when Hutch, George, and Alex returned to the launch bay. They were carrying go-packs, spare restraining harnesses, e-suits, air tanks, a 50-meter length of cable, a wrench, and a pair of shears. She took the tape, thanked him, and hefted it in her hand. Did anybody have any experience with a laser cutter? They all smiled politely and looked at one another. "I need a volunteer," Hutch said. Nick shuffled his feet. "You're my man," she said. She showed him the tool, turned on the power, activated the laser. She produced a marker, looked around, and found an empty cabinet. She drew a line along one side of its frame and sliced cleanly down the line. "You want to try?" He nodded. She turned it off and handed it to him. He thumbed it on. "When the lamp's green, it's ready," she said. The lamp turned green, and he pressed the trigger. The laser appeared, a long blade of ruby light. "You can step up the intensity." She showed him how. The light changed color, brightened. But this should be adequate. She readjusted to the original setting. He looked at it and took aim at the mutilated cabinet. "No sudden motions. Resist the urge to press down. The laser does the work." He cut off a long strip of metal, and she told him congratulations. She had just graduated. Now she explained what she intended to do, laid out their instructions, and provided Nick with a pair of grip shoes. Everybody got an e-suit. They strapped on air tanks, activated the fields, and began breathing from the tanks. Hutch started the decompression procedure, checked their communications, and pulled on a vest. She threw the ram tape into it, attached the wrench and the shears to her vest, which would remain outside the Flickinger field, and threw the loop of cable over her shoulder. She put her go-pack into a back seat and got a second cutter for herself. She ran through a checklist in her mind, picked up an extra e-suit, and laid it into the back seat of the lander. "I think we're ready to go," she said. Nick and Alex climbed in with her, and she started the engine. George backed off to give the vehicle room. She brought the Windy schematic up on one of the auxiliary screens. When the chamber had gone to vacuum, the launch door rose. Thumbs up to George. He returned the gesture, and they eased out into the night, just as one of the Windy's forward sections seemed to break loose, rather like a globule of mercury, and drift away. Nick made a noise deep in his throat. Hutch moved deliberately, arcing out and approaching the Windy from the rear. Nick pushed forward in his restraints as if to make the lander move faster, but he said nothing. Amidships, the hull appeared to be going through contractions, a woman experiencing the final stages of birth. A cloud of crystal flakes exploded and blew off. "Tor," Hutch said, "we're outside now. I'll be down the tube in a minute." "Okay, take your time. No rush." "Get it right." Hutch studied the schematic, looked at the Windy's hull. "There," she said, fixing the spot in her mind. It was located just below an antenna array. "He's in there, and over here is our way in. A topside hatch." She maneuvered toward the array, got within a couple of meters of the hull, matched course and speed, and directed Bill to hold it right where it was. Then she depressurized the cabin and opened the airlock. "What do we do?" Alex asked. "If the thing attacks the lander?" "If that happens, we leave it here. Just abandon ship, and I'll pick you up." She turned in her seat, lifted the go-pack onto her shoulders, and handed the shears to Alex, making it almost a ceremonial gesture. "Here you go," she said. "Take care of it." Hutch checked to make sure she was still carrying her marker, and turned on her wrist lamp. "Okay, Nick, let's get to it." She passed through the hatch, put her cutter in her vest, and in a single movement launched herself across to the hull. Nick hesitated, checked to make sure he had his own cutter, and looked out at Hutch, now clinging to the Windy's hull. He glanced at the frozen world beneath him, at the diseased thing gobbling down the ship. "It's okay, Nick," she said. "You can do this." He laughed nervously. "That sounds like an epitaph. Nick could do it." She laughed back, and he leaned out of the airlock, looking sporty in a green plaid shirt and white slacks. His eyes touched hers, and he pushed clear. He landed a bit hard and bounced, but she caught him and hauled him back. Then she spoke into her link. "Tor, you there?" "No," he said. "I went to the show." Sarcasm under pressure. The man had spirit. "Tell me when," she said. She swung the wrench and rapped on the hull. "Now, I hear you." "Good place to cut?" "A little more forward, about 2 meters." Hutch measured and rapped again. "That's good," said Tor. She took out her marker, which was a bilious green, made an X at the spot, and drew a large box around it. 3 meters high by 2 wide. Now she turned to Nick. "Ready?" "Yes." He pushed the stud on his cutter, and the unit began charging. "It's a triple hull," she said. "You won't have time to get through them all. Just do the best you can." "All right. But don't start until I tell you." Hutch squeezed his shoulder, then returned to the lander. Alex handed her the extra air tanks and E-suit, which she'd tied together in a package. While Hutch tethered them to her vest, she called Tor. "For now, I want you to stay near the hatch in the rear." "Okay." "Everything still all right?" "I'm doing fine. Could hardly ask for better accommodations." "Good. I'm on my way in now." "Okay." She nodded to Alex, checked to be sure she had her cutter and lamp, hoisted the loop of cable over her shoulder, slipped back outside, and made off aft to the topside hatch. It was circular, and the manual control was located behind a panel. She opened up, twisted the release, and pulled on the door. It swung outward. But the inner door jammed, and she had to remove the locking mechanism to get it open. "I'm inside," she told the comlink. The gravity tube, when powered, maintained a zero-G condition, and was used to move materials, equipment, whatever, between decks. In this case the power was off, of course, but it didn't matter because so was the artificial gravity. She had to remove the go-pack, which she pushed down ahead of her, followed by the spare E-suit, the cable, and the tanks. Then she climbed in, head down, pushed, and emerged moments later in front of a closed hatch. She rapped on it with a wrench. "That's it," said Tor. "Okay, I'm about to cut. Head for the washroom." "On my way." "Close the door as tight as you can." Alex broke in on a private channel. "Better hurry, Hutch. The entire forward end of the ship is disintegrating." She made a little ooh, a frightened sound that came from the soul. "What's wrong, Alex?" Hutch asked. "Kurt's body just squirted out of one of the clouds." Hutch waited to be sure she had control of her voice. "Is he dead? Can you tell?" "He's not moving." "Is he wearing air tanks?" "No, I don't think so." "You can't see any?" "No." She could sense something, a vibration in the bulkheads. Something bad coming her way. Her skin prickled. What was holding up Tor? Then he was speaking to her. "Go ahead, Hutch, I'm inside." "Okay, Tor," she said. "Get out of your clothes and button up the room as best you can. You have 3 drains, 3 inlets, and a vent." "You want me to use my clothes to block the pipes?" "Yes. Do a good job and make it fast. How's the door fit?" "How do you mean? Does it look airtight?" "There's a small crack at the bottom." "Stuff paper in it. Anything that'll hold for a minute or 2. "Okay." "Do that first. Tell me when it's done." "When the door's blocked off." She waited, staring at the closed hatch. She checked with Nick and then with Alex. She asked George how he was doing. Everything was on schedule. The vibrations in the bulkhead were becoming more distinct. "Hurry up, Tor." "Doing the best I can." She'd wedged one foot into the guide rail to keep herself in position. "This paper under the door won't last long." "It doesn't have to. Are we ready yet?" "Ready now. Go ahead." Hutch activated the laser. "Nick," she said. "All set, Hutch." "Let's do it." She touched the red beam to the hatch, sliced into it, and isolated that locking mechanism. She cut around it, gave it a few moments to cool, and removed it. Then she turned the handle and pulled back. The hatch opened, and a blast of air erupted past her. "I'm through, Tor," she said, pushing into the interior. The washroom, she knew, was to her right, along the back wall, situated between rows of storage shelves. Her lamp picked it out, and she knocked. "Right place?" "You got it." The deck heaved beneath her feet. The entire ship shuddered. She swung the lamp left and focused it on the forward bulkhead. It was turning gray and beginning to bubble. She brought out the ram tape and placed a strip over the space between frame and door, and another between the door and the deck. Then she reinforced them. She did a quick inspection to see if she was missing anything that might be leaking air. The Memphis's cargo bay remained open, maintaining the standard quarter G. Bill would take that to 0G when things started to happen. All the lights were on. The docking mechanism had been withdrawn into deck and overhead, so the space immediately inside the cargo door was clear of obstruction. George tied the restraining harnesses together to make a single large meshwork. Then he used cable to secure the four ends to the most convenient beams and frames he could find, creating a net in the center of the bay. It wasn't pretty, but he thought it would do the job. When he was finished, he measured its length and width, its height off the deck, its position in relation to the cargo door. Satisfied, he told Hutch it was ready, then he laid out oxygen and blankets. "After he's in," he asked Hutch, "how do I close the door?" Her voice was crisp on the comlink. "Just tell Bill to do it." It had begun to get cold, and Tor stood in his shorts and undershirt in the washroom. It was obvious that this was going to be a rescue utterly without dignity. "How are you managing?" asked Hutch. He looked down into the toilet. It was, of course, dry at the moment. "Okay," he said. He'd unrolled the toilet paper, used the entire supply, scrunched it together, and put the whole gob down there. He stuffed his slacks into the shower drain, and used a gorgeous ascot and mere hand-sewn shirt, filled with what was left of the paper towels, to block the air vent. "I'll never be able to wear them again," he told Hutch, who laughed but didn't ask for details. "Tell me when you're ready." Socks clogged the twin faucets in the sink, and he had a problem. The shower nozzle and the drains in the sink and shower. 3 sites, but he was down to shorts and undershirt. Tear the undershirt in half, that's the ticket. He removed it and tried, but it resisted. He pulled, twisted, summoned his adrenaline, and tried again. He braced part of it underfoot and put all his weight into it, but it held. Strong stuff. He gave up and pushed it whole into the sink drain. His shorts proved just as tough, and he ended by using them to block the shower drain. All that remained was the nozzle, but he was out of clothes. "Tor, time's getting tight." He remembered an old story in which a bunch of guys used their rear ends to block off an air leak in a spaceship. But he suspected the nozzle would get pretty cold pretty fast, and he didn't want to need surgery to get unstuck from the fixture. He had a handkerchief. It was in a shirt pocket, so he dug the ascot and mirror out of the vent, retrieved the handkerchief, and returned the shirt. He removed the shower nozzle and jammed in the handkerchief. "Okay, Hutch," he said. The forward sections of the ship throbbed and writhed. In the mist that obscured the hull, Alex could make out the beginnings of an arc, rather like a large malformed ear, forcing its way up out of the turmoil. Amidships, a webwork had begun to form. It looked familiar, something she'd seen before, but she couldn't pin it down. The spectacle was obscene. Her stomach churned much as the ship did, and she looked away, back toward Nick, still trying to punch a hole through the hull. Light from the lander, reflected off the mist, played across him. He seemed to be caught in a spectral rhythm, gaining substance and losing it, all in sync with the lights in the clouds. "How's it coming, Nick?" she asked. If he didn't hurry, the metal would turn to mist in the glare of his lamp. "I'm almost through." She thought about the onboard AI. It was not alive, she knew that, but nonetheless she would have liked to shut it down, turn it off, so she wouldn't feel as if they were abandoning someone. She had considered mentioning it to Hutch, but Hutch had her hands full, and it was silly anyhow. Still— "Do we have him out yet?" George's voice startled her. For a moment she'd thought it was the Wendy's AI. The Wendy's Bill. "Not yet," Alex said. "A couple more minutes." She hoped. Hutch and Tor were talking back and forth. "Drains are secure." "Cutting through the shelves." "What's up top? Any idea?" The last was directed at Bill, who responded immediately. just wiring." Hutch cut the shelving with little resistance, freeing the flanks of the washroom from the bulkhead. Then she sliced through the deck, in front and on both sides. She had brought the spare E-suit and air tanks along in case something went wrong. If she misjudged and cut through somewhere and the compartment began to lose air, she would rip the door off and try to get Tor into the suit. That would be a frantic business at best, but it would give them a chance. All 3 drains were connected beneath the compartment. Hutch cut them, and blobs of water drifted out. A single water pipe fed the facility, but she left that until last. She cut through the rear bulkhead on both sides, pushed her way into the storage bin behind the washroom, and sliced through the overhead and deck. "How are we doing, Nick?" "I'm about 2/3 of the way done. Just give me a few more minutes," he said. But the forward bulkhead was looking worse. Its grey sheen was moving as she watched. It looked cancerous. She cut the washroom free from its upper moorings and from the wiring. Only the water line held it in place. She looped the cable around the compartment's 4 walls, then brought it over top and bottom and secured it like a Christmas package. "Ready to go," she told Tor. "Soon as we finish making the hole." "Good. I'll be back in a minute." "It's getting a little brisk in here, Hutch." "Just hang on, champ." She retreated to the bulkhead, outside which Nick was working, paying out cable as she went. "Nick, beat on the hull for me, will you?" There was, of course, no sound in the airless room, but she placed her palms against the metal and tracked it easily to the section he was working on. "Okay, that's good," she said. "Stand clear." "Hutch," he sounded annoyed. "I'm almost through." "Argue about it later. Go. I'll take it from here." She turned on the laser and waited. When he said he was out of the way, she sliced methodically into the metal. It blackened and sizzled and came away until she saw starlight. She worked with a will, enlarging the hole. Behind her, the forward bulkhead, like thick, heavy syrup, began to spill into the room. The hole wasn't big enough, but she was out of time. The sluggish grey-black mass that had been a solid wall floated toward the washroom. "Nick," she said, "back to you. Make it bigger." "Hey, what's going on?" She'd forgotten Tor was listening. "It's okay," she said. His teeth were chattering. "We'll have you out of there in a few minutes." "I'm ready," said Tor. "Any time you are." She stole a glance at the creeping tide, at the dark mist drifting into the chamber through the space the bulkhead had occupied, and cut the water line. A torrent poured into the room. Unbound by gravity, it ricocheted everywhere. "Okay, Tor, we're going." She pulled the compartment free of whatever restraints remained, dragged it by sheer force toward the exit hole. She could see occasional flashes of light as Nick worked. "It'll be a tight fit," he said, and then, with a string of profanity, he saw and reacted to the tide. "What's that?" "Keep cutting," she cried. The washroom had heeled over, and she was pulling it out topside first. It crashed into bulkheads and cabinets in the deck and even the overhead, but there was nothing she could do about it. No time to slow down. Tor demanded to know what was happening, and she told him they were getting out, they were in a hurry, hang on as best you can. The hole was maybe just big enough. Maybe. Nick finished and got out of the way as Hutch came through, dragging the thing in her wake, trying to keep it aimed straight. Directly in front of her were Alex and the lander, nose in. Nick moved quickly to her side in an attempt to help, but he only got in the way. She lost her concentration, and it probably wouldn't have mattered anyhow, but the washroom was tumbling, and it hit the bulkhead half sideways. Tor delivered some profanity of his own. Hutch kept the line tight to keep the compartment from bouncing back into the sludge. Then Nick grabbed hold, rotating it, straightening it until she could pull it into the hole. It jammed about halfway. "It might come apart," he said. No time to worry about that now. She didn't even have the spare suit if it did. But the thing wouldn't move. They tried together, planting their feet on the hull, but it was too tight. Hutch was about to use the torch again when Alex waved to her to throw the cable. She whirled it over her head, Wild West style, and lobbed it in her direction. Alex caught it on the first try and quickly secured it to the forward antenna mount as planned. When she'd done that, she got back inside. "Okay, everybody," she said. "Get clear. Bill, back out." Forward thrusters fired, and the lander backed away. The cable straightened, tightened, and the vehicle stopped. "We're stuck," said Bill. "Give it more juice," said Hutch. "You sure?" "Yes, Bill." She tried to keep her voice level. "Do it." The thrusters fired again, continued firing. Hutch crouched on Wendy's hull, saying, come on," softly under her breath. The washroom squeezed down and started to break apart, but finally it came free. Hutch seized Nick and used the go-pack to get clear of the stricken ship. Moments later, black gloop spilled out of the hole. Tor was cold. He was floating in the box. He no longer thought of the compartment as a washroom, trying to hang on to the sink so he didn't bang around too much. He'd caught enough of the conversation outside to scare him out of his pants, had he been wearing any. He'd drawn his legs up and rolled into a ball, trying to conserve his body heat. To make things worse, it was getting hard to breathe. Hutch reassured him. They were outside now, she said, and everything was going to be fine. All he had to do was be patient. Hang on, her favorite phrase. Hang on. He said something back to her. Hanging, or right, babe, or some other piece of stupid bravado. He didn't want to say much because he didn't want her to hear how scared he was. He knew what was happening, had visualized the box being dragged out into the vacuum, felt everything icing over, wondered whether the interior air pressure might not cause it to explode, dumping him outside where he'd freeze like an icicle before anyone could do anything. The washroom was being pulled from the top, so he was still settled more or less on the deck, which was hard plastic, disguised to look like wood. His lamp was still on, casting ferocious cones of light around the interior, picking off the shower head, or his feet, or the door which had once led out into a room full of artifacts and breathing space. "Okay, we're in good shape now, on our way to the Memphis." On the way to Memphis. He tried to convert it into a tune, a song. In fact, there was such a song, but he couldn't remember the lyrics. On the way, la-di-da, to old Memphis. Right, old was in there somewhere. If he got through this, he decided he'd find a way to put it on canvas. Capture the washroom coming through the hole in the ship's hull. Yes, he could see it clearly. Hutch leading the way, looking positively supernatural with those elfin features, and her e-suit providing an aura in the starlight. The air was thick and heavy, and he couldn't get it into his lungs. The darkness weighed on him and began to creep in at the edges of his vision. "There'll be a bump," Hutch sounded desperately far away. "We're using the lander to pull." The fake wooden floor rose up and hit him, gave him a good push. That was okay. Let's hustle. Hutch and Nick watched as the lander grew smaller, headed toward the Memphis's open cargo hatch. Bill was in charge now, and he had to take it slowly because they needed a soft landing at the other end. "What do you think?" asked Nick. "He's still breathing," she said. "I think we'll be okay." Ahead of them, the Memphis was lit up. The lander moved steadily toward it, trailing the washroom on its long tether. Behind her, another piece of the Windy folded up and drifted off. Tor floated in the dark, barely conscious, shut into a remote corner of his brain. His lamp must have gone out. He had trouble remembering where he was. His breathing was loud and labored, and his heart pounded. Stay conscious. Keep calm. Think about Hutch. Out there in the starlight. He tried to imagine her naked, but the picture wouldn't come. He clung to the sink. It was cold and metallic and cylindrical, and he didn't know why it was important that he not let go, but he didn't. It was his anchor to the world. The darkness was somehow darker and thicker than ordinary darkness. It was something behind his eyes, shutting him down, walling him off in a separate cave somewhere, as if he were no more than a witness, an observer. Already a disembodied spirit, vaguely aware of distant voices calling his name. The voices were familiar, belonged to old friends he hadn't seen in decades. His father long gone, dead a quarter-century ago in a skiing accident of all things. His mom, who'd taken him for walks down to Piedmont Square to feed the pigeons. He'd had a small blue wagon. Sammy Duber, it had said on the side, named for the comic strip character. Sammy with his fox's nose and his balloon. Hutch. Her shining eyes floated in front of him, the way she'd looked 2 years ago at Cassidy's. He remembered the way she had kissed him, her lips soft and urgent against his, and her breasts pressed against him. He loved her, had loved her from the first time he'd seen her. An ineffable sorrow settled around him. He was going to die in here, and she would never really know how he felt. Alex sat alone in the lander, watching as the Memphis got bigger. She had tried to speak to Tor, to encourage him, let him know that they were close, and she'd heard something, but she couldn't make out any words. She was terrified for him, and she wanted to tell Hutch that she thought Tor was in bad shape, but she didn't dare use the circuit because she didn't know how to switch to a private channel, and she was afraid Tor would overhear her. So she called to George instead, telling him, unnecessarily, to be ready. "Just get him here," said George. That was Bill's task, of course. The AI guided the lander, moving so slowly that Alex wanted to scream at him, demand that he hustle it up. "Alex," Bill's voice was calm, as though nothing unusual were happening. "Get ready to release him." She grabbed her shears and went through the airlock, carefully following Hutch's instructions not to lose contact with the hull at any time. It had surprised her that she found it so easy to go outside. When Hutch had first described the plan, she'd become frightened, and Hutch had looked at her until Nick assured her it was okay. She could do it. She'd realized it had come down either to her or George doing it, and Hutch wanted George on the receiving end because somebody was going to have to break open the box. When she'd originally gone outside to wait for Hutch to throw her the cable so she could secure it to the antenna mount, she'd surprised herself with her own fearlessness. Things had been getting a little scary at the time, and Hutch threw her the cable, and she'd picked it off and tied it down like a champ. Now she was repeating the action, climbing up onto the cabin roof while the Memphis came closer. She dropped to one knee and glanced back at the washroom. It was pale green in the starlight. Washroom to the stars. "Alex," said Bill, "when I tell you—" "I'm ready." There was some play in the cable. She opened the shears, caught the cable between the blades, and waited. "Now," said Bill. She pushed down on the handle, tried again. The cable resisted. "Is it done, Alex?" She briefly debated trying to untie the knot, but it would take too long. She summoned everything she had and squeezed again. The line parted. "Done," she said. "Good." Next, she untied the remaining cable and threw it clear of the lander. "That's strong stuff." "Go back inside," said Bill, quickly. Alex resented being ordered around by an AI, but she understood the need for haste. She turned, hurried back to the hatch, and climbed into her seat. The restraint harness slid down, the airlock closed, and she heard the hiss of incoming air. Then the seat pushed against her as thrusters fired and the vehicle changed direction. She tried to remember a moment anywhere in her life in which she'd felt so good about herself. George watched the box as it drifted toward him. It was an unseemly object, trailing pipes and cables and pieces of shelving. The last few water bubbles floated away. It had gone into a slow tumble, and he began to doubt that it would make it through the cargo door. Bill kept lights focused on it, from the lander and from the Memphis itself. George got out of the way. It was coming faster than he would have expected. He glanced back at the web he directed, reassuring himself it was secure. He'd been listening to the comlink and knew it had been several minutes since any intelligible sound had been heard from inside the box. Abruptly, Hutch's voice crackled through the silence. "George, are you ready?" "Standing by," he said. "It's coming in now, about 30 seconds away." "Okay, we'll be there as quickly as we can." He watched it approach, watched it rotate slowly around its central axis. The lander was circling and coming back, and Hutch and Nick were off in the distance, near the Windy, but they were coming, riding one of those rocket belts. They were big enough now that he could see them, see their lights anyhow. 10 seconds, said Bill. "Clear the entry." Damned idiot machine. Did it think George was going to stand there and play tag with the box? He listened to the gentle hum of his suit's power and became conscious of the airflow whispering across his face. 5. There was a trace of pride in the AI's precision. At exactly the specified moment, the box drifted through the door. It bumped the upper edge of the frame, sailed through the bay, and plunged into the net. Not quite dead center, but close enough. George ran toward it. "Bill," he said, "shut the door and give us some life support." He told Tor he was inside the Memphis. He was safe now, air in a minute, while he began disentangling the washroom from the net. Tor didn't answer. When he got it clear, he pushed it to the deck. "Okay, Bill," he said. "Gravity up." Getting gravity back was not a calibrated business. For technological reasons that he'd heard but never understood, it tended to be on or off, at whatever setting. Bill gave him the standard quarter-G. The cargo door closed and air returned slowly into the bay. George knelt over the box, waiting for the lights on the status board to go green. Tor claimed later that he never really lost consciousness. If not, he was on the edge during the last few minutes. But it seemed to him that he had in fact been awake the whole time. that he knew enough about what was going on to visualize everything as it occurred, that he wasn't responding because he was, sensibly enough, conserving his air. He maintained that he understood when his box floated through the cargo door and was gratified when it hit George's net. Gratified. That was the way he described it. In any case, at the end, he was aware of George's anxious face looking down at him, of George rubbing his wrists, trying to restore circulation, of George literally hugging him and telling him he was going to be fine, he'd made it, and he'd appreciate it if Tor wouldn't scare him like that again.
"We've got him," George told her. "He's okay."
Hutch and Nick were coming into the main airlock. "Tor," she said, "it's good to have you back."
"I don't think he's quite able to talk yet, Hutch. But he heard you. He's nodding, saying thanks."
"Good show, George," she said. After George had gotten Tor clear of the launch bay, Bill decompressed and opened up again. They got rid of the washroom, and Hutch used the go-pack to pick up Alex. They left the lander parked about a kilometer away from the ship. They would watch it a while before bringing it back on board, just in case. Reluctantly, Hutch did not go after Kurt's body. He had been awash in whatever had disassembled the Windy, and the risk involved in bringing him back on board simply did not justify recovery. Another one lost.
Chapter 17.
There is something inescapably sublime about twins, whether we are speaking of a pair of children, or aces, or galaxies. It may be the symmetry, or it may be a sense of sheer good fortune. I would argue it results from a demonstration of order, of organization, of law. So long as twins exist in the world, we rest easy. Mark Thomas, Nobody Here, 2066. The disintegration and transformation of the Windy took something more than 2 days. They watched for more than 20,000 kilometers, surely a safe range. The ship melted away, floated off in iron globules and large wispy clouds. What remained when it was over was a new stealth satellite, the diamond core hard and polished in the starlight, dish antennas rotating slowly as if testing their capabilities. A few hours after it appeared, the stealth satellite was not to be seen, which is to say its stealth capability had cut in. Shortly thereafter it moved into the orbit occupied by the unit Hutch and Tor had disassembled. Its antennas were aimed back toward paradise. What remained of the ship finally exploded as the fusion engines let go. And the thing that had jumped the Windy dropped out of sight. "What it looks like," Hutch told George, "is that each set of 6 satellites comes with a monitor. The monitor maintains the system. If one of the satellites goes down, the monitor is capable of manufacturing a replacement." George thought about it and shook his head.
"That doesn't make sense. What if there's no ship around to make a replacement from?"
"No, it just happened that there were ships in the area this time. We got unlucky. The monitor would be programmed to find an iron asteroid. Probably anything that is metal-rich." Tor was okay after a couple of days' rest. They fed him hot soup and kept him quiet. Hutch communicated with Outpost and the Academy, reporting the loss of the Windy J and its captain. She described her theory about a monitor. The lander seemed to be uninfected, and shortly after the Windy exploded, they inspected it and brought it back on board. Even then, Hutch directed Bill to keep an eye on it, and was ready at first sight of anything untoward to heave it out the door. Meantime, they debated the big question. Why were stealths orbiting Ice Pack? Nobody had any ideas.
"Are you sure," rumbled George, "that the outbound signal is aimed at that galaxy, what's its name?"
"GCY 7514, said Bill. "Yes, there really is no question about it." George threw up his hands.
"It's crazy. They can't be sending a signal way out there."
Hutch wondered if whoever was behind the network might have advanced FTL technology, an intergalactic drive. She asked Bill whether the signal was strong enough to make it out to 7514. "It would be exceedingly weak," he said. "And exceedingly old. Surely, if they had that kind of technology, they'd be sending a hypercom signal of some sort, something that would get there on this side of 1,000,000 years." "Bill," said Hutch, Would you recheck the target, please?" George sat shaking his head. It couldn't be. They were missing something. Bill's virtual image materialized in the chair beside George, looking at George, looking embarrassed. "Something's happened," he said. "What's that?" grumped George. "The signal is no longer directed where it was." "You mean it's not aimed at the galaxy any longer?" "That's correct." George turned to Hutch as if she would have an explanation. "Where is it aimed, Bill?" she asked. "It appears to be tracking the two gas giants. In this system. Apparently it was directed at them the whole time." George frowned. He was still hurting from the fight with the angels, and Kurt's death, on top of everything else, had hit him hard. He confided to Hutch that he was tired, that he felt responsible for so many people dying, and that getting all the way out here and then finding nothing was just too much to bear. The enthusiasm that had carried him through the early weeks had finally vanished. "I assumed," said Bill. "It was aimed out of the system," finished Hutch. "We should go take a look," said Nick. Tor was sitting at a table with Alex, drinking coffee, apparently completely recovered from his experience. "It wouldn't do any harm," he said. "How far are they?" asked Hutch. "The gas giants?" "Roughly 100 million clicks." Bill put them on screen, and there was a collective gasp. 2 cloudy disks, a pair of Saturns, each with rings, and a third set of rings, wispy and ill-defined, circled the entire system. "They are approximately 3 million kilometers from each other. Quite close, especially for objects of this size." The room had become very quiet. A cloud floated midway between the worlds at the center of mass. It was enormous, big enough to envelop either of the giants. Lightning bolts rippled through it. It looked like a third planet. Broad bands of clouds lined both worlds, autumn-hued on one, blue and silver on the other. "I've never seen anything remotely like it," said Hutch, breaking the long silence. Ice tinkled in someone's drink. The twins were 1.1 billion kilometers out from the central luminary, and they were a long run for the Memphis, which would have needed 2 weeks to reach them with their fusion engines. Hutch opted instead to make a short jump, which could be done at this range with pretty good accuracy. Within an hour they completed the transit and soared out into a sky filled with spectacle. Chains of glowing worldlets and gas swirled through a night dominated by the twin globes. Both worlds were flattened and misshapen by the gravity dance. "I'm surprised it all holds together," said Nick. They were in the common room. Bill activated the main screen, killed the lights, and lit everything up for them. So they had the impression of standing outside on a veranda where they could gawk at the spectacle. "Maybe this is why they came," said Alex, her voice barely a whisper. The Memphis was entering the system from broadside, so the twin worlds, one light and one dark, one bright and warm and brilliantly colored, the other dusky and ominous and melancholy, were opposite sides of a balance. "Not many moons," said Bill. "I count 9 in the plane of the system, other than the shepherds. Of course, with an arrangement like this, that's not a surprise. The moons were all beyond the outer ring." "In the plane of the system," prompted Hutch. "Right. There's a 10th one, in an anomalous position." He showed them. It orbited vertically, at right angles to the big ring, a polar orbit of sorts, like everything else, around the center of mass. Long tendrils rolled out of the central cloud. Bill ran time-set images so they could see them lengthening and withdrawing as if the thing were alive, reaching squid-like toward the planets they never quite touched. The vertical moon was big, almost the size of Mars, and it appeared to have been roughly handled at some point in its history. It was moderately squashed on one side, as if it had been hit by something almost as big as it was. Stress lines staggered out of the depression. Elsewhere the surface was torn up by peaks and chasms and ridges and gullies. It was a rough piece of real estate. Bill reported that its orbit wasn't perfectly perpendicular after all. It was actually a few degrees off. All the satellites were in tidal lock. On vertical, the depressed side looked away. Hutch frowned at the picture as Bill traced the circle of the moon's orbit. a few degrees askew at top and bottom on either side of a longitudinal line drawn down the middle. "I wouldn't have thought that kind of orbit would be stable," she said. "It isn't," said Tor. The comment surprised Hutch. How would he know? "That thing will be ejected or drawn in," he continued, "eventually." He caught her looking at him. "Artists need to know about orbital mechanics," he said with a cat-that-got-the-cream grin. "This is another major discovery. This is very hot stuff we're looking at." George shrugged. "It's only a rock," he said. Tor shook his head. "It might be something more. That kind of alignment, in a place like this?" "In a place like what?" asked George. "A place this glorious." Tor was looking off into the distance somewhere. "I have a question for you, George." George made a rumbling sound like water going over rocks. "Ask away," he said. "Look at the system. Lots of satellites adrift in the plane of the rings. If you were going to live out here, where would you want to be? To get the best view, where do you think an artist would set up his easel?" "The vertical moon," said Alex, jumping in before George could even think about it. Tor's blue eyes found Hutch. Whenever they looked at her lately, she knew he was sending a message, maybe one that he wasn't aware of himself. "The thing is," he said, "moons don't assume that kind of orbit naturally." They all looked at the images. Hutch thought he was probably wrong. The orbit was unlikely and temporary, but it could happen. The proof was in front of them. "Any sign of stealths?" asked Alex. "Bill's looking," said Hutch. "He'll let us know. It's going to take a while to do a comprehensive survey here." "You buy into what Tor says?" George asked her. "No," she said, "not necessarily." "I think he might be right," George continued. "Place like this, vertical moon, I think he might be right." Somebody put it there. Somebody who wanted a room with a view. "Well, for what it's worth," she said, "I don't think anybody's ever seen one orbiting top to bottom." "Makes me wonder," George continued, "whether this whole arrangement is artificial. Somebody's idea of a rock garden." That sent a chill up her back. She looked over at Tor, who was examining a coffee cup. "That would require a fair amount of engineering," she said. "No, it's hard to believe this isn't all quite natural." "Pity," said Alex. "I'd like to think there's something out here with that kind of aesthetic sense." Hutch didn't think she wanted to meet anyone, art patron or not, with the kind of power it would take to arrange all this. George was only half listening. "You know," he said, "I think we ought to take Tor's suggestion and go look at the vertical moon." The inner system sparkled. A twisted, luminous line connected both sets of rings with the central cloud, like chains, like a twisted diamond necklace. Hutch spent the day on the bridge directing Bill. Pictures of this, gravitational estimates of that, sensor readings of cloudscapes, launch probes. She got a string of visitors. George came by to tell her she'd been doing a damned fine job, and to hint that when it was all over, if she'd be looking for work, he had a lot of friends and would be happy to see that she was well taken care of. She thought that was generous of him, and said so. "But I'm probably going to retire after this," she said. "I was ready to quit before we started. After this—" "How can you say that, Hutch? This is an historic mission." She just looked at him, and he nodded and said, "Yes, I don't blame you. I'm not sure I'd want to go through all this again, either." Alex came in for a while to tell her that she'd been thinking about using the flight of the Memphis to create a musical. "I just don't know, though. It's gotten awfully dark." She looked genuinely distressed. "I'm afraid they'd stay home in droves." Nick was wound up and wanted to talk about experiences in the funeral business. The deceased has a recording played, saying things to his widow that he would never have said face-to-face, and includes a lawyer to ensure that Nick doesn't forget to play it. The other woman shows up at a viewing. The widow comments in front of the mourners that it's really just as well because the deceased was only a virtual husband anyhow. And finally, Tor. "Can I ask you to come down to the common room for a minute?" he asked. He looked good. The color was back in his cheeks, and he was smiling again. But there was something unsettling in his eyes. He hadn't wanted to talk about his experience, and especially about Kurt. "Sure," she said, rising and starting for the door. "What's going on?" "I have something for you." The others were already there, obviously waiting. Tor asked her to sit, and stood by a table on which lay 4 tubes, containers for canvases. Hutch looked around at the others to see if anyone knew what it was about, but they only shrugged. "Thanks for coming," Tor said. "You folks got to me when I was in a bad way, and I wanted to say thanks." He stood and listened to the comments that one always hears on such an occasion. "Not necessary, Tor. We were glad to have been there. You'd have done the same." He opened one of the tubes and took out a sketch. "George," he said, "this is for you, with my appreciation." He unrolled it and held it up for everyone to see. There was George, a heroic figure in the cargo door of the Memphis, the net behind him, the washroom closing in. He had titled it with George's name, signed and dated it in the corner. And here was Alex, astride the lander, tying the cable to the forward antenna mount, her aura backlit by a distant sun. And Nick, clinging to the hull of the disintegrating Windy J, the laser cutter bright and gleaming in his right fist. And finally Hutch. She wasn't sure what she expected. Stumbling around inside the chamber, cutting the washroom loose. He unrolled it, and it was the sky from Icepack. The Memphis, with its lights on, glided above the horizon, and Hutch herself, face and shoulders rendered in spectral form, silhouetted against the soft silver light of the stars and the ship, gazed serenely down. It was a gorgeous Hutch, a spectacular vision of herself. She was by no means plain, but she knew she'd never cut that kind of figure. "Tor," she said, "it's breathtaking. They all are." "You like it?" "Yes, of course." And after a moment, "Thank you." When they were alone, a few minutes later, he commented that the problem out here was that you couldn't get roses. "This is in lieu of roses," he said. She pressed her lips against his. "Tor," she said, "it's much nicer than roses."